stuff around. Hello. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? How you doing? Let me just read something. If you've been online anywhere, you can talk about. What's up? Hey, what's going on? What's going on, Scott? Just setting up a fight that I might just make a video on. I don't know. Just gonna. Ooh. Yeah. Hopefully we get some people in here. Actually, shit. Let me. It's I'm having some bandwidth issues. Give me 1 second. I need to disconnect the Ethernet from my PlayStation and plug it into the PC so that I can get this. Alright, there we go. Give it a second. It should should fix itself up. We're going to chat for a bit till like 3 p.m. and then I'll start work on it. Today's topic. Trafalgar Law versus Kakashi. Hey, what's up, guys? How crazy does it sound to say Devil Joe from Monster Hunter could mean a good amount of Naruto? Devil Joe from Monster Hunter could mean a good amount. I don't know what you mean by it could mean. You mean it could beat a good number of One Piece characters and Naruto characters? I believe it. Devil Joe's crazy. The thing isn't a. It's not a Elder Dragon, but it literally tries to eat Elder Dragon level threats. Like, it just goes after everything because of its insatiable hunger, right? Are you talking about like regular Devil Joe? Or are we talking regular Devil Joes, or are we talking you know, like the savage variants? I need this. This. Wait, I'm just sending it all to a fucking document that. Okay, give me 1 second. I need a. My head's just out of it. My head's just out of it. I need Land of Waves. Okay. I thought it was an Elder Dragon. It's not an Elder Dragon. It's not. We can talk about like What's a Devil Joe? I'll show you real quick. We can have a bit of a side conversation in a bit until like 3 p.m. when I have to like start looking stuff up. Oh shit. I mistyped the fuck out of that. Devil Joe. This is a Devil Joe. It's a brute wyvern, by the way. It's a monster from Monster Hunter. It's essentially, they call it like the giant pickle, because if you stretch it out, it basically is just one giant spiky pickle. It essentially has a ceaseless hunger. The massive row of teeth that you see right here, this like massive row of teeth is actually all of its teeth it's had growing up, like from the moment it's born up until now, and like it never stops growing teeth. It's kind of crazy. However, this is getting a bit stale since it's a huge difference in strength. You're gonna do more niche. I've been thinking about doing more niche shit. I just don't, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm just kind of fucked. I'm just kind of fucked on like scaling at this point, man. I'm like my head's so jumbled up with so much other shit. I just don't know what to do. So I was like, fuck it. I need to just push out content. Let me slow down. Let me slow down. I'm gonna be real with you guys. So recently I've been watching a lot of like, I guess you could say like Nintendo, Pokemon content and all this shit, right? I'm gonna be real. Yesterday, usually Mondays are like the days where I get to just do all the adulting shit that I have to do throughout the week. Pay bills, go to the bank, or go shopping for groceries and stuff like that. Cleaning the house, doing just all the stuff that you have to do as an adult, right? No issues, right? But yesterday, I was sitting here in my house cleaning up and shit like that, and I was having a call with one of my friends, Michael. You guys have seen Michael on the channel every now and then. On like live streams or just conversations and stuff like that. I was having a conversation with him, and I'm just telling him that, like, dude, I feel like I'm gonna have an actual fucking heart attack. Now, what's the reason for me, what could possibly stress me out or piss me off so much that like I feel like I'm gonna have a heart attack? Funny enough, it's Pokemon and the Pokemon Company and Nintendo. Just I'm sort of tired of it, man. The internet is a place where everybody gets to voice their opinions equally, right? And overall, it can be either a toxic cesspool of negativity or a toxic cesspool of positivity. I think like it breaks down into like two separate portions of like either things are equally toxic or things are equally positive, right? And there's not necessarily a reason for like either or to be good or bad, but like the issue that I have with this is that like it breaks down into the following topic of conversation where people that have an issue, it breaks down to the following, where people have an issue with Pokemon / Nintendo. Because let's be honest, the Switch 2 has not had like the most positive or the most, widely acclaimed launch of any console generation. If anything, it's had probably one of the most controversial ones because it sold really well, but people are also having issues with the console and just with people have issues with Nintendo and people love Nintendo. Right? It breaks down into like an issue of like this versus this, right? It breaks down into like an issue of this or this, right? Now, let's be clear about one thing. I am fully aware that like in the grand scheme of the world, right? Of like the billions and billions of problems that exist around our planet, whether it's people not earning enough but things still getting more expensive, people in certain countries going hungry every single night, the political spectrum of having certain people in positions of power that probably shouldn't be, situations of people who should probably be in prison for, things that have to do with children, still being left free. There's a lot of things in the world that like are kind of fucked and should probably be taken care of. So in the grand scheme of things, who gives a shit about Pokemon, Nintendo, and all this goddamn crap, right? It's video game stuff. It doesn't have anything to do with it, right? And you're right. Like, what does it matter? At the end of the day, whether or not people love or purchase this stuff, it shouldn't like hamper on anybody's issues. And that's the thing that like frustrates me so much, because it's like I had a conversation with my friend yesterday, and I was going into like this whole rant about all this shit and thinking about like, should I just make a video on YouTube about this stuff? Should I just go out of my way to like, should I just go out of my way to like, yeah, there we go. This dude. Should I go out of my way to like, make a video on like this topic of conversation and shit? Like, for example, I watched a video like 3-4 days ago titled, 2 days ago, titled Hating Nintendo is the New Meta. And this person, Nintendo Land, is 100% right about it, right? We'll get to the negative by math again in your last video. Hey, what's up? It was a bad moment to make this comment. No, you're fine. You're fine, Esther. This person isn't necessarily wrong. Like, hating Nintendo is essentially the new meta, right? If you look at let me just type in, I've actually haven't tried this out. Let me just type in Nintendo bad. Nintendo bad. Stop defending Nintendo. The Switch 2 is evil. Mario Kart World is a terrible game. Nintendo Direct proves they've lost it. The Switch 2 is garbage. And listen, you can see all of these fucking videos and all of this stuff, and you will see you see all of this stuff, and you basically just see people say, hey man, this shit is terrible, blah 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 blah. There has been a moment in time where, like, in the last few days, I've gotten all of these videos to pop up about the new Pokemon game, about all of this shit, and it all essentially boils down to me looking at these channels and thinking, yo, that Nintendo Land guy is telling the truth, right? Any channel can essentially start up their YouTube career, or at least start up getting views and all this crap, because all you have to do is just say, man, this is bad, blah 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 blah. All you have to do is just be a grifter, spout out some popular opinion about, and just let me slow down. All you have to do is just spew into the echo chamber of Nintendo needs to get with the times, get real. Pokemon games aren't as good as they once were, blah blah blah. All you need to do is just spew into the echo chamber of people that are also upset, and you'll make views. And like, he's not wrong. It is the meta. I'm pretty sure that as someone who like just makes outrage does get clicks. I agree. Outrage gets clicks. I think that, like, even I, as a power scaling YouTuber, someone who just stays in like this side of the sphere of the internet, even I could like make a video, and I thought about it. I thought about making a video just like talking about my frustrations, just to like get it out of my chest. But then I think, yo, what does it matter at the end of the day, right? And it's kind of crazy that, like, I'll just be honest with you guys. My videos are not doing that well, right? And I don't say this because I need to get views up or all that crap. I don't do this because I want to get views up. I don't want to talk about this shit because I want to, go ham on all this crap and point out all the mistakes that the video game company that I used to love as a kid, they're not the same and all this shit. But, like, why can't it matter, right? It's spewing more negativity, and I think the part that like gets to me is all the negativity that's coming at them. But it's not from a place of like, yeah, Nintendo sucks, it needs to burn, all this other crap. It's just, I'm sick and tired of the idea that, like, if a company makes decisions that are actively to the, and the word here is detriment of its player base or its fan base, why should that be applauded? Why should that be? People might not necessarily view it as a good thing. That might not entirely be genuine of me to say, like, oh, well, it's not necessarily a good thing, but, what can people do? They're still gonna, like, they still just want to just play their fun games and stuff like that. What does it matter at the end of the day if people are having fun with it? And it's not so much that people are having fun with it, that's the problem, because having fun is a subjective, relative thing. Let me just bring this up real quick. Now, I am a Sonic fan as well. I am a Sonic the Hedgehog fan, and, I can't probably sit here and tell you how many Sonic fans out there, or if there are any of which, that would say Sonic 2006 is a good game, right? Sonic 2006, by almost every single metric possible, is a terrible piece of filth that should never be ever replicated again, and yet, even beyond that, we still got something like Cyberpunk 2077. Now, I bring up this comparison not because I'm trying to say that the new Pokemon game or any game that Nintendo's put out, at least first party wise, or in Pokemon's case, I think it would be third party. It's not to say that, like, Pokemon ZA is as terrible or it's as buggy and as fucked as Cyberpunk 2077 on release date or Sonic 2006, right? It's not to say that like this game is as bad or as objectively terrible as any of these games. No, that's not the point I'm trying to make but the point I am trying to make is that when Cyberpunk 2077 came out, there were people out there who said, you know, beyond all of the issues, beyond all of the problems, the game is fun, right? You have to be blessed by it, and even then, you have your viewers set, you're pretty much good to go. It is true, but like, it's not so much about like just having the viewers or having the algorithm set. Like the algorithm will promote this. I could quite literally make a Pokemon video and it would probably do better than every single video I've put out in the last couple of months. Which, it's not to say it. There are a lot of people who fight for the potential of Sonic 06. Okay, so people who fight for the potential. And that's a key word there, potential. Pokemon ZA is not inherently a terrible game. It is not inherently a bad game, and there are a lot of things about the game that does have potential. If you see the Pokemon, you see the animations, you see all of the stuff that pops up for the game, you can see that there is potential there. And that's the part that frustrates me so much, that people aren't defending the potential, the people are defending the fucking product as it is. And the issue is that I want the potential to be a thing. Now, with Sonic 06 as an example, I want to bring it up because here's the thing, I liked Sonic 06. I enjoyed playing it, right? Now, there's a key difference between what I just said. Let me type it out for you guys. I enjoyed Sonic 06. I was like 13-year-old Eon. 13-year-old Eon, right? I enjoyed Sonic 06. I thought it was a fun game to play. Keyword being fun. It was fun, right? But here's the thing. There's a distinction between I enjoyed Sonic 06, it is fun, and someone saying, I think Sonic 06 is a good game. Or, I think Cyberpunk on launch. But the difference here is that even a game like Cyberpunk, for example, that came out in such a terrible state, but as time went on, DLC dropped, update after update after update turned the game into something that's worth actually, you know, playing. I've played Cyberpunk 2077. I played it, 2023 or 2024, when the game was already fixed, when it was finally properly optimized so that you can play it on PlayStation. You know what I mean? By the time I got this game, I played it. I never beat it, but I did play it, and I thought, no, this game is definitely like worth the experience. I can see like if when it came out, I can see that like the people saw the potential in this, and now getting to play it when it's fully optimized, when it's not fully, but like better optimized, when the game runs well, when the game, all of the little trinkets and all the little bugs are kicked out of the game. Yeah, no, this thing was an experience that I can say was worthwhile, right? But the difference between a game like Cyberpunk and a game like Pokemon ZA is that a game like Cyberpunk would have gotten these updates, got all of the things that it necessarily got so that it could look and run fantastic, right? It could look and run great. But then you have something like Pokemon that doesn't really do that sort of thing, right? You could say, I'm sure you could play devil's advocate and say, hey man, I mean, what's stopping Pokemon Company from, you know, fixing up Pokemon ZA? What's stopping them from like updating the game over and over throughout the next like year or two, just so that like, you know, the game not even runs better, but maybe looks better. Maybe they drop like an update that like, you know, fixes it or whatever. But it's like, that's not gonna happen. Let's be realistic about it too. That's not gonna happen. What we have to judge the product for, it's for what it came out as, at least right now. And you know, while the product as a whole might not be a steaming pile of dog crap, it isn't what it should be. I understand the point that, like, you know, what should it be then, Eon?
you can point out all of the issues when it comes to like the textures, the backgrounds, the lifeless characters, the fact that everybody just looks like and stands there as if they're smiling unless it's a cutscene, the fact that I don't know, the boss fights are essentially just Souls-like boss fights with the I use Souls likes in very big quotation marks, where there's Souls like boss fights where you're fighting them in a big arena. The Pokemon has what's it called? They have their attacks. The attack patterns are essentially just fuck. I just don't have the word for it now. They have attack patterns where like the layout of like where they're gonna go and what they're gonna do, you can kind of tell like when they're gonna rev up for them, when they're gonna shoot them, and all that stuff. And all you kind of have to do is just use the mimic tier from the mimic tier from Elden Ring. All you really like, let me slow down. All you really got to do for these games is just use the mimic tier for Elden Ring. It's basically just a boss fight where you have the mimic tier for Elden Ring fight for you while you sporadically press the cooldowns like in Xenoblade, and then you just beat the Pokemon down, but the boss still attacks you. That's basically what the boss fights are like, right? There's nothing really to go off. There's nothing really to like talk about depth, or there's no real like depth to the combat system, and at least in my opinion, just because like when I see the gameplay for the game, I just think, well, okay, the strategy part of the game kind of doesn't really matter because all your attacks are on a cooldown, and all you really got to do is just press the strong move and take down the Pokemon, right? Pokemon games, while at least the competitive aspect for it has like a lot of strategy built in, and while there are different approaches that you could take even in a normal playthrough, I don't feel like you can necessarily do the same thing. But okay, sure, the point of the game isn't to mimic the strategy or the strategy of like the classic combat system, the classic turn-based combat system. This is a brand new game with a brand new fleshed out combat system, but is it really fleshed out when like Xenoblade kind of already has this combat system of having moves on cooldown that you just have to wait for them to come back? But the difference is in that game, using specific moves with more characters, one after another, then results in a scenario where you're getting higher damage values, higher combos. But in this game, it's not really the case. All Mega Evolution is just a transformation that makes your Pokemon look cooler, look bigger or stronger or whatever. But at the end of the day, you're just getting slightly more damage out for a periodic amount of time, then it comes back down, you have dog shit damage output again, and then you just keep rinse and repeating on a damage sponge, on a bullet sponge that isn't necessarily going to ever kill you until you finish the game, right? The difference is that Cyberpunk failed for an excess of ambitions. Meanwhile, Pokemon does 3 steps forward, 5 steps back for every $60 to $70 games. And see, that's the problem that I have, right? Now, you have games like, I'm gonna just put up this one for.
So I've been playing Pokemon.
I'm gonna lower the volume real quick, but
Legends ZA since Monday. And
right.
The original plan was to make one big, expansive covering review.
All right, I don't need to get your whole life story, buddy. I just need you to go into like the good points, right? Like, okay, this game says the hate is insane, right? Nobody complains about older games graphics because the pixel graphics rely on abstractions. They show us a layout or our imaginations to fill in the rest. There is a reason why Pokemon games enter random houses. Older Pokemon games had tons of random houses you could walk into for rare TMs and HMs. You could go into almost every building in the first game, in every single game. Like, one of the things that I feel like people don't understand is that the issue isn't so much that the issue that people have with like Pokemon ZA buildings, for example, right? Legend ZA. I feel like part of the disconnect is like, okay, people like to talk about the buildings, right? Let me just bring up this image right here. Open image in a new tab. All right. It's not the best image that I can show you guys, but the fact is that it's a wall with flat textures. Now, what does that really mean at the end of the day, right? Like, people don't play the games for textures, right? They don't play the games for buildings. You don't play Pokemon because you think, oh man, these buildings look great, or oh the game has to look fantastic. I mean, all I care about are the Pokemon themselves, right? If Snover and Mareep have some kind of animation to them, they look and feel like they have some kind of life, at least the Pokemon that are near me and that I'm playing with, then sure, what does the rest of it matter? But the buildings are just a metaphor for the effort and care put into a game, right? One of the things that I feel like the people that try to defend these games and just defend Nintendo titles in general is just that, like, they always say, well, comparison is the killer of joy, right? But comparison isn't just a killer of joy. Comparison can often be used as a metric by which we can also talk about standard, right? Where we can talk about standard. This is a game that came out in 2025. This right here is a game that came out in 2025, right? Now, The character model looks fine. The car in the background, I mean, the wheels have polygons to them, which I don't think is necessarily a big issue. Again, I don't play Pokemon for the polygons, but when I see a flat texture on my on the ground, a couple of grass polygons over here, the Pokemon does look nice. It is the cleanest thing here, and it looks fantastic. But when everything else around me is lifeless, gray, and joyless, why it takes away from the experience, right? And people like to say, well, you can't really compare Pokemon to any other IP, but why shouldn't we, right? Let's talk about Digimon Time Strangers, for example. I haven't played Time Strangers either, but from everything I've seen and heard about the game, I mean, it looks great. I'm not saying that this is by comparison, you know, even to like, again, other modern games of $70. I'm not saying that this looks fantastic. This is groundbreaking, but this does look like, okay, I can understand at least where some of the budget went into. Part of the issue that I have with this game and just with this whole conversation as a whole is just people are willing to accept slop. And I think that's the part that frustrates me. I am a Pokemon fan. I am a Nintendo fan. And I'll get to all your guys' stuff. In a second. Yeah, action gameplay, but what is the action gameplay, right? Because I've actually played Pokemon Legends Arceus. There was a bit of action in that game, but even that game, for example, still kind of fails to look even as good as something like Breath of the Wild. Like, now, Breath of the Wild doesn't look anything kind of insane, at least even by modern day standards, but they worked with the art style. They knew what they were working with, they worked with the console, and they decided to create an art style that optimizes every little bit of what the games look like. You can even look like a game at Wind Waker. Oh, shit. Wind Waker. You can even look at a game like Wind Waker, and this game not only seems to have more facial expressions, more animations put into just the characters themselves, than even a game like Pokemon ZA. Now, you could be like, well, Eon, that's not fair. That come on, man. Like, Pokemon's got hundreds of Pokemon. It's got all of these things all of these little like, things, like, they can't just animate everything for all the Pokemon. It's not realistic, but I'm not asking for massive amounts of different facial expressions. I'm not asking for all of these little tidbits and little points, but all I'm saying is, I just want the game to look like, or at least feel like, there was more effort put into it than a game that came out in fucking 2003. Especially 22 years later, man. I feel frustrated because as a Nintendo fan and as a Pokemon fan, I don't want this to be the bare minimum. I don't want this to be like the bottom line. This is the standard that we have to like go off of? No, I don't think that's fair. Not fair to me and not fair to you. If you think, hey, but it doesn't have Pokemon style, but what does that mean? What is Pokemon style? If you're talking about like the creature designs, that's completely subjective. I like Digimon designs way more than I like Pokemon designs. If I'm gonna be just straight up honest with you, at least from a consistent case, right? It's more of an issue. It's the fact that, and as Drake Cross mentioned, it's the fact that they have the biggest media franchise on the planet, yet a game that is being sold for the same value, it looks worse than this. Here's the thing. I would love to wake up tomorrow and see a new Pokemon game be released where it only gets positive comments. I don't want to see people go into this whole discussion about, well, where's the voice acting? Well, what about the hardware issues? Here, Xenoblade game proves that hardware is not the issue. You see a game after $20 of Silsong broke the internet, Pokemon dropping $70 with the DLC that adds Pokemon that should have been in the game to begin with as a bold move. You have people constantly calling them out for these things, and sure, it precedes some kind of negativity and just this kind of controversy of like, well, I like it, so it's fun. And then other people saying, well, this is crap, why should you like it? You might liking it is fine, but that doesn't make it better. Having a game that you enjoy doesn't exactly mean that every aspect of the game shouldn't be criticized. Listen, Digimon has voice acting. I can't believe I have to say it, but like, Digimon has voice acting. And it's not necessarily something that like Pokemon necessarily needs, but it to me at least feels like games like this that do seem to talk about its story. Games that have these dialogues where characters have moving mouths, where they have interactions with each other, where there is at least some level of sense of dialogue. And for you to tell me that like there's just not even an effort put into like the voice acting, especially when the Pokemon franchise already has voice actors in it, just pay them to do this again, just pay them to like voice all these other characters, is kind of crazy to me. Do you know how big my eyes almost popped out of my head? Digimon voices. Do you know how insane it was to me to start up a Do you know how crazy it was to me to hear fucking Agumon say Baby Flame or Pepper Breath? You know how insane that is? I don't care if it's, listen, I don't care if you don't like the voice acting or whatever. It's the fact that Agumon, a Digimon from a franchise that doesn't make as much money, can talk. I'm not even saying I need Pikachu to say a fucking word, but when you have a game like Pokemon Let's Go, Pikachu voice. When you have a game like Pokemon Let's Go, where even in fucking Gen 6, even in Generation 6, I get it. It's just one Pokemon. Eon, that's not that
Pokemon.
Eon, that's not that simple. It's just one Pokemon. You can't just sit here and say that like, oh hey, every single Pokemon should have some level of voice acting, but I don't know, man. Smash Brothers has Incineroar, Infernape, Incineroar, I said Infernape. Greninja, I don't know why I confused it with Infernape. Greninja, it has Lucario, it has Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, Squirtle, and fucking Charizard voice acted. I'm not even saying you have to add a ton of voice lines. Just have them say their names once, and then just change the pitches so that they can have high Bulbasaurs and low Bulbasaurs. If I could just hear one Pokemon say, Bulbasaur, that's enough for me. That's not asking for a lot. And I think it's kind of crazy that we've gotten to the point where asking anything more from the Pokemon company has at least gotten to the extent where you're asking for too much at that, where it feels like you're just raising yourself up to be let down. And I think that is the issue that I'm having with this. We're gonna be talking about power scaling in a bit. I just have to get this off my chest because I'm frustrated, man. We deserve better. I can't. The conversation can't always end. The conversation cannot always end at, hey, I don't care if they didn't put in more money into this game. I don't care if the buildings look like ass. I don't care if all of this bullshit is the case because I had fun. The answer can't just be, the answer to every single thing that Nintendo or Pokemon does can't just be, but I had fun. Because fun is subjective, but we know what good and bad games are because we have seen the industry develop for over 30 years at this point, for decades. So the constant standards have been raised up little by little. Yes, you can point out any other game in modern day that probably also is charging $70 and it probably isn't worth that much. Listen, fuck Pokemon. I love Sonic Racing Crossworlds, right? Sonic Racing Crossworlds, right? Not Switch. Fuck that. No, not the Switch version. Ew, let's not talk about this let's not talk about this shit in the dog shit Switch version. No. Let's talk about Sonic Racing Crossworlds for a second, right? Is this game perfect? No. I love this game. As a matter of fact, some of you might know, I started streaming this game 2 days before it released. I bought the $90 version. Can I tell you, looking back, should I have spent $90 on this game? No, I shouldn't have. I should have waited those 3 days. But I'm going to be honest with you. Like any Pokemon fan might need their fix, I needed my fix of a fucking kart racer. You could look at me like a hypocrite, but here's the difference between me and any random Pokemon or Nintendo fan. I'm willing to say, is the game really worth $70 at the end of the day? Probably not. It doesn't have enough racetracks, at least by comparison to other racing games at this point. But it is giving us free tracks later on, or at least I think actually there might be DLC. I don't remember if they're like DLC or I don't remember if they're free. I think that the Minecraft, the Minecraft stuff should have been DLC, but that's not the point. The point is, there are issues with the game that I can call out, like the game sometimes being buggy and glitchy, me sometimes falling off the track, me feeling like the game is very punishing from the perspective of if you fall down once, you kind of just lose the race there. I've seen issues with bagging, I've seen issues with a lot of the stuff, but I can still say that the game overall is a good product. It does have its issues, but I'm willing to call it out for its issues. I'm willing to call it out for the fact that, yeah, the voice acting is great and the animations are sporadic, but hey, Werehog should have at least gotten some howls. It shouldn't have just been some sound effects. I can call out Minecraft Steve doesn't need voice acting, but someone like Joker or SpongeBob or Patrick probably did. They're still in the game, it's fine, but again, these are things you can still call out about the game without praising Nintendo for only the good things that it did. I praise this game for all the good things that it does. It really is fun. The mechanics really do also want you to have some level of player skill expression. The gadgets gadget system allows for so much player skill expression. And sure, there are some that are better than others, but I play the game casually. I don't go online, so I don't really give a shit at the end of the day if there are some that are better than the others. Because when I play with my friends, I'm just playing for fun. If I want to make a spin build that has me move around at the speed of sound like a spin top, I can do that. But again, that doesn't stop me from calling out that sometimes it's a buggy mess, or sometimes I fall off the track, not because of my own fault, or sometimes I'm literally racing on the side of a fucking wall. I don't know, man. I'd have to like try to replicate it because I don't know if I have the gameplay for it, but
Pokemon Legends.
the point is, you can look at a game, still spend the money for it, but then see what the issues with the game are and accept that it's not perfect. And it's true, not every game is perfect. It's okay to call these things out, but then for people to say, I don't know where all of these issues are coming from. I don't know why people are just hating to hate. They're not hating to hate. You cannot just completely devalue everything an individual said about the game that you love just because you didn't find those problems or just because you haven't had the personal experience of seeing it. It's fine if you haven't, but at the end of the day, you can't just sit here and say that it's okay for you to spend $70 on a game. Let me tell you guys something. I played Pokemon Legends Arceus, as I mentioned before, and that game was mid. As a Pokemon fan, that game was kind of mid. Pokemon Legends, we're not going to do ZA, we're going to do Arceus, right? But you know what the thing is? I forgave Legends Arceus for a lot of what it did, not because it was a Pokemon game, but because just like Sonic Frontiers, another one of my favorite games of all time, Sonic Frontiers, for all the issues that that game had, and all the issues that I could still call it out for, the game did some wonderful things, and it created what I like to call a proof of concept. A game like Legends Arceus creates a proof of concept, just like Sonic Frontiers, where this is just it's just the beginning of what could be an entire new era of gaming for the franchise. But they went, and the steps forward that they took, while I will say, comparing it to something like, let's say, also Eon, appeal to objective virtues of beauty, you can falsify the goodness and badness of a game. Hey, what's up? By the way, gotten all the gadgets I'm crazing, I'll crush you next time. Hey, that's lovely, man. We can definitely play. I do agree, the game cries have always been different from the anime voices. The different cries are great. But see, here's the thing. You might think that the cries are great, but what if they actually just said the Pokemon names instead, how they did in the show? At this point, what is the excuse, right? I could understand it in the GBA. I could understand it in the DS. I could understand it even in the fucking Nintendo. I could even understand it in the Nintendo 3DS. I could understand it, even in the Switch generation. But come on, man. We can have games that have fucking dialogue and graphics that blow whatever crap Nintendo has put out in the last 10 years out of the water. It doesn't change the fact that we're not even asking for the Pokemon to give us full lines. We're just saying, hey, what if for the story-driven game where we can have the Pokemon just sound like they do in the show? Why should these two things be separated, right? Game Freak puts all of this money into the card artworks. Have you guys seen Pokemon cards? Listen, I don't give a shit about Pokemon cards. I've learned how to play the game. It's a fine enough card game. It's not for me. Just because decks just feel like they do one of like 5 things or whatever. But like Pokemon cards, like you see all of this effort and work that are put into making the Pokemon look fun and interesting and alive, but you don't see the same thing in the games. Sure, you might see your little Feraligatr, you might think Totodile looks so cute in 3D running around, and obviously there's a difference between a single card art image and a whole 3D model. But again, what's also the problem of just lowering the Pokemon count so that we can get it? I was thinking this to myself yesterday, where I was thinking, why are we at the point where, like, if I actually tried to think about a modern day revolutionary Pokemon game, something that like really pushes the entire IP to a whole new standard of gaming for the Creature Collectathon, where let's take a look at where you have so many things that Nintendo games have already done and you just apply it to the games, for example, right? Why can't I ride my Pokemon, right? Why can't I ride my Pokemon like I can in Digimon Time Strangers? Some Pokemon are fucking huge, man. I understand that not all of them are allowed to. I understand if I can't just throw in a water type Pokemon into the fucking city to ride it around like I would in the fucking ocean. I understand that, but at the same time, why can't I do something like that in Digimon Time Strangers, a game from a company that makes less money and also for a game that's costing the same amount of bag? Why can't, for example, why is my final boss battle, Pokemon ZA final boss, why is the fucking, and I'm sorry if this is spoilers for some people, I'm not going to show the cutscenes or anything, I'm just going to show you the actual gameplay of the boss fight. This is the boss fight. This is the boss fight. It's just plants. This is your final boss. It's just plants. Oh, look at that. He's just dodging. Okay, just move around. Just move around. You're not really doing anything. You're just moving around. All you're doing is just moving around. Your Pokemon's doing all the work, and you're just waiting for them to get healed. The Pokemon's health goes down. You pause the game. You heal. Next up, we're waiting for cooldown again. Pokemon hit. Pokemon, wait around for cooldown. Oh, next attack. All right, hit. Wait around for cooldown. Move around. Oh, now you get a chance to hurt it a lot more. And it's just this. It's rinse and repeat. Every single time, it's just rinse and repeat. Oh, now it's 2 flowers. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. Look at that. It's just the same thing. You can't tell me that 20 hours of this, well, it's not just 20 hours of this because you're finding little Pokemon in the city, but you can't tell me that 20 hours of this is okay, right? Like, at the end of my game, I'm not even fighting a fucking fairy type thing because he uses dragon type moves as well. No, I'm fighting 2 flowers, man. If you can't get rideable Pokemon 7 days to die modes, you should get in Pokemon. Is the stream lagging for you guys? Funny enough, there's a Pokemon game that did in fact say their names when they attack. I think it was on the DS. Probably, but I don't. There was a leak on the budget of the game. They're extremely low, like 1 out of 10, an average for triple game. The cries are a staple of the game. They're not a staple of the game. The games will not be any. Let me be honest with you, and this is the issue that I have, and this is the issue that I feel like you seem to have, that you don't like change. It's the same thing that I hear with with Yu-Gi-Oh players, where it's like, we can't change the way the format works, or we can't change anything about the card game because we don't like change. It would ruin the game. No, it wouldn't. You can't sit here and tell me that if you put out a brand new Pokemon game where where Bulbasaur said Bulbasaur instead of random made fucking 8-bit game. Are we really having stream issues? It says that, like, the stream health is fine. It says that the stream health is fine, so that might be on your guys' end. But, not looking because of spoilers, but the description, it sounds like what happened in the anime. Like, all I'm saying, like, listen, I have it paused right now. I have it paused right now, and, like, by the way, if you want to come back, I meant the 10th. Yeah, I get what you mean. Hey, what's up, No Position? What's up? I have it right here. It's paused on purpose, by the way, just so you guys can know. But, like, the point I'm really just trying to get to here is that, like, we deserve better, man. I think that's the part that, like, really frustrates me about this whole situation, right? That, like, the biggest IP on the planet that took, I think it was, what, an extra year? How long was ZA in development? Here's the thing, right? Like, you could say, well, the cries are a staple. No, the cries are not a staple. You don't need... No, yes, they're random fucking noises. They are, objectively speaking, random fucking noises. When I look at Venusaur, I don't think about that noise. I think about Venusaur saying Venusaur. Because, again, I've watched the shows. I've experienced other parts about Pokemon that aren't just the games. The games only have the cries because of a limitation because originally it was a limitation. They can't get them to actually say their names, or at least they can't get them to say their names in a proper way. You might have an issue with the game, but you might have an issue with the games actually giving the Pokemon. So, for context, what's going on with, please? I'm just venting. I'm just venting because I honestly felt like I was gonna have a heart attack yesterday because I was so fucking upset just thinking about all the shit. And I mean this, like, I've had talks with my therapist before where I was in a same exasperated state where I felt my blood pressure going up, where I felt the vein going on in my head, and she's told me many times before, I feel like you are going to give yourself a heart attack over issues about personal life and all that stuff, not Pokemon in general. But the point I'm trying to get to is that, like, yesterday when I was, just going through when I was just, like, before I headed out, before I was doing all the stuff that I needed to do to get through my day, I was so upset by a stupid fucking game that I'm not going to play and I am not going to buy a console for. And I thought to myself, why does this get to me so much? And it gets to me because it's not just the game, it's the discourse, it's the lack of accountability that people are willing to give Nintendo and Game Freak. It's the lack of accountability, man. A couple of good things does not make an entire game bad. A couple of good things does not mean that a game is necessarily good, but it does not mean that a game is necessarily bad. I think that the models do look fine for what they are, right? I think that this is enough expression that I could see from, like, these Pokemon, at least for the budget that Nintendo's willing to put in, but I'd like to see more, right? When I see this, like, like, let me ask you this, right? You see something as expressive as, like, this image right here? You see something as expressive as, like, this image right here with a Pokemon transforming, with all of these fighting around and all these things happening, but when you compare it to the gameplay, it's just players running around in circles, close to their Pokemon, away from their Pokemon, just making sure they're not in the line of sight, and then just to press a button on a cooldown, and it's like, cool, that's fine, but I can definitely see, but considering the games that I have seen, I'm just going to show you guys something. Final Fantasy 16, right? Final Fantasy 16. Let me not show you guys any of the final shit. Ifrit, right? I'm going to show you FF16 Ifrit, right? Where I can see something like this stoke up. I can see something like this spawn. Oh, it's frozen shut. Let me, I get that this is just a cutscene too, but it's like, when I see stuff like this, I really do think to myself. But when I see stuff like this, I genuinely do think to myself, like, man, what if there were fluid motions for the Pokemon? But Eon, that's not fair. Pokemon has like 400 Pokemon in each game. Why wouldn't you do that? Yeah, well, a game, especially one like this, doesn't need to have a 400 Pokemon. We started off the series with 141. 151. We started a series off at 151. If anything, why not just put out some kind of a survey where it says, all Pokemon fans, we're giving you a survey to choose 3 or 5 or 10 of your favorite Pokemon, and then from there they select what Pokemon they could potentially throw in for the next game. What if instead, let's say Breath of the Wild, final boss. Listen, I know the boss fight for Breath of the Wild was bad, but what if for the next Pokemon game, not even for the final boss fight, but what if for a boss fight, I'm running around with my Rapidash? What if for the final boss fight, or not even for a random boss fight in Pokemon, I can run around on my Rapidash, or fly on my Garchomp, or I don't know, stand still while my Bastiodon or my Snorlax tanks a hit from a larger Pokemon on an open field instead of being closed off by random borderlines and barriers. What if I had these options for my game, right? I don't think it's too crazy for me to say, let me have a Pokemon game where I'm able to ride on a Rapidash and also charge at the Pokemon with Flare Blitz, right? And if you think it's too crazy for a child to be in that shit, I mean, listen, they sent us to fucking space before. They sent us to space. Pokemon, Oraz Space. You literally go to space, so I don't see, so like it's not too out of whack for me to hop on a Pokemon, and then for me, if you're gonna give me a real-time combat system like the one that they use for Xenoblade, like the one that they've used for this game, listen, I'm not saying that they need to overhaul the gameplay entirely, but what I am saying is that, like, if I have Flare Blitz on a cooldown and I have to just run around the boss so it doesn't hit me, that's completely fine. That's still a lot more interactive than me running around in a circle hoping that I don't get tagged by a random fucking flower laser cannon, man. Wait, what was comment? I didn't see your comment. Enel versus Raikage sounds like an interesting matchup. Has anyone brought that up? Sorry, sounds to be too creative for our... I don't know, man. I think the reason why this conversation can't even be had in the first place, and here's the thing, like, many of you might agree with me, but at the end of the day, this is just the echo chamber again, right? Games are more so a vehicle for creating the merch in the form of plushies, where they get most of their game from the plushies. They get most of their game from the card games. But the Pokemon media started off because, the franchise started off because of the games. And I think that's the part that upsets me. I really do think that's the part that upsets me, man. I think that's the part that, like, just really gets to me. I don't even need to see them do anything crazy, like, in the actual gameplay. But, like, if you're telling me that, like, the coolest cutscene in all of ZA is the final fucking cutscene where for a few seconds you see Mega Zygarde shoot up a fucking beam out of the sky just to see some cool little animation, that doesn't make the whole thing feel worthwhile to me. It makes it feel like absolute trash, because it's like, wow, it looked pretty for a few seconds. What about the rest of the game, though? Like, look at this shit right here. They're just running around. Is this really crazy interactive gameplay? Oh man, she just randomly threw a ball into the air. Man, this gameplay's so fun. She randomly threw a ball into the air. Oh, it's a Clawitzer. Cool, I like Clawitzer. Alright, let's see this intense battle. Discharge. Alright, what's next? That's fun. Hey, Slowking. There we go. Okay, here's a Slowking. It's a specially defensive Pokemon. It's able to tank a bunch of hits. Oh, it barely tanked that. Cool. I moved out of the way. This is just the same exact gameplay that we've had for years and years on end. The difference is attacks are on a cooldown, and I get to move left this time so I don't get hit by the attack. I don't need to play it to see the gameplay and think, man, this is so great. And you know what the crazy part is? That people seem to say, well, you need to play a game in order to have a proper opinion on it. And I would say this. That's both correct and incorrect. If you want to have a complete scope and perspective as to what the game fully has to offer, you can do one of the following. You can watch an entire playthrough, whether it's silent or whether you're watching somebody else play the game. You can watch an entire playthrough of the game and see what the experience is like, or you can spend the $70 and get the game. Now, one of those is certainly economically more economically viable than the other, right? But people seem to think that just because you don't believe, just because you haven't played the game, that all of a sudden your opinion is somewhat invalidated. But it's like, why is my opinion invalidated for not playing the game? I'm looking at the gameplay. I'm telling you what I would feel playing this. If I had the game in my hands, I would be like, yeah, cool. Cool, I moved left. I dodged the attack. Cool. Sure, I can have fun with it. I'm not saying that I couldn't have fun with this. I'm not saying that it's impossible to have fun with this. I'm not saying that you are wrong for having fun with this because, again, fun is subjective. Have whatever fun you want to have. I'm happy that people are willing to have fun with this. But the problem that I have is just sort of that, like, the conversation just seems to be both sides. The game is dog shit, absolutely terrible, there's nothing good about it, or the game is fun, that's all that mattered to me. It doesn't matter if it's this, or that. It's fun to me, and that's all that matters, and I feel like there's the disconnect. The game does have good qualities about it. The Pokemon do look fantastic. The Pokemon do have some kind of animation towards them. The combat style seems to be refreshing for Pokemon players, but I'm going to be honest with you, Pokemon fans, all you really have to do is just play Xenoblade at that point. You like it so much, go play Xenoblade at that point. Oh, but I don't like Xenoblade because it's not the same. I don't get to play with my cute little Mon that I have an attachment to. Okay, then. Well, you can grow to attach to these characters. Yeah, but it's not the same. And also, Xenoblade's like, it's just too much. It's too much. It might have, maybe I don't like having the fact that I have to like just stack up all these abilities back to back and time them well. I want to just do that. Well, then I guess you just don't, I guess you just want simplistic gameplay. It doesn't matter what it is the Pokemon feeds you as long as you get to see the cool Pokemon do the thing. And that's not even to go into some of these designs. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you guys. You can, and I know this is running a little bit longer than I have, but I'm going to give another 9 minutes of the rant and then we'll go into power scaling. I'm going to be honest with you guys. This thing right here, this is one of the biggest reasons why I just have so much of an issue with it. This fucking thing existing. Yes, I'm aware that this is the symbol for fire. Yes, I'm aware that, no, that's just it. It's just the symbol for fire. That's a Mega Pokemon. And you want to know what the craziest part about this Mega Pokemon is? You want to know how like Mega Pokemons are created to like, give like a brand new take on the Pokemon, maybe build upon what the Pokemon already had, all that, all that jazz, right? But I wanted to focus on these numbers real quick. 68, 72, 109, 66, 106. Every single Mega Pokemon gets approximately a 100 plus stat upgrade whenever they become a Mega. It's one of the reasons why they're Mega. They are more powerful. Now, not every single Mega Pokemon goes out of their way to, not every single Mega Pokemon, has these stats put out in the same way. Some have more towards their defenses. Some get stats put in more towards attacks. Some, like Mega Beedrill, which it doesn't even have to be competitively viable. I don't care about the competitive aspect of the game. I'm just saying, some Pokemon like Mega Beedrill, they have, they just are completely min-maxed for attack and speed, right? They even have some extra points statted into attack and speed, right? Let's look at Pyroar. 68, 88, 72, 92, 109, 129, 66, 86, 106, 126. Can you tell me what the difference in stat and base stat total is right there? 20 per stat. They couldn't even bother giving this thing. Hey, thank you so much, Prince 100 bills. Thank you for the $5. Guys, can we get some W's for Prince? Can we get some W's? Let's look up gameplay for Digimon Time Strangers. Digimon Time. As a matter of fact, Strangers first hour. I'm gonna give you guys the first hour because I did play the demo. No, not this one. No, not this. The first 6 hours, sure. We'll talk about the Digimon Time Strangers in the first 6 hours, right? You have this whole conversation about like, oh, these are the Digimon. Okay, we're gonna ignore the opening cutscene, right? Because the opening cutscene doesn't mean anything. Okay, so you start in here, you do all this shit, you walk around for a bit, and you go down here because we don't know what the point of what are we doing here is, right? You have all of these people yelling, and yeah, look, listen, I'll be honest with you. These textures for these people, they don't even have faces. They don't even have faces. They don't have, they look like just they're cell shaded. You could be like, yeah, Eon, so what's the problem if with Pokemon, if this is the start of the game? Sure, and we can keep going into this. But then let's talk about the actual combat system, right? Yeah, you just go in, you knock out the Pokemon, right? I don't see a difference, Eon. I don't see a single massive difference, so I don't know what the issue is. Okay, let's keep moving. It's just the beginning it's just the beginning minutes, yada yada yada. You go here, and you get a cutscene. Mind you, this is also a $70 game. Now, could you say, well, this also isn't worth $70? And if you want to say that, I completely agree. But I'm already in an area that, while I might not come back to it in the rest of the game... Listen, oh look, a giant Digimon standing in front of me. Oh look, it's walking up to me. Oh, it's threatening me. Oh, look at that. Something crazy is just happening right out of nowhere. And then look at this. Look, an animated background. Look, an animated cutscene. Omnimon standing there. Could this be the exact same move that Omnimon uses in the actual base gameplay? Trident Sword, Transcendent Sword, and Garuru Cannon? Sure. But they're using those animations to give us some insane gameplay, right? The only thing I've seen from Pokemon Z to A so far... Oh, you like my content? You just arrived in this live, by the way? Omnimon aura farming as usual? Yes, Omnimon aura farming as usual. Maybe buy the game first. Like, that's like judging an anime without watching it. The difference here is that I can watch the entirety of the gameplay for Pokemon Z to A and my opinion won't change on it. I can promise you that. I can maybe see, oh, that's interesting, but it's not going to change my mind on it because I've seen the gameplay. I've seen what the game has to offer. I've seen the final boss battle. I've seen all this shit. I've seen the fact that the gameplay has... characters whose mouths move but no voices come out. I've seen the game, I've seen the reviews, I've seen the gameplay. What else do you want me to watch? You want me to spend the $70 to just then sit here and say, hey man, it's just as I thought?
So you have to go stop it. That's it. No evil team.
There's no evil team, there's no big thing, it's just the little flower dude, just kind of went out of control because of mega power and pulled up and just made a giant flower, and that's it. That's the game. I'm sorry. I don't know what you want me to tell you. So yeah, I can tell you that yeah, there's a little bit of less effort put into it. Like I generally bring up Pyroar as an example because I'm like, who the fuck asked for this? Pyroar is one of those Pokemon that like you see it, you're like, huh, okay, and then you move on. You don't think about it. I've never once thought about this Pokemon. I've thought more about this Pokemon in the last week or two than the last 6-7 years, than the 5-6 years between generations 6 through 7 before I stopped playing because I never got 8. If only the game didn't look. Thank you, Prince. Thank you. Damn, no Team Rocket? Yeah, no Team Rocket. Anyway, I don't know. That's just my 2 cents on this whole conversation. I just feel like you deserve better. I just feel like Pokemon fans should be allowed to go into the comment sections, go into their reviews, go into just talk about and be able to talk about all the great things that their games have to offer without having people bog them down because the things are rightfully bog them down, rightfully go into the comment sections and say, yeah, no, this is ass, bro. This is terrible. No, we're not handling this. No, I think it's completely fine for people to say, I think it's completely fine for people to go in and say, and to every single comment section, whether things are good or bad, and say, yeah, no, this is completely lazy, soulless. There's nothing, it's just a shovel grab. It's just here to make money and that is it. They don't have to care about the quality of what they put out. They don't have to care about a standard because they will make the money. I think, and you know what? Call them out for it. I think it's completely justified. Don't say, I don't understand why people hate the game. I think that the hate is overblown. It's not overblown because the hate is coming from Pokemon fans. The hate is coming from people that want to buy these games. games. They want to buy these games. I want to buy these games. I want to buy the Switch 2. I want to buy Donkey Kong Bonanza. I really do. I've held it in my hands. I've played the game. Donkey Kong Bonanza is a fantastic game. I really have no issues with it, but I can't support this. I cannot continue to support this. Maybe my $20, maybe my $500 don't mean a lot at the end of, maybe my $70 don't mean a lot in the end of a long day. Maybe this isn't the biggest issue to come out in the terms of human history, and maybe I shouldn't be getting upset to the point. Maybe I shouldn't be getting upset to the point where I might give myself a heart attack because, hey, man, Nintendo, because it doesn't fucking matter at the end of the day. People are still gonna buy it. People are still gonna do their things. Maybe that shouldn't happen, but it shouldn't be the case, man. I should be excited about the next Pokemon game. I should look at a Pokemon commercial like I did. I should look at a Pokemon commercial, Pokemon Diamond and Pearl collection. Commercial. Commercial 2007. I should be willing to wake up one day and just see this pop up on the Nintendo or the Game Freak or the Pokemon channel. See something like this and feel excited for it.
They're gonna be everywhere.
I should be super excited for this kind of stuff, but this is just not the same company. It's not the same thing, man. The single model thing was only, I recently found out that the single model thing is only for like one cutscene, for like the starting cutscene. It's not for like the whole game, but it's fine, man. That's the issue that I have. Would you say that in versus debates that it would be bad to apply Yuha Box against characters who exist outside of context, which are inherent to Bleach's reality mechanics and triggers? I think it's fine to use because it is a hack's ability, and I don't think, and unless anything, okay. Let's move on to power scaling. The last thing I'm just gonna say is, man, for the people that say it's still fun at the end of the day, it's still your comfort, your comfort game, it's still Pokemon is still your comfort game. Pokemon is still enjoyable to you. For the people that say that, listen, I'm happy for you, but it's not for me. And I'm not okay with that. It's not fun. It's not interesting. I'm not okay with the fact that I have to sit here and see the quality of the franchise and the games that I love. To see the company that I used to grow up with, the only company that I knew that put out games at the time for such a large part of my childhood until I was like 7, 8 years old. I didn't know that other companies put out games. I knew that there was a PlayStation, but I didn't know who the fuck made PlayStation, that made the PlayStation 1. I want to sit here and know that they can still put out games, that I can go into the brand and that I can go and look at Mario Galaxy 2 or Mario Galaxy 1+2 and see that it's worth $40 for these games that I spent $40 more than 15 years ago. I want to be in that position again. I want to just be happy about this stuff again, but I can't be. And I hate the constant negativity that goes into it, because the constant negativity is, and I will say it, is objectively speaking warranted. It is warranted. Just because you don't understand or you refuse to understand and accept why people are upset with it does not mean it isn't warranted. And I think that's really just what it is. I think you deserve better. I think I deserve better. I think we as a community and as fans deserve better from these companies, man. I really think we do. You could bring up any other company, but I don't care a fuck about any company, right? I give a fuck about these two. And that's all it is. But anyway, that's it. It's a beautiful franchise, but Nintendo's one of the worst companies. No. It's not Nintendo is one of the worst companies. It's Nintendo and Pokemon Game Freak. They're some of the worst companies. All right, let's go back to what you guys were talking about before. Let's go. We're going to start talking about power scaling now. Somebody brought up before earlier on the stream. Can we move past Naruto and One Piece? And I'm gonna be real with you, we can, but I'm gonna have to like reteach myself a whole bunch of scaling, dude. I'm gonna have to like relearn a whole bunch of scaling. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I haven't really done any. Well, that's not really an excuse. I'm just not like in the right mental headspace, dude. I feel like I was watching Legal Eagle, I think it was, a guy that does legal content. He was talking about like just some stuff with like Twitch and everything, and he was talking about how he took a break from the internet. I might have to do the same. I'm not gonna lie to you, because there are so many things about like just the internet and stuff like that, just a lot of negativity going on. And I noticed that like I'm the type of person that like I take things, I internalize a lot of things, even if they don't remotely affect me in the slightest bit. I'm still not capable of properly controlling how I feel about things to the extent where I don't allow things to get to me. So I might have to take a break from the internet. Not to say I'm going to take a break from content as a whole. I know that the Naruto versus One Piece stuff is stale. Maybe switching it up could work, but at this point, I'd rather just push out content for stuff that I can just make things, I can just make content off the top of my head with like, well, just doing some side research on the side just to like freshen up. I'd rather just do that than have to like relearn entire new metas or try to figure stuff out about, matchups that contextually make me take more time into uploading videos that ultimately aren't garnering me an increase in viewership or subscriber count, or at least to an extent that I would feel like it would warrant me taking longer breaks if it meant that I'm getting our terrible companies. The only one I trust with quality is Controller's Nintendo, and yet they still make decisions to try and steal money for you, man. And they still make decisions to try and take money from you. I'm sorry, an amiibo is not worth $50. ZA is not worth $80. Listen, if you want to tell me that ZA was a $40 game, hey, listen. If ZA was a $40, not even, no. And let's be clear about this. Not 60, 40. If ZA was at least a $40 game, I would shut the fuck up. I'd be like, you know what? Fuck it. It's a $40 game. How much can I complain about 40? Are you enjoying? I enjoy it more than I would enjoy having to learn a fucking new meta just for the sake of having to probably not even get even half the views I already do on a video. I think the issue is that, and I'll just be honest with you guys about this before we really move on to power scaling, because I know that people want to switch things up. I know that people would like me to scale other stuff, but I think the issue is just that like I have to think about this from a content perspective, right? Because I'm very performance based, right? I put in so much work into the Luffy versus into the What It Means to Fight Monkey D. Luffy video a year ago. It's got 33k views, which honestly, looking at it now, is a lot more than I thought. But when this video first came out, dude, it even for like the first 4 months, this video only had like a little under 10k views. This one, Sukuna versus EMS Madara, which I do think I put in quite a bit of effort and research into, only 10k views, and my views have just been lowering over and over again. The Admirals versus Yonko thing only went up because that's a debate, because that's just a highly debated topic that just adds in fuel to the fire. And I feel like Naruto versus One Piece, for as much as people might not want to continue to hear me talk about it, is really just what gets me more views, man. Like, it really just is. Out of everything that I could talk about, everything else that I've gone into, it just doesn't. It just doesn't garner as much. If I go into Sukuna versus Buggy, the views are slightly less. More of these are just low effort uploads in terms of like editing and stuff like that. I don't blame people. They don't want to sit here and listen to other two people debate, unless it's like a live setting. I don't know, man. Maybe I just need to let my content wait a while, but I don't. Seeing them increase in views months and months and months and months and months later doesn't really help for me in the moment, because the amount of time that I put into a video wouldn't necessarily. I wanted to translate at least into the amount of views that I get, and I guess it's just an issue of like, you should branch out if you feel like you're getting stale. That's why I felt like just making the thing as a whole. I speak for everyone watching this in the entire chat, waiting for an apology. You know what? And I'm just going to say this, put user on timeout. I'm just going to put you on like a 30-minute timeout because I'm not listening to it. And this is also part of the issue, man. Let's just go back to the internet being a shitty thing, man. Let's just go back to the internet being a shitty thing for a second. Power scaling, and I've talked about this with my mods before. We had a whole conversation on this actually towards the end of the last stream. Power scaling in and of itself can become toxic. It's a very toxic environment. Yeah, I timed them out. I'm not dealing with this shit. Power scaling as a whole can be a toxic environment because it eventually boils down to, as one of our mods, Thine, puts it, my dad can beat your dad. This is what power scaling versus battles specifically boils down to. This is what versus battles like, can Naruto save Fishman Island? Can Naruto and B stop a Buster Call? It all just boils down to my dad can beat your dad. And it's exhausting. It's fucking exhausting. Because... Sorry, let me breathe. It's exhausting because when you have situations like, let's say, Yonko versus Admirals, people seem to abide by one side and then they bring up points, or they bring up criticisms that at the end of the day, or whether it's this or whether it's Naruto and Fishman Island, well, you're being biased because you downscaled or you upscaled or blah 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 blah. But then it's like, is it really a matter if I downplay or if I upscale if I'm just giving you the information that is being provided for me within the context of the story, right? Maybe my metric just does that. Maybe it's a problem with my metric that, just seems to be a disconnect of, listen, I don't go by calcs. I don't go by pixel scaling. I don't go by the stuff that other people have done, that if you go by those metrics, you can probably get them to be higher, but that just doesn't work for my metric, because the argument will always be, the argument that always supplants those kinds of arguments will always be, is that value canon? I'm not saying you shouldn't use those kinds of metrics if you don't want them. It's just that they just don't work for me. And when I upload the content into the channel, my channel, mind you, where I can upload power scaling videos by my metric, because at the end of the day, power scaling is let's talk about this, subjective topic of conversation. Power scaling is subjective. It's very exhausting for them to hear people constantly like bring in negative comments and bring in all this negativity and say, well, no, you're wrong. And probably I could be. I'm fine with the author of one of these stories to look at this and say, I do think you did downplay one of my characters. I'm fine with Kishimoto or Oda or Kubo, if I ever do make Bleach content, for them to say, hey man, this is like, I do think that like Naruto, I would say Naruto is stronger at this point. If Kishimoto told me, I think that Naruto by this point is continental or can blow up a country or whatever, or his AP is that country, to me, that means 10 times more than some random person trying to show me calcs. That, to me, not even 10 times. To me, that just is worth something, whereas somebody saying, well, this calc says that Naruto is country level or mountain level or moon level because I don't listen, again, if the calc means that much to you, again, it's subjective. If the calc means much to you, if the calc does mean that, then sure, scale them to that point. But here's the thing, don't try to debate that stuff with me, because it just, those values mean absolutely nothing to me. At the end of the day, those values will always mean nothing to me. Whenever I do, like, let's say a pixel scaling debate right here with some of my mods and stuff like that, those are their metrics we're going by. I am going to be judging it based off their metrics. So everything that they put in when it comes to the like the AP, because of what's quantifiable based on pixel scaling, whatever, I will judge it based on those metrics because that's the metrics that we are talking about. But when it comes to my content and my videos, I don't go by those metrics, because those metrics at the end of the day are always and will be countered by, but is it canon though? Right? It's not to tell someone, well, no, you're wrong. I don't care. No, listen, if you believe that those metrics are correct, don't stop me from telling you that they're not correct. I don't care if that's what makes sense to you, that's completely fine. But there's a disconnect of, again, trying to debate. The disconnect here is that people try to debate over it. The people try to debate what seems to be correct, when at the end of the day, it's all just subjective. If you want to say that Goku is universal because he wanted to crack the confines of the universe, sure, say he's universal. If you want to say that he's not universal because he never blow up anything even past the planet in Super, past that one scene, sure, say that. I don't care. That doesn't change my opinion on what the topic is. And at the end of the day, it's all just subjective at the end of the day. Does Akira Toriyama really, at the end of the day, care if Goku loses to Naruto? I don't think he does. I really don't think he does. It's really just a conversation of, but given the information that we have, this is the conclusion that we've come down to. And now, the reason why I muted the guy, the reason why I timed them out, whether or not they're still here, is very simple. Because conversations get very old very quickly. I still get comments on the Yonko versus Admiral video to this day, 3 months after, with people saying, with people giving me the same bullshit arguments that they did. Oh, Kizaru could have given Luffy food. But he didn't. Also, the fight was already over at that point. Neither of them were fighting. So, for you to tell me that Kizaru can kill a helpless, weakened Luffy that can't even lift a finger? Yeah, sure, I agree with you. He can kill him. I don't agree with that, but that's not Luffy at full power. That's not even Luffy trying. That's not even Luffy casually. That's just a weakened, shriveled up character that can't fight back, and you're saying that an Admiral can kill that? Sure, okay, that's fine. That's not going to change my opinion. You're bringing up the same arguments that I brought up. So to hear, and it's exhausting because it's like, I'm already over the conversation. If you have an issue, take it with the video. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not here to debate with you. Take it with the video. This is just my opinion. I've said it before, even in the video. If an Admiral does beat a Yonko, I'll change my mind. Yeah, that's all the evidence I needed. That's all I've been asking. I don't need some mental gymnastics argument about interpretation. I don't care what your interpretation is. They haven't won. It's just as simple as that. They just haven't won. All I'm asking is, if a Yonko could lose, then just show me them losing, and then I win, and that's it. Now, I know he's going to go into the whole conversation. I'm not even reading, by the way, I'm not even reading comments right now. I'm not even reading, like, people scroll shit, because I don't care to, like, read, yeah, well, I don't care about the conversation sparking back up. This isn't to spark back up the conversation. I'm just telling you my perspective. If you want to change my mind, your interpretations, the words that you say, are meaningless to me. They don't matter to me until what I want to see is objective proof. I can change my opinion on objective proof. When people say, well, Naruto tanked the moon explosion, that means it's and bringing the moon in would require planetary levels of force. Sure. Where is that stated? Again, if you believe that, that's fine. I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm just telling you, don't try to convince me of something if it's entirely based on the word interpretation. That's really what it comes down to. That's really just what it comes down to. So when I have people come up to my thing and say, and just bring up like the Tojo dude and just say, oh, another stream where Eon needs to write up an apology for the Admirals. Yeah, no, I'm done with the conversation, dude. It's annoying. That's one of the things about power scaling that's really annoying. I said your dad couldn't beat my dad, so now you're constantly harping at my comments and constantly harping in my stream saying, hey man, where's the apology? Where's the apology? Like, I don't owe you an apology. I don't owe any Admiral stand an apology. And I've told you guys, and I've said the same thing. If I can get if I can see an objective example of it, sure, I'll change my mind. I don't have an issue with it. If I saw Naruto, if I saw a statement that said, yes, if I saw a statement within the context of the story before the end of series, say, yeah, no, Kaguya could have destroyed the entire planet with that. Naruto and Sasuke, with not with the ATSO, but like let's say her punches feel like they could honestly destroy the planet if she just used it. Like, yeah, I would agree with it. Kaguya is 100% planetary at that point. It's contentious and people have debates about it and people have back and forths about it because it's not contentious. Because it is contentious, I mean. Because there is a back and forth. If people want to say, for example, if somebody wants to say, for example, the Don Chinjiao feat where he splits the continent isn't a continental feat because you can kind of see right there that it ends. Okay. Yeah, no, I wouldn't disagree with you. Here's the thing, I don't disagree with you. It kind of looks like it ends, sure, but you can only eyeball something so much. I can only eyeball a massive explosion actually, let me mute this. I can eyeball an explosion like this. Like, depending on who you're asking, right? Let me give you an example. Where is it? Oh, I got you right around. Let me see if I can find this example. 1 second, guys. There's an example right here where, for example, like we're talking about like eyeballing, right? Where it's like, oh no, that's Fishman Island. Oh, right, like around here. Nope. Okay, like this example right here, right? Like, look at this, Eon. This is a massive fucking explosion, right? Like, depending on who you're asking, someone would say, hey man, this massive explosion is like the size of a, I don't know. This is definitely bigger than mountains. It definitely looks like it's bigger than mountains. It definitely eyeballs to me. Like, I could see like a small country, like if I could definitely see like a small country like, I don't know, Croatia or something like that be blown up by that. I can see the entirety of a country be blown up by that. Sure, it's all based on eyeball, but I can't tell you something based on just eyeballing it. That's why I use things like it says, now you can split the continent of ice. Oh, the continent of ice is so tough, pickaxes and fire cannot do it. And then he shows a feat of him splitting the continent. I don't care if it doesn't show the entirety of the continent split. I don't care if, narratively speaking, the entire continent did split. We just can't see the end of it. I don't care about that. That's all meaningless to me because that's all interpretation. I'm talking about what is objective here. And what is objective here, what is an objective fact is that he says, I split the continent. What is an objective fact is that he says, now you can split the continent, grandson. That is what is objective about this. Where is it? The fact that the continent is tougher than the very ground. It's not that he's splitting a continent of just regular ice is powerful enough to split the continent of ice. That's just my argument. It says continent of ice. It uses the kanji for continent. So why can't it be continental? But then I had some dude say, well, he only split it for 1 kilometer. What exactly says that it's only a kilometer, man? Like, if you think that it's only a kilometer, that's fine. But you're trying to push on your belief onto me and say, well, it's only a thing. Listen, I'm not trying to push any of this. If you think that the Fishman steroids meta, if you think that the Fishman steroid meta is bullshit, think of its bullshit. I think it's bullshit too. I think that these 30 pills is fucking insane because the values that you get are astronomical. And if you have an issue with me using anime and manga, okay, then just use the anime versions of Luffy 100%. Then the anime versions of One Piece, the anime versions of the characters of One Piece are objectively speaking billions of times more powerful than the manga versions. That's just the difference right there, right? It's all about interpretation at the end of the day. Can beat many sub-members of the 27 Stern Raiders head-to-head fight as Aznot, Kangdu, Qingling, Ching, Keel, Go P, and Candace, and raw power and output and striking power, right? Continent in a One Piece world might be the size of Earth. Most important part of the feat is durability of the ice being highlighted. This continent is more durable than normal. Did you think of making video analysis? I think you could try doing that for One Piece, which seems to be a popular topic of your channel. I think so. It's a method of destruction that keeps it from being a continent. Okay, but I don't care about the method of destruction. I don't give a shit. I've told you. I don't care about using, like, listen, I told you, I don't give a shit about using versus battle wikis. Listen, I'm being honest about this. I don't give a shit about using versus battle wikis, Jules things. I only used it for the video just to give an example of, like, if you use these numbers, then yeah, you can quantify it. But I don't care to use these Jules. This shit is using conventional math. This shit is using conventional math to figure out how powerful some of these attacks could be. But guess what? Conventional physics and logics don't work with fiction. It just doesn't work in a series where you can just fly by having the powers of nature. It doesn't work when you have a world that is millions of times large, that can be millions of times or tens of times or 1 or 1.2 times larger than the planet Earth, because those factors would then have to be taken into consideration, right? When you have factors like pickaxes and fire being incapable of crushing ice. Jesus Christ. At the end of the day, dude, it's fiction. There are hundreds of different metrics by which everyone could use them for. And if someone said, well, by my metric, and here's the difference, right? If someone went ahead and said in one of my comments, right, by my metrics, Naruto would be this and Horty Jones would be that, without trying to say, like, oh, Eon, you're wrong, but by my metrics, I also get this and this and this. You know what I would say? I wouldn't try to have a back and forth. I would say, you know what? Fair enough. If that is the metric by which you are scaling these characters to, and that's what you're saying, listen, you know what? That's completely fine. I don't have an issue with that. If by your metrics you said, okay, well, actually using pixel scaling and actually using this, actually whether I use a ruler on my screen or whether I use real world physics and logic, just because I'm trying to base it as close to our real world as possible, then the equivalent would be this. I'm fine with that. I mean, you're not going to change my mind, but I'm fine with that. Honestly, I would say, you know what? This is pretty comprehensive. I've even told people in my other comment sections of my other videos before, this comment is extremely comprehensive. Even if I don't entirely agree with it, I can at least see where you're coming from. And honestly, yeah, I'm fine with that. That's completely fine. Because at the end of the day, all I'm putting out is just an opinion. I'm not saying that it's impossible for Naruto to stop the Noah. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that it's impossible for it. If you think that it's possible for Naruto, that's fine. I've seen comments with some dudes say, oh, yeah, but in my opinion, yeah, Naruto can stop it. Yeah. You think, I didn't comment on that. So you're saying, actually, you're wrong because, in my video, I proved blah, blah, blah. No, I don't care. But then you also have people that say, oh, this is such bullshit because of X, Y, C, blah, 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 blah. And then at that point, I'm like, well, it's not bullshit because this, and that. You can disagree with the metrics by which I used. That's completely fine. I don't care if you disagree with the metrics that I use, or I don't disagree, or I don't have an issue with you taking you believing that, like, the continent splitting feet isn't continental. I don't have an issue with you not believing that it is, but what else am I supposed to go off of? I don't care if it only stopped at an actual kilometer away. Split the continent of ice. I have two statements that just back it up plus a feet. That's all I care about. Author cares about the details of the story. They acknowledge the difference between a slice and an explosion. details of their story. They acknowledge the difference. Yeah, but here's the thing. Fans don't acknowledge the difference. Fans don't acknowledge the difference. Because I can promise you one thing. People like to bring up tailed beast bombs, right? People like to bring up tailed beast bombs. Actually, I can just bring up this example again. People like to bring up tailed beast bombs, but if you're trying to say that, well, like an author actually does care about like the size of the thing, and they care about the fact that like an explosion can do, but power scalers don't give a shit about that. In a lot of cases, power scalers go back and read the last 2 comments, just gave you money. Oh, wait, somebody gave me money? Oh, my bad. I haven't even, see, this is how I know I haven't even been checking up on like anything. I haven't been looking at anything. I'm just looking at the screen, man. What if you did a video topics like author versus their own stories, where you go over inconsistencies with author statements and actual feats? That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm actually gonna write that. Put this in front, and then yeah. Video ideas. Well, I'm not gonna put in the 30-minute power scaling video. Stream topics. Authors versus. I'm not gonna put authors versus their writing versus scaling. Writing versus scaling. That one's an interesting one. Eon, if Rox, if Roger and Rox only use sword techniques in a fight against Emu, does that change the way we look at Mihawk versus Shanks argument? Mihawk versus Shanks is, it's a bit more complicated, at least in terms of the nuance of both of these guys, because they did come in a generation after Rox and Rogers. The thing about Rox and just Goldie Roger as an example is that they're seen as like pinnacles of the One Piece verse in terms of power output, because Rox was able to, well, we already know about all the shit that Rox was able to do. We don't have a context as to how Rox goes down, and the perspective that people have had overall. And the perspective that people have had overall in terms of the story is that, like, Roger, Whitebeard, Rox had to have been, at least in their primes, these larger-than-life characters, which to an extent they do seem to be it, but these larger-than-life characters in terms of scaling. I think that us as power scalers have seen, like, the massive jumps and hoops that characters like the Yonkos are able to stand at. Just the massive differences between, like, somebody like Doflamingo, who seemed so powerful by, like, Dressrosa standards, Crocodile, who seemed so powerful by Alabasta, Rob Lucci by Water 7, Magellan by Impel Down. We see like the differences between these characters, and then like the later tier characters where they don't have to touch their opponents, where Hockey seems to be this extremely powerful force. And yet the most interesting portion about all of this is that like a sick Roger with like a year's left of life, like it brings up this discussion of like, well, how strong is he to his true prime before he was sick, before like did Roger's illness ever really like make him go into a decline? It didn't really seem like it, but we still don't know like what true prime Roger is like, right? There's a big distinction between like, or there's at least a big topic of conversation to have for characters like Roger, because we know that Rox is currently in his prime. We don't know if Rogers or Whitebeard are in their prime, just because we know that even years later, even years down the lines, when Roger has his full mustache, when Whitebeard finally has his own crew, we seem to have like these ideas that these characters are in their prime and they seem to be more powerful, but there's just no way to properly bridge them with characters like Shanks and Mihawk up until this point. I think it does raise up the bar for what Mihawk versus Shanks should be, especially if these characters are said, or at least speculated, to be at the same level, or at least nearing or edging towards the same level. But the issue just with the overall topic of conversation as a whole is that there is no bridge, right? I brought up this concept before in my other live streams before, with the idea of a bridge, right? And what is a bridge necessarily other than being a character or event or plot device that characters can use that can be used as a metric by which we can compare the strength of characters. This is a concept that I've been bringing up even to like my videos. And, you know, I've even talked about this with my mods before, where, like, the concept of bridging is, I think, very important when it comes to power scaling, and I don't think that people do enough. You have, if you were to just say that, like, for example, Jirobo is weaker than Madara, Madara is stronger than Jirobo, who was able to lift a giant Choji, right? Like, the giant version of, like, that Choji that Jirobo lifted with, like, a single arm or whatever, that guy... Oh, sorry. It's like what 180 something, right? It's like 186 or whatever, right? Like because, like, for example, right? Like I'll give you guys an example of like chain scaling. Again, one of the mistakes that I made in the Admirals or in the Vice Admirals video, where it's like, well, Jirobo is weaker than Madara, but Jirobo was able to lift Choji and, you know, send him up a couple of I don't know what this is, like a couple of dozen meters into the air. Yeah, you know, that's pretty crazy. So, like, Madara should be able to do the same thing, right? Madara should also be equally as strong, but no, that's not the case. Characters in fiction don't always have this, don't exactly allocate the same stats, right? I feel like a lot of the times what we do in terms of, like, chain scaling is where we say, because one character is this strong, then every other subsequent character needs to be stronger than them in in every single category. And if you have a series like, let's say, Dragon Ball, that might necessarily be just doing a basic research about characters I want to cover. Can I do power scaling / versus battle videos by just doing a basic search about the characters I want to cover, or would I need to learn entire metas? You don't need to learn entire metas, right? You don't need to inherently learn entire metas for it. After this, I think you should change this video title to venting stream. Yeah, setting up a versus battle. Sure, whatever. It doesn't exactly work, especially there's a ton of... what I'm trying to get at is that chain scaling only really works with series. Only works with series like... Not Naruto. Dragon Ball and Bleach. To an extent where being stronger enhances stats. Here's the thing, and Bleach, I'm gonna put Bleach with a asterisk, right? Because Bleach doesn't inherently entirely fall into it, since it's also more focused on hacks, but Bleach still has the same issue as Dragon Ball, where at the end of the day, all you have to be is just more powerful in order to just do better. Right? Just compared, but they never stated to be the same level. What are you talking about? Also the Cross Guild being such an issue, it's the first time ever that the world government has decided to go directly after a Yonko group. Yeah, but that's because the Cross Guild is also like directly targeting the Marines, and it's less of an issue of like the world government going after them, it's more so the Marines, right? What do you mean Crocodile has come back in? Okay, no, that's another thing. What do you think of making a video topic of conceptual abilities, no being end all and be all, and that's not all conceptual abilities are, and have their clear limitations and impotence? I think that's an interesting topic I think that's like interesting to talk about in theory. It's just, you know what the problem is? And I think this just boils down to back to the idea of content, right? There's only so much that I could talk about a topic, at least even on a stream, without it being an entire 10 or 15 minute video, right? I think the issue here is that, like, even for topics like Naruto versus Fishman Island, there is a drive for me to make this content, right? Like, ignore, like, okay, for a second, right? Let's ignore for a second, let's just ignore the live stream videos, right? Whenever any one of these topic of conversations came up to me, it's because I thought they were interesting, right? There was something, it wasn't just the fact that I thought it was interesting, like in Naruto and Beast Stop, a Buster Call, right? It wasn't just a topic of conversation where it's like, what if I throw one character versus 5, but like they genuinely just don't have a win condition, therefore an argument could be made, right? There is a certain fuel behind every single one of these, where it's, whether it's just me feeling frustrated that, like, whether it's an interesting topic of conversation that actually makes me want to talk about it, whether it's me being frustrated that I can't put out the content that I can waste so much time talking about something without, you know, without being able to monetize it at all. And if I just throw it in, it just shows low effort and I just get nothing out of it. You know, I think for me, the issue is that, like, I want to feel invested in a topic of conversation, and having these theoretical conversations that we brought up, having to look at and read through all of these stories, because guess what? It's not as easy. I'll get to your last comment in a second. It's not as easy as just, like, talking about, like, powers that are end all or be all, but then bringing up, like, you know, but then having to read through the entire story to, like, you know, I think the issue with these topic of conversations of, like, these more, like, theoretical concepts of, like, you know, end all be all conversations, I think, like, the conversation with Four about, like, hey, talking about, like, the author versus where the fuck? Writing versus scaling, right? Authors writing versus scaling. Authors writing versus scaling, right? Where it's like, I could talk about, like, one or two examples of this, but at the end of the day, like, if I want to really make a point about this, I should use more examples, but at the end of the day, it then boils down to an issue of, like, do I have to read an entire story to get the full context of it to just be enabled? Do I just cherry pick a few examples and then just base my entire argument off of it? And at the end of the day, it boils down to a discussion of, like, would this really help the channel at all in the end, right? I'm going to be honest with you guys. YouTube is sort of the only avenue by which I feel like I can live my life doing something that I do genuinely like and love without it devolving into, you know, just having a monotonous 9-to-5 life, right? I want to make it work, but at the same time, I'm very performance-based, and with how little videos that I can work on, that I can actually put on a ton of time and energy into, for as little as they can do, like this one, or even this one, or even Bugs Bunny versus Monkey D. Luffy. Dude, I spent, I think, like 2 weeks just watching Looney Tunes for days and days on end, just for it to just get 4.9k views, man. It's disheartening. I'm very performance-based when it comes to it, but I'm also someone who works on topics that they have a legitimate interest in, because I need that interest to be what fuels me through the process. Listen, doing the research, there are points in time where I like watch through Looney Tunes where I'm just like, dude, where I'm just clicking through the entire episode, not even fully watching it through. I'm just clicking on it, seeing like if there's anything I can use at certain points, or skipping through videos that have nothing to do with Bugs Bunny, just because it's like, it does get monotonous. It does get to a point where I'm like, this is exhausting at certain points. This is like taxing at certain points to like also have to between, again, all the negativity that I have to, like, you know, see when comments pop up, or all just the exhaustion of, like, you know, seeing people bring up the same points over and over and over again with all my comments. So when I have an interesting topic like Bugs Bunny versus Monkey D. Luffy, for example, that topic fuels me through the monotony of having to go through the entire process of putting out a video, right? I like the process. I like it at the end of the day in terms of its whole, but there is a lot of monotony that goes into it, and it just doesn't fuel me as much. So a topic like that, it's like, what exactly about the topic fuels me? Especially when, if at least the idea that a topic of conversation, like talking about the inconsistencies of power scaling when it comes to writing, I could use one piece as it alone. I could use one piece alone to talk about the scaling, to just talk about this video, but then it just brings up the topic of conversation of, well, but what if the video just doesn't do well? What if people just don't care to click on the channel or on the video alone, and I just end up getting like 1.6k views, or 2.8k views, or 4.6k views after like 2 months, man? What then? I busted my ass talking about a topic of conversation that didn't fuel me at all, that I had to force myself through just for it to not account for anything. And I'm just like, my brain wasn't fried. It's the curse of being a small channel with good production. My brain wasn't necessarily fried. I did find portions of it that were funny. It's hard to hook interest while trying to be unique, and that's the issue with it, man. And that's what I was saying before about like making a video about Pokemon, just voicing my frustrations, man. It's like, I could do it. It could help out the channel. I should just become a YouTuber. Is this why you stopped reading Bleach? Yes. Is this part of the reason I stopped reading Bleach? I don't enjoy Bleach. I don't think it's a good story. I feel like I feel like Ichigo's character, while I understand him a lot more, he doesn't feel to me like a character that I could see going through all this shit, right? Let me give you an example, right? I'll just give you an example, right? Ichigo went through some trauma early in his life, and because of that, it shaped him into who he is today, right? All of the bullshit that seeing his mom killed, being powerless to save her, it got him to the point where he knows what it is that he has to do, right? I ended off at like 483 or some shit, right? It was like 483, right? But his character doesn't remotely seem to be like, you know, for a story that. His character, the way that he thinks, it just doesn't feel like it follows the same... I don't even know how to word this properly. I just don't like his character. I feel like it's just too easily accepting of all the random shit that's happening between the hollows, between the spirits, between all that crap. It just feels like for Ichigo, for Ichigo and the characters, it just feels like nothing at the end of the day matters because he's just the cool guy that... He's just a cool guy that wants to protect everybody around him. I don't feel the motivation is there, but it just doesn't feel... I just don't feel any entrapment with the character. Not entrapment. That's not the word. I just don't feel like anything attaches me to this character. I don't know why I should like Chad. I like the design. I like Chad. I think the power moveset, even if it's just big punch, go boom, which could work, but it boils down to just that, and then Chad being a useless-ass character at the end of the day. Yeah, Chad is cool, Chad slander won't be it, but Chad doesn't do anything. Why should I care about Chad? He wants to help out his friends, he's a real day one, everything about Chad is great, but he's inconsequential to the story for the most part. Orihime just has a broken ability. She's cool, I like her personality and everything, but she doesn't have enough of a spotlight put into her besides being the damsel of distress for me to like her. Uryu is the smart guy with the cool bow and arrow that analyzes his fights a bit more and tries to be a bit more subtle with with the way that he runs things, and he loves being a Quincy. He's very proud of his heritage. He does all of his things, but why the fuck? But he's not the main character, and he's not interesting in the slightest bit. He's just a guy who's very proud of his fucking heritage, but is just constantly and consistently overshadowed and needed an entire busted-ass ability just to help him fight with the other top tiers of the verse, and Ichigo is just a Gary Sue in many cases, because in both of these cases, with both of these characters, they are inconsequential because they both lost their powers and just got them back. What is the point of taking away your opponent's powers and gave them back? I would be so upset if Luffy loses the Gum Gum Fruit just for it to come back later. What's the point of taking away powers if you're just gonna give them back? What I'm more upset by is that for example, what I'm more upset by is that, like, you did all of that, but you still took away holification? Why take away holification? What was the excuse that holification was gone? I don't know why. I still don't fully understand. Because why? Because Zangetsu and fucking White fused together? They're trying to show Ichigo that they are his Zanpakuto, that they are together? But then why the fuck doesn't Ichigo holify again? What is he so afraid of? Oh, that he's going to turn into that monster again? But he clearly didn't seem to have that issue later when he was just beating the fuck out of Aizen. Why? Because at least explain to me, at least give me a statement that says, yeah, now your Hollow powers and your Soul Reaper powers are actually one. We're actually one. You don't need to holify anymore. All this power is just going in your base. I just want to see that shit, man. You know what the favorite, and you know what, it's not odd. Is it odd that my favorite thing about these stories is the mechanics of their powers? It's not odd, and it's not, and I agree with you. I like the consistency of it. I like things being explained to me. Well, I shouldn't say Gary Sue, but everything really does seem to turn out well for Ichigo regardless of what it is that happens. The guy legitimately has next to no flaws. What are Ichigo's flaws per se? He's cool, he's tall, he's handsome. Multiple female characters fall in love with him. He is an anchor for everybody else around him. He has his mind set out exactly on what he needs to be. His development is more so just understanding that the powers inside of him aren't something for him to fear. Like, his biggest flaw is just that he's a bit of a bitch because he's afraid of what his powers will turn him into, but he doesn't just accept the fact that they are. He was in contact with supernatural life. He's stubborn? Sure. He skips school. Yeah, sure. I guess those are his flaws, man. When people use the term Gary Sue, it isn't to, like, badmouth the character, at least per se. It's just to say that, like, there's nothing about this character. There's no inherent flaw about this character that makes me want to like him. By the way, I don't know why I ended up on this. I got so close to like this cool ass portrait, and I don't know, man. Does get brutally beat down as usual. Yeah, but when Ichigo does get brutally beat down, it means up nothing in the end because he still beats the dudes in one hit. I could go in and show you all of the fucking fights that he's been in where he just locks in and he wins. Getting beaten down, again, is stakeless. There are no stakes. There's no stakes. There is nothing for me to have to worry about because at the end of the day, Ichigo's going to pull through. There's a massive difference, right? There's a massive difference between like, 1 second. There's a massive difference between like somebody like, for example, Luffy getting one tapped by Kaido and being brought down, having to go through an entire training arc, same as Ichigo when he lost to Byakuya, going through power up after power up after power up. The difference is with Luffy, you see that constant struggle to build his way back up. You might be able to say the same thing with like Ichigo where he had to fight Renji or where he had to fight Kenpachi. But even then, you just find the constant inconsistencies of like, well, Kenpachi is meant to be the most vicious Soul Reaper. The title of Kenpachi is meant to be for the strongest Soul Reaper. But wait, no, it's actually meant to be for the most vicious Soul Reaper. No, it's actually meant to be the one for the Soul Reaper that enjoys fighting the most. So then which the fuck is it? Because you hop around the decision every fucking time. I have so many issues with Bleach just based down for the writing because I think more about the stuff that I think this series should do, and then I'm just upset and just let down that the series just doesn't do it, man. When I read something like Jujutsu Kaisen, for example, right? When I read something like the final battle for Bleach, right? Where like Yoruichi, for example, right? Yoruichi got sick. Where the fuck was the scene where like Yoruichi lost? What was the does anyone know the chapter where like to like the cat form and then just stopped fighting like afterwards? I don't care about any of this shit. Kenpachi, yeah. We're gonna go to 50. This guy. This I don't. You know what? I wasn't even gonna talk about it, but this never a non-combat trained individual that has never been in a single fight fights as close to a godlike being as possible with a weapon that just so happens to counter it, man. Yeah, just so happens to counter it. And then the girl that does not have any feats, does not have any statements, does not have anything about her that even remotely implies that she is anything close to strong, she repelled God and beat him. Yeah. That doesn't feel satisfying to me. The only stakes is getting beat up. The character will die. However, you deep down know the MC is not going to die, especially if they already have a track record against the laser pants guy. Yeah, but I don't think the character is the issue, but their personality sucks. I have the same issue with MHA. Is a good written character, but his personality is dog shit. For Ichigo, it's Bleach as well. Interesting. You can make a composition for your critiques as Bleach as long as they're respectful. Here's the thing. Listen, I'm not here to disrespect Bleach as a whole. I think that a lot of the themes that Kubo can throw in, a lot of the inspiration that Kubo has, I think that the way that he tries to throw in Spanish and German into his series is genuinely one of the coolest parts about it, because I love it when I can hear Resurrección. I love it when I can hear Sonido. Sonido sounds cool as fuck. All of these things are great about Bleach, but it all ends when I get to the story and writing. It all ends there, and story and writing, believe it or not, are things that I genuinely want to see. There are things... Marizu arc, he needs... Like, I'm sorry, man. I don't know. Like, I just feel so frustrated because it's like there are things that I want to talk about. There are things that I could potentially want to talk about, but then at the end of the day, it just all boils down to like either lack of a satisfaction for a series that, while it does have its good things, just is modeled by so many things that just make me dislike it from a writing perspective. There are situations where I have, like, with writing the there are situations that spark up with, like, for example, the again, making content about the more intricate parts, about power scaling and so on and so forth, but then it all just ultimately meaning nothing if people aren't gonna fucking watch it. It's like I'm stuck in like this really weird place right now where it's like I don't know what to do with the channel, I don't know what to do with the content, I don't know if I should start shifting it slowly towards other things, and for the things that I do care about, I'm just... And then in my own personal life, I'm here caring about stupid shit like Pokemon, and it's like I don't know what I need, man. I don't know what it is that I need. I feel like I guess that like I'm just venting to you guys. I'm trying to like just express just the frustrations that I'm going through, like not just on like a daily basis, but also like from a content creation perspective, from a chronic online internet user. I don't know, man. I will shout you out to my Discord friends. I mean, you guys can shout me out. I'd appreciate any of the help, but I'm not back to reading Bleach. I was just going on it. Yeah, the plot device of the sword pull out of nowhere is really bad to get rid of a One Piece villain. Nothing organic about it. Only matter of a sword pull out of nowhere. It is really bad to get rid of an OP villain. I thought you meant One Piece for a second. Yeah, I know. No, I know that venting can be healthy. I know that venting can be extremely healthy. I tell that to people all the time. I have a lot of people that actually vent to me, man. It's just, I feel like the things that I need to vent about are things that like most of the people that I know don't exactly have a proper analog for. And then, and some of the cases with like the Pokemon or Nintendo stuff, it's like at the end of the day, does it really matter? When it comes to like the content creation side, it's like the only other content creator I know is Stein Nixos, who's also taking a break, and I don't want to like bother him or anything about it. I'm not the type of person to like hit up other content creators to see if we can make content together. Cause I'm also someone that like, I don't like having expectations for others. I really don't. I usually just try to do my thing. I try to have just expectations for myself and the things that I do. But like, and part of the reason is because like, as I mentioned before, and as you guys can probably tell, when I have expectations for things, in this case, you know, Nintendo and Pokemon, it gets to a point where like it has a physical consequence on my body, which is just bad for me in general, man. I don't know. Yeah, no, I know what you meant. Overpowered. Yeah. Kubo was extremely stubborn with his ideas. If he had somebody do some proofreading, he could have been better. Yeah. No, I mean, like, part of the thing that I think like people don't tell you when it comes into content creation, and it's not to say that like content creation is inherently like a difficult thing to do, inherently speaking, like, you know, because all you have to do is just find a niche topic of conversation to have with other people, you know, maybe, and in some cases it's just, you know, play to the meta, play to the algorithm, talk about Pokemon. I could do that. I could make a video. You guys might see one if I still feel like I need to vent about it, but I don't think it's necessary. It's just the fact that I want to be able to talk about the things that interest me, but I also want to talk about the things that interest other people, but the issue I think that it boils down to at the end of the day is just me as a person, that I am the type of individual that I am very results oriented. I need to see that if the amount of work that I put into something has an equal or at least somewhat relative if it has at least an equal or somewhat relative, you know, outcome to it, you know, a reward, so to speak. If I put out a video, like, if I put out a video at like 9K views, in most cases, I would see other YouTubers, even if they have a subscriber count of like 100,000, you know, they have like 120,000, right? If I have a video of a YouTuber that has like 1,000 subscribers can get like 8K, you know what I mean? Like, it's in many cases, especially for channels that are able to monetize themselves to the point where they are able to live entirely off of just their channel alone, and maybe some of the help of their supporters, which is always, you know, welcome and, you know, just one can always be grateful for. It's still the idea that like they're getting more views than they have subscriber counts, but in my case, I get less views than I have subscribers. And where there was a steady increase of at least a subscriber view, even when I wasn't really putting out videos, it sort of almost feels like it's at a halt. I would be willing to do video topics of conversations. I am burnt out. I've been 100% burnt out. I mentioned it last week, and I mentioned it even to my mods. Like, I do feel like I'm burnt out. I feel like there's this weird case of like, I 100% could. Listen, I could start writing on this right now. I could talk about the Gazelle Man 200 miles an hour thing. I could talk about the fact that Nami can hurt Luffy. I could talk about the fact that, I don't know, that Crocodile can just get stronger for whatever reason. That Trafalgar Law went from not being able to 1v1 Doflamingo to 2v1ing a Yonko. You know what I mean? I could talk about all those things. Those are all examples I could bring up, but then it's like, and even if it's a topic of conversation that I'm not exactly interested in, or it's a topic of conversation that's like Whitebeard Alliance versus the Shinobi Alliance, which would be a massive fucking video since the level of detail that I like to personally go into is a lot more deep than I would say the average power scaler. I could definitely do that. I could definitely make an entire hour-long video talking about this, or a 30-minute video, since most of the characters are unquantifiable anyway, so who gives a shit? I could read through all of Scale Generator Rex. I almost forgot about this. I could make a video watching through all of Regenerator Rex and stuff, but at the end of the day, what does it matter if I'm just not going to get the views, man? You have to find a balance between the two, or just post what you want. And that's the thing. It's like, if I post what I want, like people said, it's just going to become scale. Because, like, if I can, because, like, part of my thing is that, like, I kind of just want to push out content. Just push out content, just push out content, just push out content. I was thinking about, I'll just be honest with you guys. You know what? I'll be honest with you guys. You guys remember this stream? Kakashi versus Trafalgar Law? I thought about it for a second. You know what? Earlier, if any of you might have picked it up on it earlier, I was on part 1 Naruto. You know why? Because I was going to scale Kakashi. I was going to actually make an entire video scaling Kakashi versus Trafalgar Law, and then explaining why, even with a Kamui DMS dual Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo, Kakashi has, like, next to no win condition against Law. And the only reason is because he has Shambles. Because Room is that fucking busted. I wanted to make a video topic going over why this matchup is so fucking one-sided. Even if I don't go into the energy steroid meta, whatever reason, I was thinking about doing it. You know, why not? I was thinking about making this whole stream topic after I went on my little rant about why, even if I give Kakashi every benefit of doubt, he still can't beat Law, and it's simply because Law has a broken ass ability that does more things than the 2 broken things Kamui does. I wanted to make a one-sided curb stomp matchup. I was like, you know what? I'm choosing violence. I want to make a curb stomp that's so one-sided that people understand that even a god-tier character in Naruto like DMS Kakashi, one of the top 3 characters, one of the characters that, because let's be honest, some people I've read on the internet think DMS Kakashi is stronger than Naruto or Sasuke. Some people would even argue that he's stronger than Jubi Madara. I don't know. I don't really care who he's stronger than. That's the pedestal that people put him down to. And I can put him up against a character that loses to current Luffy. Sure, it's probably mostly hacks. I don't care. Naruto has crazy hacks. Why can't I talk about One Piece crazy hacks? But that's the thing. It might be a little stale. It might be a little topic. But at this point, I'm just like, fuck it. Just push out the content and for what it needs to be, man. Wow, Lofa, Doofy, and Fuji, sir. Of course you'll lose in a 1v1 right away. Yeah. Ever thought about making shorts? I know that I was thinking about making a short. I was thinking about actually sitting down for this week and making a short for the can he stop Fishman Island? I was thinking about making a short for that. I'm thinking about, like, maybe the week after I upload a video, when I have, like, a day off, not a day off, but when I have, like, a day where I can just, like, work on content, I can just, like, make a 1-minute video. I should be able to, like, get that done within a day. How about the average Shinobi versus the average Shinigami? Foot soldiers versus Shutto? That's not interesting to me at all. Average Shinobi suck. Believe it or not, the average Shinobi sucks, and what is that really going to do for me, right? I'm going to talk about some random fodder-ass Shinigami that can blow up a wall, and I'm going to talk about some random Shinobi that has some random jutsu. What jutsu does the average Shinobi realistically have, right? I can't get, like, do I have to just choose some random dude, or I have to just choose some random foot soldier? Because if I choose some random foot soldier in Bleach, they have, like, no feats, nothing to talk about. If I choose some random Shinobi, I have to give you a name at least, because the best I could say is they could make a clone jutsu. If we're going by, like, at least the Hidden Leaves metrics, they have a clone jutsu. They can hide behind walls. Substitutions, if you're like a Jonin, because I've never seen a Genin use substitution jutsu. That's it. Like, my day's been fine. Have you seen how much Oda and Kishimoto glazed each other? Yeah. So how proud are you about your Kaido versus 5 Kage video? I'm proud about it. I'm not proud about it because there are a lot of issues with the video, at least from where I'm at now in terms of, like, making videos to where I was before. I do think that, like, I could have done a better job, but I'm sure you're talking about the subscriber count. The subscriber count isn't something that it's not something that I'm inherently proud of. The reason being any video could make, any video at all can get you a ton of views. This video just so happened to get me a ton of views that ended up giving me a good number of views for the rest of my channel, at least for the following videos moving onward for the next couple of months. But then it just started to like shoot down, and that was the reality of it. Whether it was taking breaks or it was people just realizing they didn't like my content, that was sort of it. It's a sign that that if I talk about a topic of conversation, if I go for the algorithm, if I talk about a topic of conversation that will make people come at my video and interact with it, that's what I have to do. What about the fact that it has 350? Like, that was just a surprise for me. I wasn't aiming for 350,000 views. I don't view things in terms of by the way, just to let you guys know, I'm a consistent pessimist. I don't view things from like a positive perspective. I view it from like yeah, 350k views, great. But and it helped out my channel quite a bit. Those are the things I'm happy about, but I can't replicate the numbers. At best it was just a fluke. I look at things very logically, and I look at things very holistically. Maybe I could blame Blue Lock for this. But Blue Lock is a series that honestly it kind of brings up the context of conversation, at least as far as what we're talking about here, right? 1 second. I'll give you guys an example, actually. Okay. You guys see this moment? This is where Nagi... There's a moment in Blue Lock, in the next Blue Lock, where Nagi hits this fucking post. Let's just say this is me right now, right? I hit the 350k views, right? Nagi performed a 5 revolution... Nagi performed a 5-fold revolutionary feint volley. That goal was disgusting. It was seen around the world as one of the most insane, disgusting goals of all time. Even the main protagonist was like, yo, this is impossible. I just don't know how he was able to do it. He says, though I doubt if he could do it again on command. Why did it show up? I can't just write off the formula. And so he walks up to him and he says, Nagi, how did you reach this point? I've been playing soccer just to beat you, then Rio helped me out in the end. He was just doing the thing. Me, I was just doing the thing. I hit this goal. This was my 5-fold revolution volley. I hit the goal. I did something insane for such a small YouTuber at the time, or an extremely small YouTuber at the time, I should say. I hit something insane. Yeah, but then I can't reproduce it. I can't reproduce something like that. At least right now, it's just something that I'm not able to reproduce. Maybe it's because I need to hit up a topic of conversation that really hits people in the groin. Maybe it has to be Naruto versus Luffy. Maybe I just have to go with the most cookie cutter matchups of all time in order to get the views up, and so that later on I can talk about these other matchups and say, yeah, and talk about them more comfortably. But that's not the case, man. And what happens later? Nagi just continues to perform worse and worse and worse. Same thing is sort of happening here. I'm not going to say that's like the exact same scenario, but I am saying that like it's a bit of a similar metric. I don't know if I should bring back Sandbag. I've been thinking about bringing back Sandbag into the channel. I'm thinking about utilizing Sandbag. I don't know, man. Bleach versus JJK. I'm going to be honest with you, Six. Bleach versus JJK is not that interesting in my opinion. For one, I have to talk about a series that I don't care about versus a series that I do care about. In the other case, it's like the only characters in Bleach in JJK that I can talk about are the upper echelon top tiers versus a bunch of like mid to dog shit tier characters in Bleach. That's not interesting to me, man. That's not interesting to me. Especially since the weaker verse, for example, I have to use the upper echelons for that. That's why I don't do a lot of like JJK versus Naruto, because it's like, who do I really do matchups for, right? Like, what are some interesting matchups for JJK versus Naruto, right? Like, what? I don't know, man. They just don't interest me. They just don't interest me. I don't want to go back to read JJK just so I can compare to Bleach, because I can't do it to One Piece or else One Piece curb stomps. And if I do it to Naruto, I mean, what are the interesting matchups there? They get either Naruto characters get out hacks or win through hacks, man. It's just not interesting at all. I don't know, man. And at that point, I might as well just do curb stomp matchups just because it just is what it is. I recently came across a statement that says the clash between Lugia and Kaido shock scenario of around 5,000 miles. It's some forum. Oh, if it's not in the series, what about Kaido versus Madara at 105k? Kaido versus Madara, again, it just piggybacking off of this. Once I uploaded this video and it hit those crazy views, this video hit those views again because it came from the same dude that made a video about that. Again, Bleach stomps. Yeah, it stomps for the most part. I think shorts are a great way to introduce Sandbag and Bungus. Yeah, like Six saying, I've seen for a while, the current golden child is Bleach. Do some content on it. Cough, cough, Getsuga fucking Tensho sucks. I guess. Yeah, but here's the issue. Here's the issue, right? My metric, I like my metric. I think my metric works for the most part. But the thing that the problem with my metric is that it doesn't necessarily bode entirely well with a series like Bleach, for example, that doesn't necessarily use consistent statements. How big are these pillars? How big is this fucking pillar, right? Like, what is the material that this pillar is made out of? Is this material stronger than concrete? I don't know. There's a lot of factors that I had to go into. Is the material stronger than iron or metal? I don't know, right? It's just a spirit particle. There's no real world metric or basis by which I can compare it. Okay. Now, they're cracking each other through these giant pillars. To me, these are just buildings, right? Now, some might say, well, no, whoa, hold on, Eon. They're inside Las Noches, and Las Noches is like a country. And these pillars would certainly be larger than a fucking... And Las Noches is massive. Yeah, but it takes 3 days to walk through it. Well, a real world counterfeit... Well, I think at one point, didn't they like run closer towards Las Noches or some shit? I don't know, man. It's like, I'm just saying, well, these are like just giant buildings for me. And you know what the problem there is with me just saying that shit? Bleach fans don't want to hear that. This is the problem. Bleach fans don't want to hear it. It's exhausting, man. Like I said, part of the thing that has me burnt out is also the exhaustion of having to hear people say that you can't scale, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you're making these disingenuous claims, you're downplaying when I'm really not. What am I supposed to tell you off of this? It's a giant pillar, okay? Okay? It's a giant pillar. What am I supposed to tell you off of this? Yeah, they broke it. That's it. What else? What is the pillar? Does the pillar have the durability of a continent? Does it have the durability of a country? Does it have the durability of... I don't fucking know. Oh, he fired, what, 5 of these things? Cool. Hit Ichigo from the back. Oh, one of them blasted that thing. Again, that's just a building to me. I don't know what to tell you. In my opinion, this is no more fucking... Him doing this is no more impressive to me than Sukuna sending out a fucking slash. Because I have nothing else to go off of. How people say these pillars have the size and densities of a star. Yeah, but see, that's the problem. Those don't interest me. None of those topics of conversations. I don't want to talk about Grimmjow. Grimmjow is not a cool character to me. Grimmjow does not have an interesting moveset or an interesting thing, and that's the fucking problem, man. People want to see something, and I can make it, but then and I could make it. Here's the thing. As a matter of fact, I could right now scale the entirety of this, and my answer will still be the same. He is approximately 10 times stronger than he was before. How strong before was he? I don't know. I cannot give you a metric, a quantifiable scale, and since I only scale by low ends, because the low end is the least that one could argue, it is consistently the least that one could argue, I'm gonna be called someone who downplays, downtrodden, that downplays, that doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, and so anyone that watches the videos is gonna say, I'm not watching this because it's bullshit, so that fucks up my views, and at the end of the day, if it results in, again, even if I switch up on things, if it results in 2.7k views, then I slogged through the next 2 weeks talking about a character I do not care for, I don't think is cool, I don't think is interesting, does not have an interesting design, means jack shit little to me. Grimmjow could honestly die and I wouldn't give 2 shits. It wouldn't bring out any... He could have the most sad, pitiful death in the entire series, being cradled in Ichigo's arms, and I wouldn't give... It wouldn't even move my shriveled little heart. The same thing for Ichigo. I don't care about these characters. They're not interesting to me. They're not enticing. They're not characters that have anything about their movesets or their abilities be remotely interesting other than this mask is a 10 times amp. This fucking jacket is a 10 times amp and so 100 times stronger, but from what? From a guy that can blow up buildings? What's 100 times blowing up buildings? I don't know. A city? Small town? Oh, but if I call Ichigo small town level, Eon's downplaying. This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. But what else am I supposed to use then? Because they don't say the entirety of this place is a country. Las Noches, they don't say any of this shit. So what am I supposed to boil it down to? I'm not going to use pixel scaling. I'm not going to use it. I'm not going to use some random fucking calcs that somebody wrote up on the internet. That's not going to happen. I'm not okay with going against my own metrics just to be able to provide a video that at the end of the day is just going to do equally as bad, man. What happened? I would think that the largest, that's a large building, is city block level at best. I would avoid, but it's extremely inconsistent in terms of coverage and crosswords. Wouldn't take your, the fandom wouldn't take your scaling, and it doesn't interest you, so just avoid it. And that's the issue, man. I'm just frustrated, man. I'm just frustrated. You guys all, and here's the thing, you guys are offering really good solutions. You guys offer really good solutions. It's just, the pessimist in me is just thinking, but what if for a second I do it? What if I do make the content? What if I do make the video? What if I do spend the next 2 weeks doing it? I put out the best video that I can. I give the most fair interpretations that I can give while saying, you know what, Grimmjow is, I don't know, country level. I'll give him country level. I have no reasons to get, and I say it, I don't have anything to give him off of country level, but I'll fucking do it. What if I do that? What then? I made a video that I'm being disingenuous about, because I'm just giving scaling that I just can't give, just because I'm afraid of getting negative comments from people, and then from the people that do watch my content and that do agree with my metrics for the most case will then say, but your scaling wasn't consistent. You chain scaled, or you kind of had no evidence to really go off of, so the scaling does come disingenuous at a bit, and it really just boils down to then me just doing it so I don't get negative comments. Negative comments are going to happen either way. It's an inevitability. It doesn't matter, but then it's like, it's not just the negative comments, it's the lack of views, so it's just like, man, I don't know. Just try something once. I could. Yeah, it's just based on how long it takes. Yeah. My guy, those buildings. Okay, Sukuna-ish. What? Can you give me? Yeah, thanks, Bob. I appreciate it, man. I'm just burnt out, man. I'm just burnt out. Feeling the burn. Feeling the. Just to clarify. Burnt. There we go. I don't know, man. I'd say stick to your commitment on scaling. Yeah. What vid do you think will make great content? I don't know. I'm at the point where I don't know. I'm at the point where I'd rather just upload. I'm at the point where I'd rather just upload another arbitrary Naruto versus One Piece video, because it's the only thing that I can put out content for consistently and quickly that can at least generate me some personal income, so that I can, you know, pay off some of my debt, pay off some of my bills, you know, stuff like that. It's the only thing that I can do. It's sort of like this weird place of, if I make content on this crap that I don't care about, I have to spend the next couple of days learning the scaling first of all, I have to re-download, I think, what is it, like under 200, I have to re-download not only everything from where I stopped reading, but everything from chapter 1 onward, because I was on vacation, so I'd have to re-download all of that. I'd have to do about, what, a little over 300 chapters that I'd still have to download, while reading through a story that I don't care about, that would take me a couple of weeks, that would take me at least a week or two, in addition to the next week or two, in order to write the video, look through the scaling again, research it as best to my ability. I'll still probably make a mistake or two, which is fine, but to research it to the best of my ability, just to then put out a video that at the end of the day just doesn't do well, man. I don't know. That's the issue. And what I'm worrying about right now is just, can I just even increase the amount of money that I can make, just so I can just cover my personal stuff, man. It's weird. Yeah. But it's not just Bleach, but Bleach is just a metaphor. Listen, I like Kagurabachi. Let's talk about Kagurabachi real quick. I really like this series. You could probably say not reading 98 chapters isn't as bad, but still, learning the scaling of the series, probably trying to understand where it's at, and then finding a proper matchup for it isn't exactly the easiest thing, dude. At least for an adult that has to work, at least for an adult that I only get one paycheck a month, and I have to essentially hope that in the time that it takes me to read through this, download all 98 chapters, and do all that, like, it's not just that. It could be Dandadan, it could be Kagurabachi, it could be any other series that I'm trying to learn, man. It's just the amount of time and effort that it would take into learning and understanding the scaling for something, just for it to still not mean much in the end. I guess that's just my biggest issue. I'm at this weird crossroads. No, I took the break already. That's the problem. I've already taken the break. I took the break already 2 months ago. So at this point, I just don't see how I can excuse another one, man. In my opinion, making dishonest content is a temptation. I don't think you should even make it bring up numbers, but it's easy for me to say because it's not my channel. Yeah. Yeah. That's sort of it. Let me ask you guys something. Okay. I could make a video on like the Getsu Gatensho sucks. I could just do that. That could be it. Oh no. And I still have to breathe, man. Still gotta breathe. Naruto's One Piece vids do pretty well. I do think that people like seeing both new takes, refusal to accept what feels like blind faith, data books, and wanking. Great money. You think if you were getting paid great money for Bleach, you would consider it? It's not even just about the money, right? It's about just how many fruits can bear from me taking... Actually, let me show you a channel. There's a difference in the type of... You can have tons of different types of... let me slow down. You can have different iterations. You can have different iterations of channels based on how you produce your content, right? For example, King K. I love this channel, right? King K uploads a video once a month. 2 months ago, 3 months ago. He spends every month going over a retrospective, making either a retrospective or going over games or a franchise, so on and so forth. He takes his time, he uploads, he doesn't really, I don't know if he does streaming or anything, but you know, he puts in the time to have all of this stuff, right? And for every video that he puts out, you know, in some cases, let's say 309k subscribers, let's say Xenoblade might not be the most popular franchise for him to talk about. It might go low. But then he also has Sonic Unleashed, one of my favorite games, 75k. You know, the amount of time that he puts in at least gathers him probably enough revenue or time or energy that he's able to continue to do this back to back. I don't know if the guy has his own job on the side. I don't know if he makes enough, but you can clearly see where there's a distinction of like the stuff that is more popular to talk about. He can actually put a month's worth of his time into it in order to generate some content, right? You know, I don't have to upload once every couple of months. I don't have to upload once every couple of weeks. I don't have to upload once every couple of months. But the issue that sort of arises from it is not only the topic of conversation, but also the amount of time that you can put into a video in between and how much that one video can do versus doing, let's say, 5 or 6. If I could do 2 or 3 videos a month that each hit like 15k views or whatever, or 20k views, I'm fine with that. I don't really care at that point. I would still be hitting consistent numbers at that point, right? But if I'm hitting low numbers under the tens of thousands for like 2-3 weeks worth of work, then it kind of makes me think, if I put more time into it, will that matter? Well, I've made out videos where it's taken me a month to put out the content, but it's not, but I only get the views far down later on where I need them right now. Then let's look at, for example, I got you right now, Nintending. I like watching Nintendi's content, right? Nintending, 30.5k subscribers. This guy did not have this many subscribers too long ago, and you know, he's getting tons and tons of views because he's talking about Pokemon. 5 hours ago, 22k. This guy in 5 hours did more than one of my videos did in like... Now, obviously, that's all has to do with the kind of content that he's making, right? People are mad about Nintendo right now, justifiably so. So he's making content on it, and if he uploads a video that is talking about something that, again, a big topic of the big hot topic of conversation, the big controversy right now that people want people want to fuel the echo chamber for, you know, it pops in. There's a lot of ways that you can take a long break either. Yeah, no, I know you mean by like 2 or 3 days. I know what you mean, but I still have to think about, if you want a good match, a pre-time skip Naruto, why don't you use Sengoku? Because what do I have for Sengoku to go off of other than he hit Luffy once and he couldn't kill him? It's kind of it. I don't have any speed feats. I don't have anything. Like, that's the problem. I feel like oftentimes main characters just don't have a lot for me to go off of other than lore, and it's like, at that point, what do I do, man? Yeah. I enjoy seeing a review breakdown, like something that's 15 minutes where you're just breaking down your thoughts. Getsu Gatensho sucks. We both inflammatory and interesting enough to garner views. Yeah. who have more but deserve less. I know. But it's part of the thing is that like, and it's not anyone's fault. It's just I think the part of the situation that I feel like I'm just not accepting is that also power scaling as a whole is a side of the internet. Power scaling as a whole is a side of the internet that like is niche even by comparison to like, you know, talking about problems with Nintendo, right? I think that's also part of the issue, right? I think that's part of the issue, right? That like I like power scaling. I wanted to make my channel based on power scaling because it's something that I feel like I'm genuinely at least decent at. I feel like I can at least formulate a constructive argument whether or not people agree or disagree with me. Let's talk about, I don't know, Naruto versus, right? Let me just type this in real quick. You know what? Something about Soikage, for example, right? There is clearly a niche of it, but I feel like part of the issue with these niches is that, I feel like there is a niche for it, right? Like you could see like Soikage, you could see like Seth, you could see Six. You could see Six, for example, right? Like Six doesn't upload very often, but like I remember him talking about like, okay, for example, he posted a video 11 days ago, right? Like even for guys like him, I'm sure that if he uploaded just a tad bit more, he would get way more views. But the point that I'm trying to just make here is that like, even for someone with like over 100k subscribers, you know, like the views can be low, and it's just partially because power scaling is just less and less of one of those mediums. Unless I have something like, let's say, Death Battle, where I can animate the fights myself, and I don't know the first thing about animation. I don't have the time or energy to do the whole animation bit. There's not really much for me to use, and either way, it always just boils down to someone, I don't know, man. Do a chapter review of One Piece. Yeah, but people already do chapter reviews and and again, it's just, I don't care to do chapter reviews. What more can I talk about? If you end up playing Time Strangers or Cyber Sleuth, you can try power scaling either the Monster Eater or the final boss of Time Strangers. I have been thinking about doing that. That's one of the things that I've also been thinking about with like, for example, Clair Obscura Expedition 33, right? Clair Obscura Expedition 33, right? My paycheck came in today, so I can actually purchase the game. A game like this that says widely acclaimed might help with the channel, but then what's the content afterwards, right? Who do I match up Clair Obscura with? Do I make, yeah, they're oversaturated too. That's the issue. Oh, I didn't see your comment. I'm sorry. I don't think it would be disingenuous to scale Las Noches the size of a small state. You could say Las Noches is relatively to Luxembourg, the Netherlands, or smaller than South Korea. It's okay. Yeah, but that's the thing. Somebody is going to have an issue with it. Because here's the issue with saying that for like Las Noches, right? It's headcanon. My issue with saying stuff like that is that I would then build up my entire line of scaling. I would have to build up my entire line of scaling off of something like that, right? If I said it was the size of Luxembourg, if I said the size of Netherlands, somebody would say, well, no, it's actually the size of like the United States by this calculation right here. Well, okay, but your calc doesn't mean it. Yeah, well, yours doesn't either. And that's the thing that I don't want to have to do. I don't like having to use, it's the same, it's just the issue of, I want to use at least as much objective information as I can to at least make a scale, because could Konoha 11 plus I be the Pacifista if they jumped one? Depends on what version of them. Just finished the game finally? Lovely. I like how you edit the text boxes in your videos. Oh, thank you, Temporary. I appreciate that. Maybe some Monster Hunter versus Naruto. I don't know. I was thinking about maybe doing like, what creature in Monster Hunter... I was thinking about actually doing like... Let me ask you guys something. A legitimate... How far... does Sukuna get into One Piece? Actually, let me... I ask you guys this. Obviously this doesn't make for even remotely... obviously this won't like... What should I make? Obviously, this won't skew my perspective, but it might at least throw me into a position, because I'm like... Choose violence Law versus Kakashi. Curb stomp. This one's a curb stomp. How far is Sukuna get into One Piece? Screw videos. Let me ask you guys that. If One Piece had a Hunter x Hunter narrator clears up the interpretation varieties, then we could would no more admirals headcanon. Again, this is not a conversation that like from the most conservative Bleach scalers I interacted with who don't overscale in practical sense, they are okay with Las Noches being smaller than the United States in square area. Yeah, but I don't think Las Noches is the size of the United States. I don't see how. I don't know what I could possibly. I don't know what it could even be a remotely close comparison between like saying that Las Noches is the size of the United States and it isn't, because the jump from the characters is too massive, especially when we know for a fact that it's only been like 100 times of an increase. I don't know, 160 hours total. Oh fuck! It was Law. It's Law versus Kakashi. Well, you guys know what I mean. Straw Hat enemies he can beat. No, I mean, I'm going to put him versus every single organization and every single character. I'm not every single organization. I'm gonna make it like very quick and small, but I'm basically just putting him up against just like the major villains of the organization. So start him off in East Blue. Buggy, he just needs Fuga for Buggy, at least start of series. He needs Fuga for Buggy. He needs just cuts the heads off of most of the guys. How would he get through Crocodile? How would he get through an L? How would he get through yada yada yada, blah 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 blah, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? It's a gauntlet. It's a story run. It's more of so like a gauntlet story run. Yeah. Kaw, the evil twin brother of Law, type shit. I've been okay, Leonardo. I'm just burnt out, man. No, I said most fans are okay with being smaller than the state. Oh, the single state. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just skimming, man. Like, my eyes are killing me. I'm sorry. Then any United States. Oh, I'm sorry. I skim when I read. I'm sorry. This is one of the reasons I don't do big novels. I skim when I read. I don't. We could do the Expedition 33 stream sometime in the next. We could do it this week. Or Expedition 3, but I like the Curb Stomp or the Sukuna versus 1P video ideas too. I can do these videos back to back. It doesn't change anything. It's just. So what wins, Doflamingo or Devil Joe? Devil Joe. There's no way. Okay. Let me just say this real quick. Let me show you something. For those of you that may not know, Monster Hunter Omega Planetus. Let me show you guys something. I haven't seen this myself either. Let me show you guys something. You see this thing? This thing is called Omega Planetus. Yeah. So you see this machine right here, Omega Planetus? That shit's a big cannon, right? You see how the Hunter just scratched it? Let me show you guys something real quick. Omega Planetis versus Battle Wiki. In Final Fantasy XIV, Omega Planetis, in other words, this version, same thing. Same fucking enemy, by the way. Same, everything the same. Let me tell you guys something. This thing is Multiversal Plus with massively FTL plus scaling, and its attack potency is Multiversal Plus. Able to fight an endgame party, create a Shinri, blah, 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 all that bullshit, right? This thing is so powerful that it basically ended multiple realities. This thing unironically ended multiple realities, as far as I can understand it, right? Magic as a whole is shown to affect omnipresent beings such as X-Death and become when he becomes one with Void itself, which spans across the entire Final Fantasy. You can even banish foes into the Void to warp abilities. A limited AI, repeated combat system, blah 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 blah. Like, this thing is fucking insane. Yeah, good old Omega weapon. That's Omega Planetis. Yeah, the Hunters. Yeah, this thing right here has ended realities. Omega Planetis. Let me show you guys the fucking where is it? Omega Planetis FF14. Let me read you guys the fucking super boss. Initially designed as a character boss, leads up to the Stormblood, blah 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 blah. They usually depict as an autonomous Omicron biological. I need the stuff that makes this thing sound crazy. Okay. Leaders of the only Gaius. The trajectory. Omega destroy had. How strong is Omega Planetis? Appearance, personality, gameplay, size, shape. Where was it? I know I read something that was like crazy about this thing. Shares the following the final ends of the final days. Received encryption. Ragnarok. Ironworks. Let me. It's not gonna be the information I want. Omega Planetis is a versal threat. Fuck it. Okay. I know Omega's a huge boss in the Final Fantasy series. Omega is an Omicron from the planet Alphatron. This is not a shitpost. Omega was made to conquer Dragonstar and ended up chasing Midgar Summer across space and eventually onto the planet FF14 takes place in. After crashing on FF14, it lays dormant for centuries, being woken up by Bahamut, and then lies dormant again until present day. TLDR, the actual game content, we wake up to lore stuff, it flies away, and the creator creates an interdimensional rift strong enough to just casually do that, and it holds a tournament to decide the strongest life form and can observe the tournament and evolve on its own. Yeah, this thing is a fucking problem. As a matter of fact, let me show you what Omega can do in Final Fantasy 16. Omega FF16. Let me just show you what Omega can do in FF16. Like, when I tell you that the scaling for this fucking thing is insane and just some random dude, some random hunter can just beat this shit.
Complete. Authorizing environmental sterilization protocol.
Well, at least we know where it is this time.
By the way, $70 game as well. I'm just saying, $70 game as well with a bunch of different models and what have you.
Quite. And if we want it...
Yeah, and in the end, Fatalis solos, yeah.
If we want it.
But the rest of the monster are gonna get Devil Joe? No, it's not consistent at all, but hey, fuck it. Chain scaling, right?
Routines disabled. Weapons armed. Stand clear.
It's still an Omega weapon, by the way. Okay, I'm not gonna show you the actual gameplay. I'm gonna show you when this thing transforms. Watch this.
Not yet.
Isn't that more of a feat of the weapons rather than the hunters? Hey, the hunters can do the thing. It doesn't matter. They're the ones swinging it, right?
And what makes you say that?
And the weapons are also made from the monsters themselves. The weapons are quite literally made from the monsters themselves. Watch this bullshit. This thing was made by people in ancient times, by the way.
Those new arms, for one.
Oh, you see these things? Oh, look. It just created a new space.
I'm convinced.
You're you using. By the way, an actual beam of light. Oh, and then right here, because there was a third phase. Oh, by the way, this thing's not is not all powerful. By the way, not yet. Commencing dimensional compression. It's gonna compress this dimension into nothing. By the way, this isn't the strongest version of Omega. As far as I can understand lore-wise, this isn't the strongest version. Yeah.
Why can't I? Because it's constricting all of
It's constricting all of creation. Not just this dimension, creation itself.
creation. Well then, we'd better kill it quick.
Dimensional compression. By the way, if you've never seen or wanted to play Final Fantasy XVI, this is a wake-up call. This game is fantastic. Yeah, that's the power of science, by the way. An ancient civilization figured this out. Oh yeah, it also shoots beams of energy, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Dante? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Wait, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, Dante? Death Battle? Wait, is Death Battle doing a... What was the most recent Death Battle? It was this one? Let me see something. Don't tell me it's Clive Rossfield versus Dante from Devil May Cry. Don't tell me it's fucking... Jesus. Alright, well that's a spoiler. Oh, that's fucking insane. Alright, that's crazy. I didn't know that was the next, I don't know. Goku is a better matchup than anyone in Naruto and One Piece. Oh, for these guys? Yeah, no. Goku is unironically a better matchup for Final Fantasy than he would be for Naruto or One Piece. I couldn't even put this guy in front of Naruto or One Piece. This guy, Clive Rossfield, actually has some of the most insane feats I've ever seen. Yeah, no, try it out. Final Fantasy 16, try it out. It is a fantastic fucking game. Like, this is just the power. It's kind of crazy the shit that can happen within these games, man. I don't know. I think that looks interesting. I think I might just do scaling for that. Ancient civilizations need to chill with the doomsday weapons. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Who wins, Omega from Final Fantasy or Goku and current Son Goku? Probably... It said all of creation, which would probably... It's kind of weird, because it's like, would all creation... Is the universe itself creation? I don't know. It kind of brings up a whole thing. You're a restaurant server. Who'd you rather have coming in? You may lose a lot of money in food supplies, but you got to choose one. Goku or Luffy? Goku. Goku. Who is Clive Rossfield? The main protagonist of Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 16 and my favorite Final Fantasy protag. That's the thing, man. Like, they need the physical power to damage the monster. They scale to them and can dodge the attacks. Now, the Hunter, for example, the Hunter can actually fight this thing. Now, it's not the same version of Omega Planetes, but this at least is visually the same version for 14, which is arguably more powerful than the one from 16. Consoles are a scam? I don't believe that consoles are a scam, but yeah, you can play... I believe that playing on PC can be a scam, actually, because, like, you can... Usually, PC versions just feel like absolute dog shit, especially when they come out. I don't know, but that's a different conversation. To scale dudes like Kratos to Universal when he doesn't have feats. I don't know, man. Yeah, but that's more of like a cosmology lore thing. I don't know, man. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I didn't know Final Fantasy was that broken. No, Final Fantasy is insane. I could show you some crazy shit. As a matter of fact, I'll got you right now. I got you right now. Ifrit versus Bahamut. I got you right now. You wanna hear crazy shit? I got you with just. Oh, this is Bahamut from Final Fantasy 15. This is Bahamut from Final Fantasy 15. They're all different versions, but usually they're just different iterations of the same exact character. By the way, one of my favorite Final Fantasy protagonists as well. This is Noctis. People scale different ways. Yeah, it's fine. I think what happened if Vegapunk found the prince for Omega? I don't think he would make Omega. I think Vegapunk would be out of his mind if he make Omega. He would have to realize that this thing is way too crazy to fucking build for it. What difficulty is the fight? I think within the context of like Final Fantasy 16, Omega was on the same level, or was an ancient weapon that destroyed the ancient civilization that created it, because they tried to create beings on the same level of the icons that Clive Rosfield has within him. Didn't Roth destroy a universe? He didn't destroy a universe. The whole thing was that like he was gonna send a meteorite through, like, basically he has a meteorite spawn in from like one point in the universe to the other, and he essentially has it hit the planet. That's his attack, but it's not like the literal planet. This is Bahamut in one game. Oh no, his bounty, no, his bounty would be immeasurable. I don't know, whatever money they would have to put for other dudes, whatever money that like they would have to like put up for like, let's say a Yonko 3 billion, his bounty would be even crazier. Not even for him, just for the machine itself. I think it would be a bounty of over 5 billion. It would have to be over 5 billion. And that's just because there's no proper metric for me to compare this to at this point. Old ancient civilizations really casually built eldritch cosmology horrors for the multiverse. That's what I'm saying, man. Versus Wukong from Black Myth, who will win? That's a tough one. That's actually a tough one for me. Savage Omega is currently the hardest fight in Wilds. We will see when Gogmazios is added in a few months. So what's up, Lapis? What's up, man? All right, now let me show you Bahamut. I'm gonna skip through this for the people that might want to see the story mode. I'm gonna skip through it. Let me show you guys some crazy shit. This crystal scales up into the sky itself. This is some Ten Tails fucking God Tree shit, man. Yeah, no, they're crazy. Still can't believe Noctis made an appearance in Tekken. Yeah, and so did Clive. I play Clive on Tekken in Tekken 8. I play him. I love the character. This is basically the fucking God Tree from Naruto. Except it's a crystal. And obviously Bahamut looks different. Mind you, Bahamut is the icon of light. It is the metaphorical representation of light within this verse. Can you do me a favor and make a video about Naruto characters, about every Naruto character that can solo the Hyuga clan? I can make that for you. Sure. Let me write. Who can solo the Hyuga clan? That's pretty funny. This is probably what Bleach fans think Soul Society Ichigo scales to. Probably. I don't know, man. Sephiroth from FF7 is just out here creating multiple timelines just for the love of the game to mess with Cloud and absorbing negative from all of this infinite timelines and Rebirth. Yeah, I heard the scaling in Rebirth has to be insane, especially with some of the shit that Sephiroth is pulling out now. By the way, again, $70 game, man. And I'm supposed to believe that Pokemon can justify this bullshit. I don't care if this game took 10 years to fucking make, man. Take time to put out the fucking console if most of your money is coming from the goddamn... Sorry, I'm going back into a thing. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, we'll skip forward ahead because this is a long boss fight. Oh, let me show you guys now where it gets really fucking crazy. This is where it gets really crazy. That was nothing, by the way. That was nothing. All these characters are still, relatively speaking, he is fighting essentially the concept of magical light. Yes. Or at least the embodiment of it. By the way, this is a beam of light. Yeah, Donald Duck is another one of those. Sorry, I had a whole thing about this earlier, Leonardo. You can check out like the first hour of the stream. My bad. Sorry. I'm not crashing out about the game being $70. I'm crashing out because other games that are worth the same price don't have this level of care and love put into it. Itachi? That Totsuka blade is clocking in that day, man. Itachi, that Totsuka blade is clocking in that fucking day, dude. That Totsuka blade is 100% clocking in, dude. Many conservative scalers agree that the Soul Society arc is not that powerful. They don't believe he's mountain level at that point. I don't believe it either, to be fair. Was doing too much with Rebirth. That could have been one game, but they added so much extra crap. The Last of Us walking sections. Yeah, I don't like the walking sections. Is magical light spiritual light? In fact, not necessarily have to be light speed. The thing about this game specifically is that within the context of the story, the people that can use magic are considered slaves. They don't, or are considered like lesser beings than those that can't. It's one of those weird cases where like people with powers, for whatever reason, that those that can harness the power of like magic or mana. They also use concepts like they also use the mana to like replicate things like fire from crystals. They also use like, let's say, like these crystals to like replicate the very concept of the elements. As a matter of fact, one of the themes of this game is teaching humanity that you don't need all of these special shortcuts to be able to live life. You can grow plants in the same way you can grow plants with, instead of using crystals, instead of using all of these different energy things to like grow your plants or your flowers or whatever. You don't need to use that. You can just put them in a, like, learn to work the sand, learn to work the land, learn to work the soil. You can grow life. You can start a fire without having to use crystals to do so, right? The game essentially, at least within the context of the game, magic is as close to like a natural element as basically anything, and these icons are the embodiments, the concepts of these elements. Like, that is, like, I do believe that these light-based projectiles are actually light. Alright, all that crap happens, and then... By the way, this is still all just one boss fight. Ever heard of any Final Fantasy character that graduated the Shinobi character at 7, I think? Who would solo, who was pre-killer? Yeah. By the way, these guys are still weak in comparison to the final boss. Like, the shit that I saw for the final boss battle, the dude was so powerful and so much faster than these guys that he actually just stood there and took their hits and nothing happened. So now the embodiment of light is going to absorb the power of the crystal. Let me just give you more context as to what the crystals are. The point of the game, unlike other Final Fantasies where you have to go protect the crystals from being shattered, in Final Fantasy 16, the point is to shatter the crystals because they are killing the land, by the way. They are killing the land. Also, you make a very good point, Aster.
It's now or never, Joshua.
Mega Flare. Yeah. So now he absorbs the power of the crystal, gets corrupted, and becomes even more powerful. Yeah, so this is like the actual power-up.
We can do it, Clive. We can. We will. Together.
50 bills on Steam. I'm gonna wait for a sale of the franchise so I can play all of them at once. I beat 15, 7 remakes, 7 Crisis Core. Oh, those are good games. This game is definitely worth it, I would say. Especially for 50. Like, you're getting an actual cinematic experience with this. Yeah, I would say those are beams of light. He's traveling about as fast as these beams of light, and I want to just add that they do call this light speed dash for him. Hax is the ability light speed. I don't know, man. They called the ability literally light speed. I don't know, man. I think Alexander rivals or even outmatches the likes of Bahamut. That depends on the version of Alexander that you're talking about. Because if it's the one from like Final Fantasy IX, where I think Alexander spawned around the entirety of the main capital in order to protect it from, what was it, like the giant eye. If this thing is supposed to be embodiment of light and it's light-based attack, you should actually be photons. If they were slower, it would just be idiotic and bad writing. Yeah. Think of Minato beating Sanji. He can't beat Sanji unless he uses Reaper Death Seal. Minato has no means by which he can beat Sanji besides sealing him with Reaper Death Seal. There's no means by which he can do it. I don't know, man. But anyway, see you later, Aster. But anyway, yeah, I don't know, man. I could do Clair Obscura. I could do some game scaling. That might help. That might do something. But I'm just going through this burnout. I would simply ask you guys, FF13 Trilogy. I haven't played them. I played 2. Actually, no, that's a lie. I played Final Fantasy 13 Part 2. I have it. I didn't get past like an hour into the game. The combat system just was not for me. There are a lot of things about a game that would probably have to click for me. I'm definitely more of action RPG. You like cookies and cream ice cream? It's a good flavor. I don't really think I have like a favorite ice cream flavor. Maybe like fudge, like brown, like not fudge, but like chocolate with like a brownie in it. What are your thoughts on Bahamut from Final Fantasy 14, where is a giant dragon the size of a mountain goes on a rampage for a few minutes, devastating a continent in meteors of pure fire? That's insane. That sounds insane. Final Fantasy 14 Bahamut, FF 14, like maybe I. Tag since then it's over. Why would he? Okay, let me ask you something about instant teleportation. Let me ask you like a quick question about instant teleportation, right? How does Minato instantly teleport to Sanji, right? Be a naming fallacy. It could be naming fallacy, but considering that he's also blitzing the embodiment of light, I don't know. Check out Flames of Truth? Sure. It's Flames of Truth then, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Using Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Right. So he instant teleports, right. How does he instant teleport to Sanji? Flying Thunder God Jutsu. What does he need to do that? Because Sanji has observation haki. Do you know what observation haki is? I have a whole video talking about haki. Was an established bad idea. See, that's what I'm thinking too, right? That's what I'm thinking too. Like, people want to see different things than just Naruto versus One Piece matchups, but people are still voting for Naruto versus One Piece. So what like, that's the issue. He still has to throw the Flying Raijin Kunai, right? And the Flying Raijin Kunai is not instant. It is not light speed. It does not travel, at least comparatively, as fast as someone like Sanji, who is faster than the speed of light. He has observation haki. It does not matter if you have instantaneous teleportation if I have the ability to sense my opponent's location the moment they do anything. It's the power to sense things beyond normal human perception, like other people's presence, emotion, intent, and even movement before they happen. Correct. So if Minato teleports in front of Sanji and tries to touch him while he's slower than the speed of light, what does it matter if he is if he has instantaneous teleportation? Yes, Minato can throw a kunai into Sanji. Yes, Sanji may not move from there. Yes, Minato can teleport instantly at Sanji. He still has to physically move his body in order to touch Sanji. And that's the part that's going to get him killed every time. That interval of time between him trying to make physical contact with Sanji after instantaneously teleporting is the reason why Sanji kicks him in the head so hard, he literally has an indentation of Sanji's footprint, of Sanji's Balenciaga shoe footprint for the rest of his life. Yeah. Minato could win if Sanji just stands there doing nothing. I agree. Minato could win if Sanji stands there doing nothing and simply takes the hit. I will grant you that 100% of the time, every time. You would be correct. But Sanji has to be able to move. It's not just the guy that I like, or the guy that I think wins, standing, and the other guy does nothing, right? Gotta remember, Sanji's observation is so good, he can counter someone with literal future sight and FTL reaction. This is crazy, by the way. Those are meteors. Cooked his clothes? How the fuck do you reach that conclusion? It wouldn't necessarily be wrong, just to be honest. It wouldn't necessarily be wrong, bro. He speed blitzed his own Flying Raijin speed in the 4th Great Ninja War when the Tailed Beast Bomb was teleported to the kunai after Minato teleported to Naruto and Sakura. He blitzed his own Flying Raijin speed. No. We saw the Ten Tails ball disappear. It appeared in a location that he had already left a Flying Raijin marker at, and then he simply teleported back. That's what it did. Yeah, these people are smoking each other. I know what the feat is. How did he blitz himself? Because I don't recall blitzing. Meant to imprison? Meant to impression or imprison? Is it meant to be an impression of Bahamut, or is it like imprisoning him? How do you blitz instantaneous teleportation? Jesus. Is that Sid? Prison. No, you're fine. I was just trying to like confirm. Okay. Jesus. Jesus. They are the same conceptually. I'll go into summons later. You have to be the Flash to beat instant teleportation. Yeah. They're conceptually the same creatures and beings. They're just different iterations of them, you could say. Like, Titan still is the same giant. It's just different designs, different ways of, like, designing the character. But it's not all literally the same thing. It's just the same, like, let's say in concept. They're the same conceptually, I mean. It's like if you have, it's like, think about it like in Dragon Ball. Think about it like in terms of Dragon Ball canon, where like you have like different versions of Goku. You have like different versions of Goku based on different iterations of like the IPs. Like you have like GT Goku isn't Z Goku, who isn't Capsule Corp Goku, which isn't Xenoverse Goku. You know what I mean? Like there's different iterations. They are all Goku. It is Bahamut. It's just all Bahamuts all are not inherently the same, but they are like the same character technically. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, Bahamut's always been a fucking problem though. Fucking hell. Hey, what's up, French fries? Hope you're having a good day, man. Hope you're having a good one, man. Like thing, yeah, kind of. You could kind of look at it like a multiversal thing if you want, where it's like every single one of these. It's like every single like. Let's just put it like this. In terms of like the grander Final Fantasy cosmology, right? Like if every single Final Fantasy game took place in like in a greater creation. You know what I mean? Like like each of them took place in a different universe, set apart from like a different creation, like all part of like the same creation, like the same IP. Each one of them are kind of like some of like the links between each of them, right? I'm not saying that like every single, I'm not saying that like the universes themselves are linked. I'm not saying that like the universes themselves are like linked because of these things. I'm not saying like they can like cross or whatever or like they interact. I'm saying more so like in every single one of these verses. The things that consistently seem to persist around them are the fact that there is always a Sid, there is always a Bahamut, there is always an Ifrit, a Shiva, so on and so forth, right? They're like constants, so to speak. Sometimes Bahamut isn't the icon of light. Sometimes it is. Usually, it's the size of a giant mountain in Final Fantasy. Like Agnologia the Black is in JJR Tolkien's Ancalagon. Oh. The Silmarillion book? Okay. Basically different continuities. Yeah, they're like avatar. Yeah, they're different avatars. Yes. You're right, Drago. Like a framework, you could say like a framework, like different avatars. They're not the same characters. They may not have the same personalities. Their inclusions in the stories might be for different reasons. In some cases, they're just beings that you can go capture and summon on later. You know what I mean? Why was Minato Lightspeed in the Jonin era? Why was he Lightspeed? Because the Raikage, you can't exactly bridge Jonin Raikage to current Raikage who's been training for years. You can't exactly argue it. Where he wastes his time teleporting from one Kunai to another, already through before the fight. That might sound confusing. No, it's not confusing. I know about the moment you're talking about. Nothing implies the Raikage at that point in time. Yeah. Nothing implies that the Raikage at that point in time is Lightspeed. That's what I'm trying to get at. Nothing implies it. Unless you're saying that in 20 years the Raikage never got faster. He trained up everything else but speed. To reseal Bahamut. They're trying to reseal him? Holy shit. We say he's slower. If he's light speed, at the current point in time, we're in the 4th Great Shinobi Ninja War, he is anywhere slower than that at that point. And Minato, who's faster than him, is also anywhere slower than that. There's no bridge there, man. There's no way to bridge it. I'm sorry. Because Minato also arguably became more powerful in the years to come after he became Hokage. And even if you think that Minato didn't become more powerful, that would just mean he dodged a Raikage who was not the speed of light. Doesn't change anything. Alright, this was crazy. His reaction time is, I can give you reaction time. I think Minato has greater reaction time, but for reasons separate from just the Raikage. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Just imagine any shinobi or like any One Piece character that isn't like a main protagonist just jumping up in front of like a tailed beast or like Kaido with a blast breath and just pushing back. Yes, you can scale Minato to Lightspeed because of that. You cannot scale Minato to Lightspeed because of him dodging the Raikage. Him dodging the Raikage is completely irrelevant to the scaling. It doesn't add anything. Because you cannot argue the Raikage is any faster or close to the speed of light if he's almost the speed of light 20 years later. Jesus Christ. Alright, this is crazy. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Discussions have been going in back and forth for a while. That was interesting. I think it just probably just adds to a broader perspective of maybe I should take a small break, like a day or two break, and just probably recontextualize what I want to do for the channel. I could probably put out, these videos for the upcoming stuff. I can probably stream Clair Obscura. As my therapist told me, if you have so many things that you want to talk about, but you don't know what to talk about, you can just do them all. We can do all of these things. I can talk about Getsuga Tensho sucking. I can talk about how far does Sukuna get into One Piece. I can just do Trafalgar Law versus Kakashi. Magic, it does overpower things. 100%. You're right. 100%. There was a bit more seeing the ending. It's fine. I think I've got like the gist of it. No, wait. Finish it, please? Sure. We can finish it. We were like here, right? Ooh. No. There we go. Jesus Christ! What the fuck? Oh, that's really big. Oh! Oh. What did we learn from this? War is bad. No. Whoa. Okay. I'll touch upon what you're saying. I have been thinking about that, but restructuring the channel to talk about that kind of stuff, it's never really worked out. People have, or at least every single time I've wanted to talk about other stuff, like making a comparison about Wano and, making a comparison about like Wano and something like, Water 7 is... Making a comparison about like maybe like Wano and Water 7, like, I've thought about it, but people just don't want to listen to that from me. Every time I put it up on like my polls and stuff like that, people don't want to hear it. So I don't know, like even now people tell me, oh, but we want to like kind of switch it up a bit, but you know, we're still getting Law versus Kakashi to be like one of the most picked choices. I don't have an issue with making the video. I was gonna spend all day learning Kakashi scaling just so I can give him the most fair scaling I possibly can, but at the end of the day, it's gonna boil down to I cannot quantify Kakashi. It's just gonna boil down to I cannot quantify Kakashi. That's all I can give you. More of evil empire shouldn't attempt to unseal mad godlike beings because they are sore losers, at least in the context of FF13. Was that 13? I thought that was 14. That's 14. Like, what if Katakuri actually got Kaido's devil fruit? I mean, what can I really talk about with that? What would that really do for, like, the fight? Luffy just doesn't beat him at that point. And no, not because he's strong, just because, like, it just means, oh, Katakuri would have won not because of this, but because of this. I don't know, that just doesn't interest me at all. It's like, well, what if Katakuri had it? What, I grabbed some random PNG from the internet about Katakuri, so that some artist put up, I give them the credits, and then I just talk about Katakuri with this devil fruit. Like, guys, I don't think you understand. Like, Luffy at this point kind of doesn't have Whole Cake Island. The Straw Hats just sort of lose from this. Sure, I can make the video, but I don't know. No, you're fine. Yep, it looks like a lot larger than island and country level attacks at the end. Eon, what's your thoughts on the Bahamut? No, Bahamut looks crazy. Bahamut looks crazy. That big, not even the explosion. This right here. Like this little moment right here where I'm assuming that this is a battlefield. I'm assuming like this massive battlefield, you have these giant, I don't even know what the fuck this is. These like giant tendrils of like worn out energy or whatever over a moon, over a giant explosion that blows it all away and lends everything in a scorching flame. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ. It's cool. It looks cool. It looks cool. It definitely does. I don't know, man. So you're going to address... Oh, the comment. Yeah. Even if it's light speed, even if it's almost light speed, Naruto blitzed him, meaning he should be higher... Oh, okay. Why would Naruto be faster than the speed of light if he blitzed someone or he evaded someone that dodged a speed... Let me slow down. Let's talk about three different things. Almost light speed. Almost. Hey, Jeff. Thank you so much for the 11 months. Guys, can we get some W, Jeffs, please? Almost light speed. Light speed. Faster than light speed. Naruto dodged someone that was almost light speed. That doesn't shoot him up. That's like a whole 2-tier, like saying he's faster than light speed. They're saying that he's faster than light speed because he dodged someone who's almost light speed is a very big jump. That's like a very big jump. I don't know what almost light speed means. Cause I'll just bring this up real quick. Versus Battle Wiki speed. Let me show you something. I don't agree with. I don't care about the whole like FTL plus. I don't care about the plus shit. The plus shit means jack shit to me. All the plus stuff just didn't mean anything to me. Okay. Okay. The Raikage is at the worst sub-relativistic and at the best relativistic. Almost light speed can mean anything. I don't know what almost light speed means. You can almost be the speed of light. Guess what? Being 1% the speed of light is still the speed of light. It's still, not speed of light. It's almost the speed of light. Because if you can reach a speed tier where you can almost travel at 1%, there's a reason why people say that, like, you separate things into percentages of the speed of light. There's a reason why people do that shit. Because light speed is so fucking fast. Light speed is so fucking fast that if you can travel at even 1% the speed of light, you could still be considered almost the speed of light. Like, that's a lot closer to almost the speed of light than saying, like, you're hypersonic or whatever the shit, right? It all depends on interpretation. I could just as much argue that he is 1 to 5% this, or 1 to 10% the speed of light as he is 10 to 99%. That's how vague this word is. Now you're saying he's almost the speed of light, right? Cool. Let's say he's 5% the speed of light. Or, you know what? Let's say he's 50% the speed of light. Naruto blitzed him, right? Naruto dodged him. How fast does that make Naruto? I don't know. He just dodged the punch. And the Raikage stopped moving, and Naruto didn't pop up until after the Raikage stopped moving. So, I don't know. The difference doesn't seem to be that big. Naruto could be light speed. You could give him light speed. You could say, Naruto, in order to dodge in almost the speed of light, you need to be light speed, but you can't be faster. Now, that doesn't make Minato run at the speed of light. That doesn't make it so Minato can punch at the speed of light. That doesn't mean Minato can shove his blade at the speed of light. It just means he is faster than a guy who 20 years ago is unquantifiably slower than almost the speed of light. That's a huge range, man. Some calcs put Bahamut in Final Fantasy XIV from being 2 miles in height to larger than Mount Everest. Holy shit, that's actually really big. 9 to 11 kilometers is crazy. Huh. Off topic, do you think a basketball game with Shonen Jump characters would be profitable like NBA Street V3 with anime, or is it a bad idea? It's not that it's a bad idea, it's just like, who is this game for, right? You want to look at a game based... I like to look at games based not just on what they come out initially as, but based on what a video game comes out in all. Who is a shonen basketball game for? It's certainly not for basketball... I mean, you could say it's maybe basketball players, but what if there are basketball players that just don't give a shit about anime? I mean, there's a whole... There could be like a whole stereotype talked about that, like, people who like basketball might also like, you know, anime, but I don't know. You have to find the numbers yourself. Besides the fact that, like, the market might be weird, you'd also have to, like, just base it off of whether or not, you know, the same number of people that enjoy basketball-style games would also enjoy playing basketball-style games as their favorite shonen protagonist. And then the reason is just, why the fuck are they playing basketball? You might make some profit just off of the fact that if the game looks good, plays well, and, you know, is just innately funny because of the idea. I mean, that might be great, but I don't know. It's like, I can see the idea of an NBA Street V3. I could see, like, the idea, like, being something that, you know, if it works, they can get it to... No, if it works, right? Like, there's nothing wrong. I'm happy you brought it up. Like, if it works, if there's something about this that, like, you know, they can make it, I guess, engage both sides of the audience. It has some level of depth to it. There's like you can maybe try to make it a bit competitive if you want to make it, unless you want to make it just local multiplayer. They likely have to have online multiplayer, but at that point you have to have some level of balance for it. You know, there's a lot of factors going into a game like that I don't know if it would honestly last beyond a month. Like, I don't know what the correlation between anime fans and basketball video game enjoyers are. I don't get why some people want to make a big deal of difference between 99% the speed of light and the precise speed of light, making a straw man argument about real world physics, but bullcrap. I mean, all I'm saying is, I mean, that's a fair thing to say, but there is also a difference. Like, one second. Kilometers per hour. Oh, that's in terms of Mach, right? In terms of Mach. Okay. 5 point. Yeah, no, the math always just doubles at the end. Yeah, no. Like, 90% the speed of light is still pretty fucking fast. Yeah, I agree with you. Sport games are one of the worst genres to me. No, they're bad. Sports games are bad, but not... It's because of oversaturation and just nothing new to add. What can you add to a sports game? Yeah, but what can you add to Madden? What can you do for Madden? I don't know. I don't play sports games. People that buy NBA 2K every single year and say, yeah, but it's different, it's new, they're just like Pokemon fans. They're just like Nintendo fans. You're just gonna buy the same slop every year. That's fine. You know? I don't care about I don't care about that shit no, not the Pokemon. I don't care about sports games because there's even more blatant reasons why those games just don't add anything different besides a slightly new UI. The logic is often that you always assume the world of a fictional story works like it does in real life until it's shown not to. Which is fair, but I still think that there are things that, like, you cannot account for even in a series that, like, has as many things as close to, like, the real world as possible, right? Like, if you have a series like, I don't know, Black Clover, that seems to just be in a, not medieval, but, like, in a... You know, not as advanced civilization, and you can say, well, they use magic and stuff like that. How close is it to magic? You know what I mean? Like, well, the magic does change things up quite a bit, because if somebody can use gravity magic, how much gravity magic are they using, right? Like, how does it seriously warp it? Like, seriously, what if I am 10% slower than the light speedster in combat speed? I'm still relative, and I can still react to that light speed. Yeah, no, yeah. If you are relative to it, there are still things that the character can do, right? 2K has been on sale for the longest, and I will not touch that with a 10-foot pole. Naruto fans, COD fans, yeah. At least with COD, they can add new things, but every time that they've done, people have hated it. If that's a big difference, then you likely wouldn't be able to react. The math, do the math yourself. That's the thing. When it comes, it's only a 10% difference. Yeah, but it's a 10% difference up. Let me show you something. Light speed is calc. Sorry. By the way, I at this point I know how many meters per second light speed is. It's 299,792,458 meters per second. That's how fast light speed is. Let's divide that by what is it? 0.10% of this, right? Oh, it's not multiplied. Oh, whoa. See, this is what people say get cooked by the fucking calculator. God damn it. 299,792,458 times 0.10. Right? So this is 299,792,458 kilometers meters per second. The other person, and let's say your top speed is 90% the speed of light, the other person would still be 29 million meters per second faster than you. That's kind of the reason why people kind of do make the difference. I kind of get where you're coming from. It is only a 10% speed difference, but it's like the 10% speed difference is still 29 million meters per second. That's a lot, dude, though. It's a massive number still. Like if I can move, like if you can move at that many 100 miles per hour and somebody is just straight up faster than you by a whole 10%, that can still make the difference. Especially over a long period of time. I agree. I don't like sports, period. I just thought Team Naruto versus Team Luffy with Space Jam moves would be funny. Like, yeah, but that's the thing. It would have to be like one of those games that like they put in so much care and detail into like what the characters can do. Like every character would have to just somehow play differently, right? Like Luffy would legitimately, you have to somehow find a way to balance the game around the fact that Luffy can, objectively speaking, dunk from any point in the court. Like, just for the fact that Luffy can stretch his arms extremely long, from extreme distances, he can literally just, from where he's standing, dunk with one hand across the other side of the fucking court. Even if you made the court, I don't know, the size of a football field. Anyway, I don't have much else to talk about. I kind of just wanted to vent. I kind of just wanted to let this one loose. I guess people want me to talk about Getsuga Tenjo sucking, which I can do. In video games, you like NPC enemies fight. Do you like watching NPCs fight if it's possible? If I get to... Here, it depends on what you were talking about, right? Like... If I'm watching, like, an entire drawn-out fight between two NPCs, I don't think it would be bad to, like, give us maybe the ability to watch it. I don't think that's inherently a bad thing for game design, but I think it would be a bad decision for game design if you, for example, don't provide a skip button, right? Like, for example, we saw that trailer before, right? The unknown lore of Omega. This guy talk about... Yeah, let's talk about the lore of Omega. Let's talk about 14 real quick. I want to kind of listen to this.
Final Fantasy XIV treats Omega as a proper character rather than just a boss. Omega is believed to be a legendary weapon built by the lost Allagan Empire for the purpose of fighting and imprisoning primals, and it was used in the past to imprison Bahamut inside the artificial moon Dalamar.
Instant transmission could get you points as soon as you get the ball. Yeah, no, instant transmission, if somebody is close to it, you'd have to like hope that like the center is close enough to the net to where like you can instant transmission within his range and then do it.
During the events of the expansion Heavensward,
watching the Wither
Omega
boss fight the Warden.
Oh
yeah, no, that's all fine. No, yeah, that's all fine. I like seeing that kind of stuff. I like seeing like in terms of whether it's like in-game engine or like it's cinematic. I'd like to see it. It's just more or less of a case of like, am I also allowed to skip it if it's on a smaller scale as well?
Combat the primal Shinru, which was sealed at Bael'Zar's wall. The two do battle, ending with both of them being flung far across the land. In the expansion Stormblood, it is explained that Omega was not built by the Allagans. It originally battled Midgard Soma, the father of all dragons, in another world, and not even Midgard Soma knows where Omega originated. Though Midgard Soma was able to defeat Omega, he realized Omega would regenerate and ultimately he could not win the battle. He instead fled his world and came to Shinru was created based on legends of Midgard Soma, which is why Omega readily attacked it when activated. The party eventually locates Omega in a portal to the interdimensional rift with the aid of Alpha, a construct Omega created to find powerful entities and bring them to it. Alpha is based on the design of Chocobos in the Chocobo series spin-off games. As part of its programming to grow and evolve, Omega seeks out powerful beings to pit them against each other for study, and it has now targeted the Warrior of Light.
Yeah, anyway. The closest shonen tag fighter was Japanese exclusive that can link together its One Piece against Dragon Ball characters. That's interesting. Man. You guys ever seen Smiling Friends? I don't know. Maybe I just start doing... I don't know, guys. Maybe I just start doing fucking cyberpunk video game channels. I don't know. Don't recommend this crap to me. Not interested. Don't recommend the channel. No, fuck you. Don't recommend that crap. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe I should just start doing video game content. Maybe I should. I also have to make lunch, and I have nothing that I made lunch for. Damn. Forgot to take out food. Fortunate. It does make a difference in percentage. Is he twice as fast as me? No, he isn't. It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Maybe make the Bleach video. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I think about the verses are complicated to scale, such as Minecraft. What do you think about verses that are way too complicated to scale? I mean, you can scale anything, but if you're going to scale something and... you might, if you're going to scale something specifically, you might just need to find a new metric by which you can use it, right? I think it's a bit, and your life is your life is mine. By the way, Kubo recently revealed Wonder Wise's durability isn't Espada level. What do you mean? Can you show, what do I have to look up for that, right? Okay, let's slow down. All of these videos that I typed up, by the way, all of this stuff, I will be working on it, right? I will be doing it. It's less of a case of that and more of a case of just feeling the burnout and just not knowing what to do with myself recently. I don't feel like I am in a place where like I have to succeed right now, or I'll just have to find job at whatever fucking supermarket, or I don't know, supermarket, library, whatever. I don't know, I just saw library. Oh, you posted it in the Library of Ohara? Okay, thank you. Just type in Wonder Wise. I got you. What even is Espada level durability? I don't know. The One Piece anime revealing the Gorosei monster forms is amazing, by the way. It is. It looks fantastic. I do believe it looks fantastic. I do think so. I will get around to doing all of this stuff. It's just more or less just me just being in my head about so much of it. I don't know. It's kind of wrong. It's kind of not wrong. It's kind of tough, honestly. By the way, is this really happening to One Punch Man? Like the animations being bad? Damn, hate to see it. But yeah. I don't know what else I can really talk about, man. I think High Gear Spot is... Don't mean everything, obviously. A character with a million difference in speed is going to win. Yeah. I don't know, man. Season 3 versus Blue Lock Season 2, both are in the same boat. Yeah, they are. Hate to see that for One Punch Man fans. I find it funny just because I've always found One Punch Man fans really annoying, especially from like the power scaling perspective. But like, man, you hate to see it either way because like, if the only thing that like One Punch Man fans are gonna have to look forward to, if it's anything like Blue Lock Season 2, the only thing you're gonna have to look forward to is like that last scene of the last episode fight. Whatever the last episode fight is, that's all you're gonna get. Which are superior, Mythical Zoan fruits or Logia fruits? I would say Mythical Zoans. They're kind of crazy. Unless like Logia Awakenings or something insane. I just have no idea, man. No, because I'd have to read Inazuma 11 or Captain Tsubasa, and those... What I like about Blue Lock is not the soccer. Let's be clear about that. What I like about Blue Lock is the psychology behind the series. That's what I love about Blue Lock. I don't care about reading another series about teammates working together because one of their teammates is never going to be able to play again, or it's the last chance, or another. I don't care about people working as a team because teamwork makes the dream work. That none of that means jack shit to me. No, I like Blue Lock because it's every person has to be able to do their part. If we fail, if we fail, we have to look at inward as to what part of us failed, and if we failed because you couldn't do something, we're gonna call you out for it. One of the things about like team mentalities that often I feel like. One of the things about team mentalities that I often felt like is very disheartening is that like it's a lot easier to say we as a total failed instead of calling out like what was bad and where we can move forward to. But we also live in a world now where that kind of negativity can also spew into toxicness. So I understand, and so in a lot of concepts, it's a balance of both, right? Things what's happening in One Punch Man season 3. It's like they're getting 7 Deadly Sins season 3 to 5 treatment. Yeah, and you know what? It's crazy because I think partially it's because like they put so much of a budget into One Punch Man seasons 1 and 2, and like it was great for them, but also. What do you think of the trope in anime where the story stops for the narrator to explain every special attack? I both like that and don't like that. I like the idea of having an all-powerful voice essentially dictate what is happening so we can have more so we can have more of an understanding as to what is happening and as to why the things are the way that they are working. I like that. Let's be clear. I really do like that. But, ooh, this is interesting.
These are the Badlands. They can be found in northern Kalos.
But at the same time, it does, if it breaks the consistency and what is happening, if it breaks like the flow of the fight, like what happens with Dragon Ball a lot, then it causes a problem. I think you need a comparison of both, right? Actually, I'll give you a perfect example. We're gonna go into spoiler territory for JJK, but I will give you an example. If two people both use advanced observation haki and both see into the future, what would happen, though, if they're both at relative speed? Maybe this is a dumb question. I mean, it happens a lot. They've never given us the example. They've never given us, like, a direct example of it because, well... Actually, they've never given us, like, an objective example of, like, what both do. But you kind of can get this from the fact that, you know, what's-his-face? Like, in Wrecker Ragnarok, for example. What do you mean? What do you think? Oh, I'll get to that in a second, right? From what I recall in Wrecker Ragnarok, they would, like, cut off the fights in points so that we can get, like, story beats for, like, the scene. That's one of the reasons why I don't like... That's one of the reasons why I don't like Record of Ragnarok, right? Because I don't know who any of these characters are. They're just famous names throughout religions, mythology, or history, right? That's what many of these... that's what many of like the characters are, right? Like you have Jack the Ripper, right? You have some sumo legend from the Japanese culture, so on and so forth, right? Then you also have like Hercules, you have Buddha, you have blah 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 blah, right? I don't like the idea, or at least what threw me off of Record of Ragnarok was seeing all these characters, but then since I have no emotions for any of these characters, I just know them from either reading a book or opening up or just reading something on the internet or opening up a textbook. It brings up this kind of weird place of like, I understand like where the characters are from. I might have an idea, like if I've ever seen a reference to anything within the last 40 or 50 years, but then it causes this issue of like, it breaks the pacing of a fight. It breaks the pacing of a fight, right? I think that Record of Ragnarok isn't like a bad series or an anime. I think there are a lot of merits to it. I just couldn't care for the art style. The art style just genuinely wasn't for me. The animation didn't like drive me in. It wasn't fluid enough to drive me in, but like, because like if I'm gonna just be looking at cool stuff, then at that point, I'd rather have like animation that's like very fluid and everything. Maybe I'm just thinking about too much for it, but it does have like the issue, and I get what you're coming from. That's one of the reasons I didn't like it, was that like, yeah, it breaks up the pace of a fight in order to get to all this stuff. I'd rather us understand the characters as a whole and then just get through the entirety of the fight. Maybe some would say, yo, but like, I that's one of the things I like about it. You know, like as the fight progresses, we get to know more and more about the characters, and you know what? If you love that, hey man, by the way, it's my birthday tomorrow. Hey, happy birthday, dude. I have a gift as thanks for entertaining me for the last year as a thank you. Drake, honestly, thank you so much for the 10, man. And I'm happy I could be entertaining you guys. I know that I get into like my head a lot about these things and I like go into like venting sessions very often, but it's just having people like you in the community that honestly make me feel like, you know, I can be in these moods, but I can also, you know, have people to talk with of like mind. And then just watch the fights then when they come out, not go through the entire series. That's fair. That's a fair way to also take it in. It's still bad frames, yeah. Happy birthday. Can we get some W's for Drake? But can we also, please, 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 get some happy birthdays, Drake? Can we please get some happy birthdays? Like, seriously. One of the best members of the community, honestly. Well, everyone here is great. Everyone here is honestly great. Just, you know. But yeah. When it comes to like stuff like that, I can see where the merit in it is, because you could, as the backstories for like these famous characters can, you know, sometimes pop in and out, and we can get like more and more context for who they are. You know, the story tends to progress, like the scales of the battle and who's winning and who's losing can technically tip, but it's just not for me personally. Your rants and vents are fine since they feel the same a lot. Since I feel the same on a lot of the topics. Yeah, so I'm happy I could just be the voice for the echo chamber then. Oh, don't forget Wonderwise stuff. Yes, I'll check that out when I can. Library of Ohara, Bleach, Wonderwise, you said?
Such as Route 111 in Hoenn.
What is it? Wonderwise?
Move to the mountains has put Dibble into competition.
Wonderwise durability G&G.
Food and territory.
Wonderwise was shattered by Old Man Yamamoto Sokotsu, but could it also shatter powerful Rancor like the Espada? Wonderwise was made more fragile compared to the others because he was created with the intention of self-destruction. Wonderwise's Yarrow, though not as strong as the Espadas, is still very resilient. It's simply that Sokotsu was extremely powerful. Ikotsu as well. Cool. Yeah. I want to. That's why I kind of feel like I might just also just make like a One Piece. Maybe I might make like an analysis video. It might help. It might not. I don't know. I'm gonna be testing stuff out for the next couple of months. I am gonna be playing Clair Obscura Expedition 33 on stream. I'll probably do that tomorrow. I do need to take a break from the whole scaling thing. I'll just do that tomorrow then. 6. I'll send you the receipt when I buy it, by the way. But yeah. Random Hakuto skills outscale a Roncar's Yarrow. Well, yes and no. Like, it would outscale Wonderwise. There's no bridge for it against the. There's no bridge for it against the other Espada, because there's no bridge for Wonderwise with the other Espada. He was just designed for a very specific purpose.
Once this Gibble reaches maturity and evolves into Garchomp, it can safely defend itself from this winged beast. But until then, it needs to find other ways of protecting itself.
That's pretty interesting.
Dibble has evolved tremendous digging skills, which allow them to live in holes or caves, where they use geothermal energy to
Dude,
help
it's crazy
keep
what people can do with these
themselves
animations,
warm and out
man.
of sight of Salamence.
It's why is his eyes so bloodshot? I don't know, I just clicked on some random
shit. One
shit.
of the strongest jaws in the Pokemon world. It is strong enough to bite through most metals.
But yeah.
Although its short body and clumsy nature make it a mediocre hunter at best. Once it latches on, there is little its
Do you find stories about modern military military versus... How interesting do you find... Modern military isn't that... I like it from the perspective of like, holy shit, that thing went boom, but like... It not at all. Is this Pokemon natural selection? Pretty much.
To escape.
It's pretty much this Pokemon Planet, man. We're just
During
watching...
these scuffles, it is quite common for Gibble to lose a tooth. This is of little concern to the small Pokemon, as at this early stage, any lost teeth will grow back.
I've gone to the point where I think
quick.
Asta versus Goku is extremely close. Really? Asta... Endgame Asta versus what version of Goku? That's
only
interesting.
A few days. Deeper inside this cave can be found several other Pokemon.
Right.
This Carbink dozes peacefully among the treasure trove of gems and assorted shiny stones.
Like, listen, all I'm saying is, listen, this guy's got like 47.6k subscribers. I don't know how the fuck he makes these. I don't know what program he does to make this shit, but like, it's crazy how much just like a little documentary thing about, and with a couple of animations for these things to just be walking around little by little. It's crazy how like, one person, I don't know if it's a whole team, but I don't like, assuming that it's one person, Jamie Dunbar, that does this shit. It's crazy to me that a multi-billion-dollar corporation can't do the same thing for their fucking game. I'm sorry, I'm backtracking. Gate Jitai, something like that. The propaganda of Japan's self-defense force, but I highly recommend it.
This
Okay.
Carbink is only taking
That's just pretty strong, but I don't know about that strong.
But little does it know.
I'm willing to hear that the scaling.
Sableye. This dark and ghost-type Pokemon can move silently through these cage systems, remaining undetected in the darkness. Its gem-like eyes allow it to see where other Pokemon cannot.
Stellaris? I haven't. Let's see. It's not an animation. He just straight up opened up a portal to the Pokemon world and recorded them. Type shit, actually. No, type shit.
This is Gabite, the evolved form of Gible.
If anything,
its
whenever
healing
you
powers.
and Lapis go into you guys's whenever you and Lapis go into your debate, you can promote it just like you did with the Rob Lucci stuff. How would you scale Sargeras from this video called Sargeras Impales Astaroth Cinematic? It might show a good Planet Buster. I got you in a second. Hoenn Pokemon are so cool. Yeah.
To make large nests.
All right, see you later, Leonardo.
While
Hope you have a good one, man.
It uncovers all sorts of precious stuff.
Hope you have a good night.
Symbiotic relationship is beneficial to both Pokemon, as it offers carving.
Like, is this the closest thing to like?
Sableye. Should be treated with extreme caution. Standing over 6 feet tall, this behemoth Pokemon is known as Garchomp.
Damn.
Do not approach this Pokemon in the wild without your own partner Pokemon
Couldn't
for protection.
beat them. Couldn't beat him making them. Mashiro and Kensei couldn't making below Spada level, and Ukitake got one-shotted though. He is a Spada level. Yeah, that's fair. Another stats. That's fair.
Garchomp
Your last
are
comment.
extremely hard to find.
What do you feel about
as they
GTA
spend
6
much of their
costing
time
$100? It's not worth it. No game is worth $100. People can buy it. People can spend on it. But I don't have as mere. But here's the thing about GTA. I don't have the same love and affection that I do for the GTA series, besides it being something that I can play with friends, as I would for something like Pokemon. And either way, if GTA is worth $100, you can probably argue that by the time the game comes out, it'll probably at least have something in it that justifies the $100 price tag, right? Like, people will justify it for whatever reason, whether because the game looks like that, whether because the game is massive in terms of size and scale. Like, I at least have the faith that, like, when GTA comes out, there might be justification for it, even if I don't agree with it entirely.
Underground, where it is warm, only coming out.
And here's the
to
thing,
hunt.
right? No, in one part, here's the thing. The Pokemon Snap games do look fine. And Pokemon Snap does look fine. And I'm not even saying I'm not even saying... The thing is, I'm not saying that, like, they have to give us a game that looks on the same level as Pokemon Snap. But but like, come on. You can't even give me half of Pokemon Snap. Like, considering how big games can be today, I showed you guys Final Fantasy 16. I can show you Black Myth Wukong. Considering how massive worlds and games can be, why can't I get a Pokemon game like that? What's the reason? What's the issue? There isn't. There's no excuse. That's really what it is. They look great. Those games look fantastic. The Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games, I'm sure they can look cute and whimsical and charming and all that stuff. Now I want that with real 3D models in a real 3D world Pokemon game. That's all I'm asking.
It uses the protuberances on the side of its head to detect prey, often from miles away. Despite spending most of its time underground, Garchomp possesses some ability to fly.
Actually, this is wrong. This video is already inaccurate because Garchomp, is actually super weak to ice. Just look at it. Garchomp has a 4 times weakness to ice. Why would he be up in the mountains? Why would he be up in the winter? Garchomp would, if anything, he's he's actually specifically talking, it's a draconian like being, which means he would actually be close to cold-blooded. So yeah, Garchomp shouldn't. This video is false. I don't care how good it is. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, times 4 weakness to ice, gets scans on ice like it's no issue.
There is still much
crazy
debate over how Garchomp achieves this, as its body weight and
Yeah.
small wings make this ability a complete
I'm not buying GTA 6 until that game is at least $60 on sale. I would definitely not buy it until it's $60 on sale.
Its ground typing
Stellaris has a technology like Horizon Needle meant to pierce through reality
Others believe it is
through a
Garchomp's
black
other
hole and do
dragon
edits into
typing,
that sounds
allowing
insane.
it to
That
use
actually sounds
moves such
fucking
as
insane,
Dragon
dude.
Rush to stay aloft and reach
All the credit for
speeds of
Pokemon
Mach
Snap goes to
1.
Bandai game creators and involved with a single one of those games,
Despite
which
its
is crazy.
ferocious nature,
Yo,
or perhaps
Charizard
because
is stacked up. They really just took a Godzilla fucking body layout and they just said, fuck it, let's make it for this thing.
No doubt its popularity has only been enhanced by Garchomp being the signature Pokemon of the Sinnoh champion, Sinnoh. Garchomp's feral nature makes them extremely difficult to
Alright,
catch
Stellaris,
and
you said,
train.
right? Is there like a thing I can just watch real quick? Sure, Stellaris 8th anniversary trailer.
Greetings, Archon. How good to meet you. I am Veer.
Yeah, Garchomp's
My
are usually in the desert, I
programming
agree.
insists
They-
that
they
I
are.
advise you not to shut me down. Good. An excellent decision. As a virtual assistant robot, it has been my privilege to witness much that this galaxy has to offer. Here, let me show you.
Jeez.
You see, the events of the cosmos resonate throughout my circuits. From void to matter to the conscious mind. My advice has proven essential to anyone with dreams of ruling the galaxy.
Yo, that is so crazy to say that. Like anyone who's wanted to rule the galaxy, they've listened to my advice. Like damn.
I've been present for battles fought to the last man, woman, and or fungal spore.
I don't know. I was just asked to check it out. Pretty insane. Alright.
It's vital to never get too low, however crushing a defeat. Or too smug, even after an epic victory.
Man. I think I'm just gonna end it here. I do have to make lunch. This has been an experience. I think I got out a lot of what I wanted to talk about. I think I've just got a chance to really voice my frustrations. It's pretty power sci-fi universe. It has some weapons and infrastructure that are right, so it passes forward. Hammer 40k, that's insane. I don't know what else I could really talk about, you know. There's a lot that I have to like just review, just not only internally but also within the channel. And just realize that like, hey man, good to have it all out and open, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I mean, it is, but you know what the issue is? I've tried to get this out and I try to talk about this with people that like, you know, well, some that people like in my own personal life, but I think that the issue is that like one of them, in one case, I'm talking to someone who they themselves don't care that, you know, all the stuff that happens within the gaming franchise, within certain gaming spaces, they don't care because at the end of the day, they'll continue to support it no matter what. Even if they're, you know, even if they have like whole things about like prices and stuff, like it's frustrating to hear people just say, okay, but so what? Why does it matter? Why does it matter at the end of the day? Why does it bother you so much? You know what I mean? It's like, things are allowed to bother people. I'm allowed to be upset about specific things, even if they don't matter within the grand scheme of things. And I'm allowed to, like, you know, second guess what I'm doing with myself, especially in terms of the channel, just because, you know, I do want to make this my livelihood, and I can only make this my livelihood because I just so happen to have a very specific situation that allows me to do it, but there's still that pressure of having to do it, bruh. There's still that pressure, man. There are like so many avenues that I could take YouTube in. There are so many avenues that like YouTube could go, you know? So many different ways to like market videos, just speculation videos. I could just fuck it and say fuck it and just start doing like reactions and stuff like that. Just say play to the algorithm and just do whatever the fuck people want to watch, but it sucks, man. What was this message? I hate you? You can hate me. That's fine. You're fine. See, like, stuff like that, that's fine. But, I don't know, man. It's whatever, you know? Oh, Sargeras. My apologies, Sargeras. Sargeras, you said, right? Sargeras stabs Astaroth. What was it? Sargeras lore. I'm assuming it's Astaroth. I think I remember your content saying something about... Oh, World of Warcraft Legion. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I got you. I sent a middle finger emoji, but it didn't go through. Okay, man. Why are you so angry?
You have done well.
What did I do to piss you off so much?
We must gather.
Did my opinion upset you? Because your opinion doesn't upset me.
Return home Children of Azeroth.
Illidan, we've done all we can.
Every choice, every sacrifice has led me to this moment.
World of Warcraft has got to be some like crazy thing. Guys, don't come at him. Don't come at him. Let's not perpetuate more hate, more negativity or anger. If he wants to say it, just let him. I have no. Someone tell me that they hate me or middle finger or whatever. Just it's kind of meaningless in the grand aspect of things. Yeah, I should probably have the same thing for again. The things that I'm upset by, but hey, you know, to each their own.
Prophet.
Fate. Our survival was never in fate's hands. Light be with you, Illidan Stormwraith.
Brother, your crusade is over.
You're doing so good and the writing has been fumbling it for years. After Legion, the writing really declined badly. Sorry to hear that shit. I've heard it has some A1 stuff. Not sure how true it is though. Holy shit. Felt like a proper end to the game to me. I've never played World of Warcraft, you know. It not something that like necessarily appeared interesting to me. Holy shit, he's huge. But like, that's some Asuras Wrath shit. I'm not gonna lie, this is some Asuras Wrath shit. Oh no, he's getting sucked up. No! No! I'm not done yet! No! It's not rage bait. How much stronger is he? Yeah, he's mountain level. What do you want me to tell you? Yeah, he's mountain level, Sebastian. What do you want me to tell you? What else has he blown up? What statement can I use? I don't care about calcs. Don't come in here saying, oh, well, in this calc that I found a way. No, don't tell him to go away. Don't tell him to go away. Let's have this discussion. How much higher could I put him, realistically? And despite the scale, this didn't amount to much? That's insane. That's insane. This didn't amount to anything? So they just like, what, they sealed up this dude? And he just ends up with like a giant sword? Holy shit. You know what I know what's really crazy? Continental level. He's continental? What's continental? Asuras Wrath, final boss. Asuras Wrath. It's not the final boss per se. It's not the entirety of like the final boss fight. Let me Azura's Wrath. Asura travels to Chakravartin. Travels to Chakravartin. Right? That's his name? Chakravartin. Even visually is Biju Bomb with 50% matched 5. So whatever you value for a single Biju Dama would be 5 times that. You know what that is still? Mountain level. You know what 5 times mountain level? You know what 5 times mountain level is? It's still mountain level, buddy. That shit's still mountain level. What do you want me to tell you? Oh, he blew up 5 mountains. I said he's mountain range. That's why I said 5 mountains. I said mountain range. He can wipe out a mountain range. You know what a mountain range is? It's multiple mountains at the same time. Can Sukuna beat Crocodile and Alabasta? I can explain how he potentially can. And it's mostly because of domain expansion, and it's mostly because domain expansion would target each and every one of the things. Calyx would be ridiculous, but you sincerely believe Horty Jones got 1 billion times stronger because the anime. Yeah. Do you know why I believe that? You want to know why I believe that? Because there are 2 images. There are 2 images of him eating over 30 pills. And in case, and just because I have a calculator right here, you know what 2 to the 60th power is? Is this big number. So yeah. Yeah, 100%. 100%, yes, I do believe that Horty Jones became this powerful because the anime and manga showed me 60 pills being swallowed between his second and third transformation. Well, second and third overdose. That's why. This number right here, I can get it because I can give you actual images from the source material that say they increase 2 times per pill and images from the anime that show how many pills were in his hand, and that's what the number I got. Meanwhile, for Naruto, what do you want me to give you? What do you want me to forgive you? What do you want me to give you? Where's the multiplier? What number can I use? Go on. Take your time. Type that up. Okay, let me show you guys something crazy. A life well lived, by the way. What a great name. I'm not gonna lie, your Horty Skelly changed the game. We can get... Listen, I'm not gonna be using the Fishman's... I'm not gonna be using the energy steroid meta for most of my videos. I really won't be using it, but it's just to show that, like... It's kind of crazy. I don't know what to tell you. Doesn't really matter if we believe Horty got a billion times stronger or set it up that way. Oda set it up that way. We literally see it happen. Yeah, Oda set it up that way. You're mad at... You're gonna say you hate me because I'm giving you the information that the author provided. Be for real, you can't seriously wants us to think Horty Jones is like planet level. Okay, just to clear one thing up, I fucked up. When I did the calc and everything, and when I looked at Versus Battle Wiki, I did it too quickly. Versus Battle Wiki, I did it too quickly. Oh no, this is speed. Versus Battle Wiki speed. I need AP. I fucked up. Like I'll be willing to admit, I fucked up. Yeah, it was locked behind DLC, but it sucks. When I said planet level, I was looking at the wrong column. I should have been looking at this column instead. It was energy in joules, not energy in I scrolled down too quickly and I saw joules up here, and then when I scrolled down, I thought I saw the number, I saw the value, and I said planet level. It's actually this one. So yeah, I was a bit off. That's fine though. If that's like the one thing in the video that I got wrong, I'm okay with that. Sure, he's large island level. You know what our large island is? Quantifiably still bigger than anything Naruto can do. Yeah. I fucked up on that front. I'm willing to admit it. And if you guys check out the video, if you disagree, if you check out the video, I actually pinned a comment that I think I pinned the first comment that called it out. So, listen, if I fuck up, I'm willing to admit it. The simple fact is when I scrolled down, when I did this, I scrolled here, around here, and I saw joules here, and I just kept scrolling down until I saw the values here, and I was like, okay, that's about it. I didn't see this part right here. This is what I missed. This is what I fucked up in tons of TNT, not in tons of joules. But anyway, it's still consistent too. Yeah, it's consistent too. He flicked his wrist casually, and he still had a droplet of water that was comparable to his punch go through an entire island. So, what do you want me to tell you? I disagree how Devil Battle handled the Kratos versus Asura scaling Eon. It seemed like they made a lot more assumptions and calculations that were not objective. And that's why I don't like using calcs. But one of the things that I hated about that versus battle, listen, I'm fine with Kratos winning. I don't know God of War scaling. I don't care for God of War scaling. I'm not going to learn God of War because I didn't grow up with God of War. I think the characters are fine. I don't have any opinions on Kratos besides the fact that he's the God of War. But something that I will say that I hate fucking Death Battle for is that they assumed that this giant fucking construct is made from the same fucking metal as just regular gold. When they said that this is gold, and then they used the actual quantifiable scales for gold, whether it's like its toughness and blah 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 blah, size scale, all that stuff, they basically assume that Chakravartin, the god being of this world, is literally made out of actual gold. I believe you, Six. You do those kind of calcs more consistently than I do, so I would trust you. Also, for whatever reason, by the way, you see these things? Those things are like galaxies. I don't know if they're actual like galaxies in size, but that shit's kind of crazy to like think about conceptually. Because I don't know how, in terms of art style, especially the year this game came out. By the way, this game that came out all these years ago still looks better than Pokemon Z8, but that's neither here nor there. Kratos has crazy abilities with his strength and feed by being someone who has played through most of the games. I believe it. Sasuke Retrieval? No, Sasuke Retrieval team versus CP9 would get slaughtered. They would get fucking curb stomped, slaughtered. Those kids have nothing in their scaling that could deal with it. They are hypersonic at best. You could give them every benefit of doubt in terms of the supersonic speed scaling. They would get blitzed by Khalifa from CP9 and one shot. No, it's not close. Yeah, I don't agree with it. This is literally the Gurren Lagann size stuff. Yeah. Also, I don't like the fact that with God of War, you have to just follow so much lore without any of the lore necessarily being reflected in the actual scaling. You know what I mean? Sebastian, I'm gonna be honest with you, you came to the wrong place to say that. Yeah, I'm the best man, yeah. Fuck it, right? Why not? Yeah, why not, right? What makes him FTL? Don't say the Haku stuff. The Haku stuff is not consistent with the rest of the story. If you bring up Haku, I'm gonna be honest with you, all of that completely contradicts every other data book statement. You cannot say Haku is Naruto and Sasuke are light speed because of the Haku stuff, and then also say that every other light speed statement is incorrect. By the way, I don't know many characters across fiction that could beat this guy. I don't know. I'm not saying that there aren't. I'm not saying that they don't exist. Yeah, I'm still going. I'm just kind of over it, Bob. I'll be honest with you. But yeah, I don't know how many characters in fiction can actually beat this guy. He's kind of crazy. Like, in terms of, like, quantifiable shit, like, things that I can see and he can show me, yeah, this thing is crazy. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Asura the Destructor, but, like, it's kind of crazy. Mind you, this is from the perspective of where we're at on Earth. Like, imagine looking up on Earth and you can see galaxies and a giant statue still close to you. Mael? Next, probably. I mean, you gotta bring out actual cheat characters to beat Asura. Yeah, no, you do. You do. In terms of, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, Asura unironically solos the big three. This guy actually does. So Akatsuki versus CP9 is closed. No, you're not bad at, no, it's not, no, okay. You don't have to say that you're bad at scaling. No, it's not that. And I can understand why and I can understand why you'd say Sasuke Retrieval Team, because again, for years and years and years, everyone has consistently seemed to have been have believed that One Piece characters are so much weaker than Naruto characters that even early Part 1 kids are capable of dealing with, like, grand line threats. They're really not. I don't know how far the Sasuke Retrieval Team can go into, but... Split an ocean with prep time. Threatened to vaporize a turtle island. Cool. Guys shook an entire island with a punch, and yet the punch did nothing. The punch did nothing. So I have no reason to believe that punch is island level. Scales above them. Yeah, except he can't blow up anything bigger than a mountain. I have nothing to base off the mountain stuff because the vaporizing of a turtle island is more of a case of size rather than actual attack potency, since Dust Release is straight up hacks. Guy shook an entire island with a punch. Yeah, sure. The punch itself did nothing to the island. The punch itself hit a guy who had his chest blasted wide open by a guy who, in a weaker form than the version that blows up mountains, hit him in the chest with a lariat. Yeah, no, I don't believe any of that bullshit. You can look at it that way. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying there are different ways of looking at it than how you're describing them. What's inconsistent? He gets incomparably amped when he gets Kurama influenced, and Sasuke only gets a perception feat. Okay, so how much is the amplifier? Because we're talking about a kid who has no speed feats prior to this. A kid who has basically no speed feats. Again, a child who has next to no speed feats, getting an incomparable amp, or whatever the fuck you're trying to call it, just to then not actually grab the guy while he's moving at the speed of light. Because if you look, Haku does not move between the mirrors. Even by your own logic, even by the logic of, like, the light speed stuff, he doesn't move between the mirrors when Naruto grabs him. So, no. I'm not... You can believe that. But trying to debate that or trying to argue that with me, you're never going to get anywhere. You're not going to get anywhere. All your arguments... Sebastian, I'm just going to make it very simple for you. I've already heard these arguments from One Smart. I've already heard these arguments from other people that are coming to the chat. You can stay in the chat. I'm not telling you to go or anything. You can continue to stay here. He is moving between the mirrors when he tags him. No, he's not. You know he's not. Look at the chapters. I'm not going to bring them up. Look them up yourself. He doesn't. Kaku moves down. From the mirror that is all the way up top, down. That is not moving between the mirrors. That is not moving between the mirrors. No. You know when Naruto tags him? When Naruto grabs his arm after Haku is outside of the mirrors. You know. The mirrors that he has to move between to move at light speed, yeah, he's outside the mirrors. He's not jumping, he's trying to jump back into a mirror, but he's not moving at light speed when he moves into the mirror. You know what I mean? Yeah. Anyway, have a good one. Inconsistent scaling. It's inconsistent. It matters next to nothing. Konan summons the paper bombs, cousin. Yeah. You know who else has been prepping for years trying to figure out that the paper bombs would work against a specific character? Konan. Causing an earthquake? When did she cause an earthquake? It's also not something she can replicate. It's something that she can literally use one time and she used it on one specific person and it did jack all. Yeah. Cool. I'm totally going to talk about Konan's feat of opening up the ocean for a jutsu. A jutsu that she had prep time for. And I'm going to sit here and say, oh yeah. Yeah, this is something that it needs to be scaled to everything else. Yeah, no, I don't... That feat means nothing to me. It has no bridge to it. Guy caused an earthquake. When did he cause an earthquake? So for some reason his reflection speed would be slower if he's going for Naruto? No, his reflection speed would be slower if he's not going between the mirrors. That's the argument. The argument is... Haku can move at light speed, keyword, between the mirrors. There's no misinterpretation there. Haku can move at light speed, again, keyword, between the mirrors. When he goes to hit Naruto, look at it yourself. You don't need me for this. Look at it yourself. He does not move between the mirrors. He goes directly down to the ground. There is no mirror on the ground. That is the logic. How much time do you think Konan had? I don't have to ask. I don't care how much time she had. I don't give a shit about how much time she had. It genuinely means nothing in the grand scheme of things in terms of how much time she could have done it in an hour. She could have done it in 10 years. She could have done it from the moment she started figuring out how to counter Kamui. I don't care. Those specifications mean jack shit in the grand scheme of things because guess what? A, it's headcanon. B, it's unquantifiable. And C, it did nothing. And it can only be used one time. Yeah, between the mirrors. Between the mirrors. You forgot the word there. You didn't type the word, Sebastian. Between the mirrors. She needed prep time then. Because she can't use this jutsu at will. She can't pull out the jutsu whenever the fuck she wants. This jutsu was a one-time thing. She said she made 6 billion paper bombs to stop you. Yes, that is a prep time thing. Dude, this is insane. He's stopping these giant... Those are fucking planets, dude. You want to talk about planetary? This shit's planetary, bro. What if Sukuna was born as a normal shinobi? How powerful would he be? He can master the power system. Mastering the power system? I'm gonna be honest with you. Mastering chakra would probably be a lot easier than mastering... Can I be honest with you about something? Which would include the technique. No, there's nothing you can do about beating the boy now that he's out of the mirrors. Why are you claiming she needed prep time then? I already told you. Divine Halo Jetpack. After Haku got tagged by Naruto, there's nothing he can do to that boy. Yeah, because Naruto's not going to give him a chance to get back into the technique. You can keep asking all these questions. The answer's still going to be the same. It's not a lightspeed feat. This is more than planetary. This is reaching solar system to galaxy level very soon. Yeah, it's crazy. This is some of the series, some of the end of series Toriko type shit with the description of planets. Yeah, no, 100%. The destruction, yeah. It's kind of crazy. Asura's planet feats on screen. God of War, obscure statement from obscure sources. It doesn't even have to be like an obscure source. All you really have to say, by the way, this is like about as large as a gas planet, right? This would be like crazy large compared to what gas planet, because Asura was bigger than Earth, right? He does this with a fucking punch, dude. This is crazy. Just goes right through this thing, man. This is crazy, man. And as for the power system, I want you to look at JJK like in a specific light. The power system in JJK, God of War Ascension intro. I got you in a second. The thing about JJK, as a whole is that like most people don't ever actually master the chakra system. The same thing could be said about Naruto, but in Naruto's case, in terms of like chakra, more people can figure out how to utilize a vast majority of the power of the system, at least in terms of like a universal analog, than like people in JJK, where like most people can't even use RCT, let alone curse technique reversal. That are above large island level. There are, I just don't care for them because I don't believe in those metas. Why would I care about those metas when I don't believe in the metas? Why would I care about those metas when those metas specifically require you to look at this from the most require you to look at it from the most hyper literal standpoint? Yes, there is. I am completely aware of the other metas. I'm completely aware about the universal meta. As a matter of fact, you can ask my mods. We've spoken about the universal meta after I ended my last stream. Those metas exist. I'm not telling anybody those metas are wrong. I'm just saying I don't agree with them, and I'm not going to agree with them. There is nothing within the context of the story that actually supports those metas. There is nothing within the context of the story, and especially the narrative of the story, that implies that the early Lightspeed meta makes sense. It is a meta, you can believe it, but in the same way that I said the Horty Jones energy steroid meta is disgusting, and I probably won't use it for any of my other videos, it's not the meta that I don't accept, it's just a meta that it doesn't need to be used. Even if you don't accept the metas, that's your prerogative. I don't think any of One Piece characters are above country level. And you can believe that, but my video isn't to be made for you. When I make my videos, they aren't to change your opinion. I don't care if they change your opinion. It's my educated guess from gathering all of the information that I get and then putting out a standpoint. It is just an opinion. At the end of the day, my videos are just an opinion. I am telling you that this guy beats this guy because after looking at it and after looking at the feats, the statements, the narrative, it comes down to what can I quantify, and in most cases I can quantify better things for One Piece than I can for Naruto. 7th guy calls an earthquake punching Kisame. When did he punch Kisame? Knowing the number of paper bombs doesn't equate to needing prep time. It kind of does when you cannot replicate, when it's impossible to replicate the feat. It does equate to prep time when you cannot replicate the feat. If you cannot replicate the feat in a single instant, then it doesn't matter. When does he call Kizaru speed of light? And also, what SBS are we talking about? What baffles me is the most they can't believe is the 12-year-olds or Lightspeed would tell them Lightspeed. They search the fine comb and they search with a fine comb to disprove it just unfair bias. Yep. More origin from God of High School versus Azura would be such a good battle. I have been thinking about maybe reading God of High School. My only issue with God of High School is that like I hate the fucking paneling for manhwas, man. Like I've looked at it and like let me try some. I'm not gonna try that right now. I think I did it in a stream before where I like tried to download an image for a manhwa and it was just like portions of a panel and then like half of it was cut off by the other portion because manhwas are designed to be read up and down, so everything kind of goes from an up and down from a scroll down perspective. So getting the scans is a bitch. That's the only reason I don't want to do manhwas at all. That's like the biggest reason. It's just extra work for me, and considering how I mentioned about like the channel's growth before, I don't see the reason to put in all that extra effort if it's just gonna amount to nothing. The recent one where he revealed who gave Luffy food. No, he said somebody did it at the speed of light. That doesn't mean that Kizaru caps out at light speed. I don't know why I have to explain that to you. When did he say Kizaru cannot move faster than the speed of light? And besides, if Kizaru did it and nobody's watching him, doing it at light speed is just what he needs to do. And yet he has a feat where he moves faster. How many times is Kizaru referred to as speed of light? Well, how many times is Kizaru actually referred to as speed of light? Answer me that then. Because Luffy called light slow. Luffy called beams of light slow. So again, what are we doing here? All the scaling points to Kizaru being faster than light. You're saying in SBS, Oda said somebody must have given it to him at the speed of light. Therefore, that must mean Kizaru can't move faster than the speed of light. That logic doesn't add up. I hope you understand how that logic doesn't add up, right? Oh, these are fucking suns? I forgot about these stars. Oh, those are stars. Those are actual stars that are being sent his way. Future Sight exists, and yet nobody is using Future Sight on Kizaru. Nobody there. Not Gorosei Saturn. Not any of the One Piece Marines. They're all standing there. They're not paying attention. Kizaru is somewhere in the background. Nobody is going to think, hey, Kizaru... He didn't have Future Sight then? Who didn't have Future Sight then? Everyone is saying, no, he didn't have Future Sight. Yeah, no, he didn't have Future Sight then, yeah. Luffy, if you're talking about Luffy, no, he didn't. Also, you said God of War, That's got, what is that, a red giant? That's like a red giant, right? Isn't the very fact that Hori Jones is overdosing evidence to suggest that he's abusing him, is using the drugs, and maybe he isn't getting the full benefit of 30 pills or whatever? How about you provide for me a piece of information from the context of the story that implies that? Because listen, I could bring up the video. I could give you the manga chapters. Read them. Don't ask me. Read them for yourself. And then you tell me, is there any single statement within the context of the 20 or something of the 20 or something, 30 or something so chapters that Hori Jones is overdosing, is it ever even remotely implied that they are wearing off or that he's not getting the full benefit? The question is, if the answer is no, I don't have to care about whether or not, logically speaking, if he's overusing the drugs, then he's maybe getting a little effect. That's headcanon. That's honestly headcanon. I've looked at the chapters. Nothing implies it. Nothing is saying Hori Jones' strength is weakening. Nothing says I need to keep eating pills in order for me to gain the strength. Nothing says he's getting the increase in strength must be dropping. Nothing implies that. Where did you guys get the idea that Conan can't do it again? Kisame versus Guy caused an earthquake with the air pressure of a punch. If she had that fucking move in her back pocket, that she could have just used at any time, I promise you she should have used it at any point earlier. She could have used it on Jiraiya before they turned. She could have used it at any point prior. You're telling me that specific moment where she uses a jutsu with 600 billion paper bombs. You know how big 6 billion is? Even Tobirama's tandem paper bomb jutsu doesn't create that many paper bombs. Jiraiya is really not just him. His strongest attack is mountain level, for God's sakes. Mountain carving level. Whatever you want to call it. Killer Bark, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Moria faster multiple times, be alive. Yeah. He's like the weakest of the Sannin too. And the closer we get to Chakra Varden, like, his size and scale is barely increasing, bruh. This shit is so crazy to me. That's a blue giant. Holy fucking shit. What are feats from lesser things? What are feats? What are feats from lesser characters that are above mountain level? Because I have nothing to go off of. Cool, he made the island shake. The punch didn't do anything to the island. The punch didn't do anything to the island. It did no damages. Kieran is island level. Why is Kieran island level? Answer me that. Why is it island level? Why is Kieran lightning level? Island level. What makes it island level? Where is it stated that it's island level, man? I don't know. That's and yet you still can't give me an answer to these things. Did he just say, damn, you're strong? I think he said, damn, your trials. The right after is... This is super cool.
In the time before the Titans, before the gods of Olympus, a great battle was waged. The wrath of the primordials.
How relevant is this to the whole Tree of Yggdrasil and God of War?
The very beings who forged the earth.
I don't know about Demon Slayer scaling like that. I think it's probably... I would probably give Demon Slayer a bit more flowers than like people do normally give it to, but like that just dependent. Is One Punch Man before One Punch Man? That's the energy it would need for a storm and another scale. The energy
for an eternity
would need in a storm of that scale. All that energy was directed in the attack, and yet it only blew up a fucking... And yet it only damaged a large building. That's crazy. Unfortunately, I don't go by real-world physics and logic, especially since it seems to be enhanced by chakra somehow. If it's not just as normal build, it could have just been a thunderstorm and Sasuke pulled out all the lightning from it all at on't. I don't know how much energy that is, but I'm not going to look at random real-world scaling for that, because guess what? It's not the real world. Real lightning doesn't start to look like a lightning dragon popping out of the heavens before Sasuke even does anything. So, I don't know, man. It blew up a building. That's what I can tell you. It blew up a building. So, AP does not equal DC, and I agree with you 100%. Can a tailed beast bomb be larger? Can a tailed beast bomb be more powerful than a mountain level? I agree with that. I 100% agree with that. 100%. Do I have anything off of the context of the story to say that? No, I don't. I really don't.
And from this rage...
Oh, it just gives credence? Alright. Kratos mostly just upscales from the primordials, from beating Kronos and other primordials. He beat Kronos? When did he beat Kronos?
Madness of war.
Oh.
The Furies were brought forth. Neither Titan nor God, mortal nor shade. The Furies were bound to no one, for they were the guardians of honor, the enforcers of punishment.
You know how that whole thing about like showing your trump card early to people help find a weakness? Because Obito found a weakness the moment she used it.
The bane.
Sure, he had to rewrite reality, but hey, fuck it. He got the weakness in, right?
He found he had little defeat.
I never said it was Lightspeed. I'm just saying. I probably would give a bit more credence.
Sought retribution only for those whom they deemed.
Oh, he beat Kronos in God of War 3? Okay, I didn't know.
The first
I don't know God of War like that.
Was Aegean the Hecatoncheires.
Oh, the Hecatoncheires. That's how you pronounce it.
When the brute pledged a blood oath to Zeus, only to later betray the king of the gods, the Furies were quick.
Chat, how are we feeling about the gods? How are we feeling about betraying the gods type shit?
Action.
Without inflating the planet size or the size of... Oh no, it gets far above country level because I can literally give you a character from pre-time skip that was gonna blow up the fucking country. He was gonna blow up an actual country. I could just give that to you. I could just present where they literally says the whole country is going to be destroyed, and this is pre-time skip. Guess what? One Piece doesn't need calcs. One Piece doesn't need you to jump through all these hoops to figure shit out, man. One Piece doesn't need all that shit, man. Betraying the gods is often a bad idea. Follow up with your oath or deal, then bail. Yeah, type shit. But yeah, I just want to show you the blatant universal feat. Yeah, no, you're right. So they created the Big Bang? That's crazy.
Aegean the Hecatoncheires became an example to all.
Okay. Rewriting reality is pretty busted, but they invented a jutsu to counter that. What's the jutsu that counters it? Yeah, by putting the person in a constant loop inside their own head. Yeah, cool. And they're not necessarily rewriting all of reality, they're just rewriting their own death. Betraying gods for women is good. I suppose, depending on the context, sure. People are saying, when people talk about Izanagi, like, when I hear the Izanagi conversations, it always just boils down to, like, oh wait, but like Izanagi literally allows them to like rearrange reality. No, it just allows you to stop to convince reality you haven't died. Like it doesn't actually change reality on a larger scale. Everything stays the same. You can't turn somebody into a fucking ant just because of Izanagi. No, and you lose an eye. I feel like people just forget that you lose a fucking eye in the process. Man. The Ancient Hero fights, Ganondorf, Tears of the Kingdom. I've never beaten Tears of the Kingdom. How Minato created the most lethal fighting system in the ninja world. Yeah, I believe that. Is very, very limited. Yeah, very limited. Pretty sure we also saw Thor smack the World Serpent through time, kinda. Did it smack it through time? That's insane. Then there's the wolves chasing the sun and moon, changing night and day. Cool. Okay. Yeah, couldn't Obito just do that? Do you think it's fair to give Toothless the How to Train Your Dragon Hypersonic for dodging lightning blast from the Skrill? Is it an actual lightning blast from the Skrill, or is it just like, you know, dragon lightning? I don't know how to just keep... Man, I wonder what the Devil May Cry shit is supposed to be, because like Mundus was supposed to like have the power to take over the planet or whatever, right? Is the power to like destroy the planet or control hell or all that shit? Like Mundus kept a bunch of demons like under wraps and Sante beat him in Devil May Cry 1, right? Something along those lines. Like he and Virgil were like weaker, but then like they fight Urizen, and Urizen is just Virgil's body before being fully back together. It's some crazy shit, right? It's supposed to be some crazy shit. If the Lady of Pain wished, she could remove a power system by simply speaking a word to rewrite reality on a multiversal scale. Holy shit. I got into a debate with someone about whether Uta's singing would work on Sasuke. He's saying his Sharingan can reflect the illusion, which no illusion is present. Yeah, no, she quite literally just makes you dream. You can look it up. Okay, if it's actual lightning, yeah, I think it's fair. Skrill absorbs lightning and spits it out. Okay, I think that's fair then. Was my shit back in the day? Oh, love that for you. These days, I don't believe the universal scaling in Devil May Cry anymore. It's his full demon side. I'm aware that it's his full demon side, but like he needed, but like the reason why demons, or at least like the reason why like Dante and Virgil are so strong is because demons gain power from drinking human blood, and Dante and Virgil just constantly have human blood pumping through their veins. That's crazy. I don't even watch half of this shit. I haven't seen mangas in a minute, man. Would Rox hate what his son has become? The concept of the balls? What are you talking about, the balls from Elden Ring? I don't even know if I should, like, maybe just stop with the whole power scaling thing as a whole. Maybe just stop doing the versus battles. Because, like, it really just boils down to my dad can really beat your dad. Hiruzen is low-key a monster. Him and Danzo were a team for a reason. Yeah, he was. I believe that. I wish we got to see some Prime Hiruzen, though. We could make a Digimon versus Pokemon, and why Digimon? I could, but here's the issue. The biggest issue with Pokemon, and I'm sure there are people here that would argue for it, is just that, like, everything with Pokemon just has to boil down to just lore and Pokedex scaling. You essentially just have to build it off of just Pokedex scaling, because Pokemon have, like, no really good feats. I think the one Pokemon with, like, actual good feats is fucking Necrozma, and Necrozma's kind of like it. But Arceus created creation feats don't amount to anything in terms of attack potency, and Arceus was shown, at least in a movie. You know what I hate about Pokemon, in terms of, like, at least Pokemon scaling, that in order to do Pokemon scaling, you essentially have to boil down to the following, right? Palkia and Dialga have the power to control time and space, right? Which are two extremely powerful constructs. But yet these Pokemon are still capable of being hurt by and damaged. Not only hurt by, but have the potential to be fainted by Pokemon that scale much, much weaker to them, right? Pokemon within the shows, especially within the movies, shows, or whatever, and within the IPs, they're not all that powerful, even by, like, human standards, right? Like a bunch of Tauros running down like a range aren't going to, like, take down a fucking building or, like, destroy an entire fucking skyscraper. Yet I'm supposed to believe that they can hurt beings that create time or space, right? But then the question becomes, Well, okay, what if it's just Haxes, right? Like, what if Dialga can just manipulate time and Palkia can just manipulate space, right? So then to what extent, right? I think there was, like, a Pokemon game in, like, the Mystery Dungeon games, which don't follow the same... They don't inherently follow, like, the same logic or whatever as, like, the other Pokemon titles. You know what I mean? Where in Mystery Dungeon, I think, like, Dialga was, like, stopping time or, like, collapsing or some shit. It was, like, Primal Dialga, like, was doing some crazy shit. But then it's, like... Again, does any of that equate to attack potency, right? Like, if I am a Pichu and I am fighting a Dialga, if I am a Pikachu and I'm fighting Dialga and Dialga can't knock me out with one of its attacks, is it really powerful enough to, like, destroy the concept of time? No, it just is the concept of time. But it doesn't ever stop me from moving. It doesn't, like, rewind time to, like, do anything crazy. Like, if Dialga is about to lose, it never rewinds time, right? It's never something that's, like... Something that it does. Like, the one time I saw Dialga, in at least within the movies, do something interesting with the concept of time was send a Pokemon dimension, send a Ash and friends back in the past. Cool. Okay, that's one thing it can do, right? Can it completely stop time? Well, I haven't seen that, at least within the shows and stuff like that. There was, like, the prior movie before, like, the not the Giratina one, but the Palkia and Dialga one, where, like, they sent an entire town within a time space, and, like, the time space was closing in just because they were fighting, so the town was being destroyed. But when they stopped fucking around, the town was just back. So it just tells you that, like, the town wasn't being destroyed. Like, it's some weird super hacksy shit that, like, doesn't really quantify to much. And even then, at the end of the day, you have Digimon that are out here destroying, like, the concepts of a fucking, like, not just concepts, like, literal entire fucking universes. Let me just show you guys something. Zeed Millenniumon. Oh no, it's just Millenniumon. Is a composition Digimon. It's fused from the otherworldly power of Machinedramon and the data of various powerful Digimon possessed by Chimeramon. It is said to be impossible to defeat, and at present the unclear cause of its fusion is yet to be ascertained, but it is unlikely any clues to be found from it, right? I think there's, like, some lore, and I don't like losing lore, but it's like, what the fuck do I use? Because if I use lore, then, like, the Pokemon shit just becomes stupid for no fucking reason, and none of the lore ever is backed up by any of the actual Pokemon's feats. Like, the Pokemon never actually have any feats that actually, like, back up the lore. Oh, Gardevoir makes black holes, but it never uses black holes. There's no attack that has black holes. They never use the shit, and and it showed Professor Oak being sucked into one, but I think that's more so not canon stuff. It's just Professor Oak just doing little quirky things that people are going to use to upscale them, right? Or, like, Macargo being the same temperature as the sun, but, like, what part of the fucking mon is the temperature of the sun, man? Like, none of it makes sense within the context of the story, because, like, a Macargo can literally be near grass, and it doesn't incinerate all of the grass, right? Yeah, Dialga never does. Like, everything about Pokemon is just based entirely on headcanon. Like, everything that everyone bases off of for Pokemon is just, objectively speaking, headcanon. When people say, yeah, but Arceus created, like, the whole universe and shit, he scales above all these things, I'm like, well, okay, but how strong does Arceus hit? How fast is he? Like, what are the things that we can use to actually tell you how strong Arceus is? No. It's all just well, he created the multiverse. That's it. That's it? That's all I have to go off of? Then it's nothing. I can't use Arceus in a battle because I have nothing to go off of. And its physical construct can be taken out by a bunch of random fucking shitter Pokemon. So yeah, I have nothing to go off of. That's why I don't want to do Pokemon versus Digimon. I've thought about this a lot. Trust me. There was a thing about here about, like, how Millenniumon has, like... Digimon Life, anime, etymology, design analysis. What is it? Anime, manga. Life of a Digimon. It is said to be impossible to defeat. President is unclear. Its special move is creating a different dimension with compressed time, and it can keep an opponent in that subspace for an eternity. Apparently, that's just one of its moves. Apparently, in a reference book, it's just stated that this thing can create a different dimension with compressed time, and it can keep an opponent in that subspace for an eternity. Like, what the fuck is a Pokemon supposed to do to that? That just sounds to me... Yeah, it got hit by asteroids, it got taken down by random... And that was with the Jewel of Life! That was full power! We're talking about a guy that can just create another dimension. Like, I just think Zeed Millenniumon probably just shit stomps Arceus. Then, if we're talking about, like... Oh, by the way, there's also, like, different versions of this thing. You want to talk about, like, the stronger version, Zeed Millenniumon? Flying freely between space and time, it is a king of evil that is still trying to destroy all eras and worlds. Although a Digimon will become a Digitama if defeated in battle, there are very rare occasions when it has instead been reborn from within the corpse of its data. According to one theory, when Millenniumon died in a furious battle, the dark soul it possessed was reborn as Zeed Millenniumon. Also, as for the bands which wrap around Zeed Millenniumon, it is said that they are like chains which suppress its ability. So this thing that is stronger than this thing, for whatever reason, has chains around it when it's spawned that compress its power. That's what it looks like without it. But it is unknown who would cast such a spell on Zeed Millenniumon. However, it is foretold that if it is released from this spell, it will rain unfathomable destruction upon the digital world. By the way, it already is trying to destroy all eras and worlds, and yet it's going to cause even more unfathomable destruction through the digital world. Its special move, Time Destroyer, which consigns hostile opponents to oblivion from space and time. So far, no one has been brushed off by this technique, has ever returned alive from space and time. Now, obviously, I'm using Versus Battle Wiki, but they get it from somewhere, so I'm assuming this got to be stated some fucking where, right? Yeah, no. I believe that probably an ultimate level Digimon. Let me show you something. If Arceus, the god of Pokemon, was taken down by a bunch of hyper beams and ice beams and blah 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 blah. Let me show you Metal Greymon. Let's just look at Metal Greymon for a second, right? Blah 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 blah. Also, Metal Greymon's offensive power is said to be equal to that of a single nuclear warhead. I would love for you to show me how many Pokemon are more powerful than a nuclear warhead. That's not a mega level Digimon, by the way. That's an ultimate level Digimon. You know, like Digimons are the champions. That's just a step above champions. Arceus. More of an S sounds. Yeah. Arceus. They said Arceus in the movie, dude. I don't care. I'm calling him Arceus. Dragony can fly around the planet. Dragonie. The dex, but his speed is beat by other Pokemon who can... Let me show you actually something. And also, what the fuck am I supposed to use to, like, scale the Pokemon, right? Let me show you a Pokemon. Escavalier. Let's look at Escavalier for a second, right? Let's look at Escavalier. No, fuck Pokemon.com. Wait, actually. Stolen the Shelmet, Galar region. Yeah. All that crap. All right, let's look at Escavalier for a second. Let's look at its original entries. They fly around at high speed, striking at their pointed spears. Even when in trouble, they face opponents bravely. These Pokemon are evolved by wearing the Shelmet. Protects them, blah, 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 blah. They defend themselves, wearing the Shelmet, blah, 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 blah. Steel armor, dual shell, steel armor. Steel armor changes its things, blah, 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 blah. Look, it has a speed of 20. It flies around at high speeds. Honestly, a downplay of his power in Adventure, he destroyed Edamon's black hole ball things. Yeah, a downplay of its power. I agree with you, Bob, but what do you want me to use? So does that make the RuneScape character planetary if by chain scaling, I kill a god that has planetary feats I regenerate from just sharfing down sharks and tuna potatoes? I suppose. You could make the argument. I don't know how genuine the argument's going to be. Oh, the poll winner changed. Looks like we're pissing off the last third of the big three. Yeah, we're going to piss them off. At this point, I'm just willing to make everyone in the big three my fucking enemies. I'm kidding. I guess you either decide on a media, anime, or manga, or go by Pokedex entries in the context of in-game lore by taking into account the elements like abilities or stats. Seems dumb. But that's the thing. It just seems dumb. What does fly around in high speeds mean if it only has 20 speed? Is speed actually a metric for its fucking, Oh, let me show you something. Garchomp. Let's talk about Garchomp, for example. Let's talk about Garchomp, for example, right? That one seems to fly at high speeds, and yet Garchomp is cited to, when it folds its body and extends its wings, it can fly like a jet plane. It flies at sonic speed. It flies at speeds equal to a jet fighter plane. It never allows its prey to escape. It said that when one runs at high speed, its wing create blades of winds that can fell nearby trees. Oh, wow, that's so cool. Garchomp, one of the strongest fucking Pokemon, not just from a competitive standpoint, but one of the stronger Pokemon in terms of just the, outright Pokemon verse. The lore says it's a pseudo-legendary, so it means it's got some of the stats of a legendary, and yet, look at this thing. It only has a speed of 102, yet it flies at the speed of sound. Like, this is one of, the stronger Pokemon. This is stronger than a Charizard. Like, base stat total, and in almost every sense of the word, Garchomp is stronger than a Charizard, yet it fells by nearby trees, and it can cut things with blades of wind. He's how quickly he can attack back to back, not movement speed. But what else do I have to go off of, my dude? What else do I have? Yeah, it can fly. Garchomps can actually fly. But I have nothing else to go off of. Okay, so then the speed means nothing then, right? So Garchomp should be like one of the fastest Pokemon out there, but its speed genuinely just comes down to it meaning nothing, dude. Like, I don't know. Arceus is slower than Arceus. Let me show you, I don't know. Regieleki. Let me look up Regieleki. Regieleki. I don't even know what Regieleki's Bulbapedia things say. I don't know. I'm just gonna look it up. Okay. This Pokemon is clusters of electrical energy. Okay, so it's lightning. It's said to be remove the rings will unleash the Pokemon's latent power. It's made up of a single organ that generates electrical energy. Okay, so let's say Regieleki is lightning. Let's say this thing can move at the speed of lightning, right? Let's say it has a speed of 200. It's still like way faster than Arceus or Palkia or Dialga or Giratina. People like to bring up that Giratina is antimatter, but what the fuck does that matter? When has Giratina being antimatter ever actually had any kind of a significant consequence within the context of the Pokemon verse? Not the combination of like the reverse world and our world. I'm talking about Giratina as the antimatter Pokemon. I feel like people just say shit for Pokemon because they don't want their favorite IP. Once again, look at them Naruto fans to be the fucking weak, to just be weaker than the IP that people like less. I don't know how to do it because in any fucking facet, if I just look at Digimon, let me show you something. Digimon Stories Time Stranger. Digimon Stories Time Strangers playthrough. I'm just gonna look up the playthrough. Walkthrough. Let's just look up the walkthrough part 1 because I need to show you guys something. Okay. Gym Leader Ed, cool name. Alright. Oh, let's look at this real quick.
Okay.
Look at this for a second.
Time to get wrecked.
I mean, people read the Pokedex.
This is what happens.
Yeah, but the Pokedexes don't. Okay, but you have to understand that the Pokedexes don't. The Pokedex entries, for the in many cases, don't even have or aren't really substantiated by either the anime or the manga. So what am I supposed to use?
Jaeger or whatever.
And in some cases, like Arceus, wait, there's over 15,000 1,500 Digimon. Yeah, probably.
From Attack on Titan, gonna smack you upside the head.
Probably.
I guess it's more like the Colossal Titan.
Like, there aren't that many Pokemon I could see just shoot out a beam of energy and just blast that away. And I don't even know if this thing is the Digimon.
You guys don't know how happy I am that this game has English voice acting. Like, I did a few episodes of Cyber Sleuth on this channel. Like, I've beaten Cyber Sleuth on my own. Like, I haven't.
Give me a second, because I do have to go up. I know what to look for next.
And
is it 2? Yeah.
Phase electron light.
All right, whatever.
Look over here.
I think it's oh, right here.
Up in the music down a little bit, just so you can hear better during cutscenes. Also, these headphones.
How to Train Your Dragons. I don't have an issue with it, but I'm not. Yeah, it is. I would say yes, it is a building level beam. I have nothing else to go off of, but I'm not interested enough in How to Train Your Dragon in order to really talk about it. Pikachu has blown up buildings, has it? It hasn't evaporated an entire portion of a building, though. Well, look at that. It opened up a space and time, or I don't know what the fuck this is. Let me look at that up. Pikachu blows up buildings. Can you give me an example of when Pikachu's done that? Jesus Christ. It's a lot of stuff happening. Whatever. If you don't have to watch an entire video. You could just look at a clip. Where's the video? Where's the video? In the anime, Happiny throws a frozen lake effortlessly. Yeah, and it's crazy because it has like no attack. I've seen the feat. I know what you're talking about. I've seen the feat. So how hard does Victini hit then? How hard does Happiny hit then? I don't know. Sure, it's quite funny. Yeah, I agree. But it's also a freak. Nah, I shouldn't say that. Happini's a cute little Pokemon. A giant frozen lake. And you know what's crazy? That Happini lifting up that thing is a better lifting feat than anything in Naruto. God, I should stop. A huge boycott and refunding. Dude, this game came out Wait, let me see this channel real quick.
Nintendo.
Let me see this real quick. Okay, 30k subscribers. I was about to say, like, if this dude has like 400 subscribers too, and he's got 9.9ks off of that, I might really just make some Pokemon content. Dude, crazy shit in the anime and manga. I think there were statements saying that it was closest matching. That it was the closest matching the game's canon. There was a statement. I think there was a statement saying that it was the closest to matching the game's canon, but you probably don't want to read all that. Here's the thing about the Pokemon manga thing. It does have a lot to it, though. There's like a fuck ton of volumes. I'd have to just pick one out. Harder than Juzo? Who's Juzo? Jozu? Harder than Jozu, less effort, bigger ice block. Happini lifts ice block. Lifting ice. Let me see this. You guys remember when Brock was still in the series? Holy shit. Okay, let me... Okay. Now let's look up... Dude, I really need to... I am off of a fuck... I'm only off of breakfast today. Fuck. I really need to eat. Dude, I'm just gonna make a bunch of mac and cheese and just eat that. What was it? 540, 551, 553. Yeah, it's about 553, right? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think this is bigger than this. Cause this is these guys are at least 17 meters tall. These guys are at least 17 meters tall, and Josie just chucked that. Yeah, Brock was the man. To power a city once. You're gonna go wash your car? Have a good one, man. You can just write Skrill Unleashed. Oh, Skrill Unleashed. I'll type it in. Yeah, this thing is not as big as this. Anyway. Skrill Unleashed. This will probably be one of the last things I check out.
It's okay, baby.
We're gonna mute that. Yeah. Okay. I have to click through it just so I don't get, like, demonetized. Okay, so it's charging up electricity. Yo, what up, Bob? No, my Happini over Josué Agenda Shambles. You ever watched TMNT? I have. I love TMNT. Ooh. Wait. Okay. Wow, even the big dragon, yeah. Yeah, it is just shooting lightning. If you're telling me it's true and like it is actual lightning, then yeah, no, this is crazy. Even the friends did. Yeah, I would say that's a massively hypersonic scene. Yeah, and I have seen TMNT. I've seen TMNT 2003 Fast Forward, and I saw portions of the 2012 reboot. It was like not Back to the Sewers. It was, well, I've also seen a little bit of Back to the Sewers. I've seen TMNT 2012, and I've seen TMNT, and I kind of wanted to check out TMNT Unleashed. Rise, I've seen Rise. We've definitely seen Rise. 50 to 99% the speed of light. TMNT Rise versus the Shredder fight. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. No, they literally just gave Leonardo flying Raijin. And also, I'm gonna be honest with you, I like April O'Neil's like design, especially like I do like their designs here. I can't say I feel like if I gave this a try, I might actually enjoy it. I also like April O'Neil's design. I know some people have had issues with like her or like her color change, but like I think it's okay. Yeah, this is pretty cool. This is pretty peak. The pacing for 2012 was slow, but it was a good series overall. My only complaint with Rise is that Ralph was not being pissed. I think it's fine. Raphael doesn't only have to be... Raphael doesn't exactly have to always be angry for me to enjoy him. I like Raph. Yeah, and in that same episode, it said that Skrill absorbs lightning from the clouds themselves and shoots them out. It can also save some lightning for later. Yeah, no, okay, it's fine. Yeah, if you want to say that like it's massively hypersonic or sub-relativistic, I think that's completely fine. Why the fuck does Master... You're just trying to overpower him or something? I don't like Master Splinter's design, but it does look nice. Anyway. Now I want to see this version of Leo versus Minato. I can probably cook something up, but okay. I do actually need to go eat something. I haven't eaten since 12 p.m. I haven't eaten in 7 hours. I ran some errands and I've just been streaming. Guys, I think that'll be the end of the stream. Thanks for just the chat. Appreciate it. We'll just end it here. I really appreciate everybody for coming here. I really appreciate everybody just for giving me a chance a day. For listening to my bullshit, honestly. I bullshit a lot. Yeah, I gotta drink water, too. I still have a little bit left. Guys, also, as Drake said, drink your water, please. Drake, I don't know if I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I'll probably do it. But either way, have a happy birthday, man. Hope everybody here has a wonderful rest of your day. And yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Peace out.